for sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, TJ Lang in studio. He was at SoFi. He'll tell you exactly what he saw, if it was anything different than what we saw. 97 won the ticket. And Hall of Fame nominee, TJ Lang.
Without a watch.
Yeah, I mean, he's just,
Yeah, but he'll join us whenever he's damn well ready.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's nice to see you. What time does that 9 o'clock show start?
Hey, Carson, we're talking about the big weekend, John.
Oh,
it was a huge weekend.
did you sleep at all last night?
Can you replay my introduction for me?
No, but while you get set up,
You missed it.
but while you get set up, I will tell the joke that a caller called on our post-game show with me and Hammer yesterday. The guy called up. He was all excited about the Lions, and he said he's blind.
Oh,
And so I went, oh my God, So then he tells me, I have a joke for you though. He goes, how can you tell who's blind in a nudist colony? How can you tell who the blind guy is in a nudist
The
colony?
naked guy?
It's not hard.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy.
Me and Hammer just said that was awesome. By the way, some quick breaking news.
this was not calling about the game.
Well, he talked a little bit about the game as well, and he listened to it, obviously.
Clearly.
There is a MSU is in a battle with another MSU because Mississippi State just fired their head coach today.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Zach Arnett. So
You know what? Kind of saw that one coming. I mean, that wasn't their guy that they wanted to be. That was obviously Coach Leach.
I know.
So unfortunately,
Maybe Jimbo will go there. He'd be fine there, huh?
Sure. I mean, he didn't forget how to coach. Just didn't work out in College Station.
Yeah. All right, TJ, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, you should be good.
Yeah, a little tired, but you guys are the last people that have sympathy for tired people. So
Yeah, it was.
I won't go down that road.
What time did you get in?
I got home probably right about 3.
Oh, it's not too bad.
Yeah, no. We not as strong as a tailwind coming back from the West Coast. So, but yeah, another late night, and it's always better after
a win.
Especially a game like that, man. That was I was stuck in the car, and he was like, "Man, that was exciting." And it's like
It was exciting.
Well, yeah, I feel like that's one of those games that's exciting if you have no horse in the race. But, to go from one extreme emotion to the extreme opposite
right,
about 47,000 times during the game.
A lot of things.
It's a little stressful.
Yeah, and especially doing the post-game interview, you're going, okay, this is what I'm going to ask Coach Campbell after the game. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to change that now.
Yeah, you got 2 pages of notes, the good stuff and the bad stuff.
Yes.
The win or the loss.
Right, yeah.
So, Dan, the 4th and 2, how big are your balls? I mean, basically is what the question was. And they were huge.
They were massive.
They were massive. I know.
I was in awe of how big his balls were in that moment.
They had big balls, but they didn't have any sacks in the game.
5 minutes into the show.
Anyway,
I didn't have to say anything.
Anyway, so when he made the call originally, 4th and 2, are you sitting there saying, what is he doing? Or you say, I know exactly what he's doing because I'm on the sidelines watching this defense look like crap, and he has no faith in them right now.
Yeah, no, we discussed it, possibilities even, I think, before the 3rd down. I said, hey, even if you get close to a 4th and manageable, you got to go for it, right? This last team to get this ball is going to win this game.
Right.
And, yeah, I felt probably similar to most fans where, if you would have kicked a field goal there, I think there was about a minute and a half left.
Yeah.
Probably not a great feeling going into, end that game, just the way that it was, right? Just an offensive shootout, and Justin Herbert was playing amazing. So, yeah, I absolutely love the call. I thought it was necessary.
A minute 47.
You got to go try to win the game right now.
And it was the 3rd option on the play.
It looked like it. And you could tell live that, Jared kind of looked to his right, he kind of peeked back to the middle, and then found Laporta late. And the protection was outstanding yesterday. I mean, the run blocking was outstanding. The offensive line, that looked like a game where, and John, you've been through this too, where all week you hear about how good the other team's pass rush is and what they rank in the league and who they've got and, how many sacks they've got. And it comes to a point where you just get sick of it, and Sunday's your chance to go do something about it. And it looked to me like that offensive line took it personal yesterday. And, I even asked Coach about it after the game and talked to Decker. And, I said, hey, Coach, you guys talked a lot about this defensive line during the week and had a lot of respect for them. And he said, yeah, we knew they had some really great players, but, they hadn't played Sewell or Decker yet.
Right.
And, I told Decker that Coach said that. He kind of got emotional because as offensive lineman, you love, you don't seek the praise, but, anytime you hear that from your coach, those are obviously pretty big words. But I thought really, offensive line was a difference in that game. They were outstanding. No sacks. Obviously, the rushing game was great, especially in the first half. But that was you felt like that was the type of game, and it was kind of about time where the offense did their part. You know what I mean? Because it feels
like it was last year.
Yes, and the defense, the defense has won them their fair share of games this year, right? Mm-hmm. The offense, even coming out of the bye, it's we're not playing to our full potential. We're still leaving a lot of plays out there. Yesterday felt like it was going to be that game where the offense had to step up, and they did. And it was great. I mean, you could obviously tell a difference Montgomery makes, right? You go back to when they signed him in March and everybody, he's just another Jamal. No, he's not. Right? He's a totally different player, man. And you saw that yesterday. But just the difference that he makes, the difference that Jonah Jackson makes, the difference of just being completely healthy on the offensive side. I mean, and you could see it in Ben Johnson's play calls. He has so much more confidence to change things up and to be creative and to try to spread the ball around a little bit. And you could tell Jared Goff. I mean, Jared Goff was outstanding, I thought, yesterday as well.
But also, with his mind, I mean, the fact of the Montgomery run, they were in the wrong formation, wrong personnel
group.
He went to the run. The Brock Wright play, it looked like that he went to the line of scrimmage, audible check the play to that. And even the 4th and 2, the fact that I remember he looked left, it looked like Gibbs got bumped. So that was like maybe the first option, then the one on the right, and he just knew where Laporta had to be, and Laporta made the play.
Yeah,
it all comes from the quarterback.
That was the best game I think Jared Goff has played on the road. I think by far. And, you could tell, man, he is that type of guy there that where if you can protect him early, if the first couple series you get him confidence and say, we're keeping these guys away from you today, that his confidence just continues to rise. I think the times where he gets in trouble is maybe there's a play early where he takes a shot, right? And then you can kind of see it takes him maybe a while to kind of regain the trust and the protection. And that's not a knock on him, but it's like any quarterback, obviously. If you can protect those guys, they're going to start trusting you a little bit more, and they're going to start, obviously, taking time and being patient and being on time and going through the reads. And that was a huge factor yesterday in that game offensively. And, man, it was just like I said, it was really good to see, especially some of the changes that Ben Johnson made coming out of the bye week. We obviously know the bye week is a big time for self-scouting. Hey, what are our tendencies when we're in this personnel or this formation or when we do this motion? And Khalil Mack even said it after the game yesterday. I don't think he was trying to throw his coach under the bus, but he made a comment that was like, well, we kind of prepared for Gibbs to do that and Montgomery to do this, and they flip-flopped it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like Montgomery used to be the kind of A-gap runner, the powers and the counters and the traps and kind of the downhill guy, and then Gibbs is kind of the outside guy. And they did do a little bit of that. Got Montgomery's couple balls on some wide stretch zones, right? A couple toss sweeps. Obviously, the 75-yard touchdown was a wide zone to the right. A huge hole there on the left side. Did a great job cutting back, but that to me is creativity from the play caller. Knowing what his tendencies are and knowing that the teams focus in on that and saying, you know what, you think we're going to do this? We're going to do the opposite. And I thought the play calling yesterday was outstanding as well.
And we discussed, like, what was your favorite play? And speaking of play calling, my favorite play was the last time they got the ball. When they got the ball first at 10 to 25, you figure they might run it first. And he does that short pass to Raymond, who goes, 41 yards down to the 34-yard line, basically put him in field goal territory right away, first play. And you can see Ben Johnson running down the side.
Yeah, sprinting with him. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I love that play call.
Yeah.
And so you didn't get to hear it.
Staying aggressive.
When you go, and I know you'll look at the tape again, maybe the broadcast, Nance and Tony Romo were so praising this whole team. It was, Jim, I think we might see them in Vegas. And, it was incredible.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that this morning. It's not that far-fetched. You look, and obviously we know what, they've only played 9 games now, right? You're just about halfway through the season. But the thing I love about this team is that they can win in different ways, right? We've seen them win kind of the low-scoring 20-13 type games, but I can't remember the last time, maybe I'm drawing a blank, but that they won a shootout. You know what I mean? It always seems like anytime it gets to like the 30s and maybe the 40s, that
they find a way to lose.
And we saw it kind of with the Seattle game earlier, right? It went to overtime. Whoever got the ball last won, and we didn't get the ball last. And that, to me yesterday, and maybe I'll have to go back, but I can't remember last time they won a shootout where it's just punch, 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 and then they finally get the ball at the end and win the game. So that to me is a sign of a good team finding different ways to win.
All right, 248-539-9797. TJ is here. We'll take your phone calls, your texts, and we'll try to figure out what to do with the defense. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you guys, my family and I recently joined the YMCA of Metro Detroit, and we love what the Y has to offer. They've got indoor lap and family swimming, which means we can go with our daughter. They've got group exercise classes, including strength training, yoga, and even Les Mills body pump classes, and it's all part of our family membership. And YMCA memberships, they're just less than $3 a day. That's less than one night of babysitting. Plus, they've got the YMCA Child Watch program, which means you can take your child with you while you work out, and they can have some fun too, and it's all included with your membership. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find your why today.
Now, you mentioned, TJ, that you talked to Taylor Decker after the game.
Yes.
That was a pretty weak call on the JMO touchdown. That was.
Never seen that called before. I guess the explanation that they've got is
It was outside the tackle box.
outside the tackle box, but he's still a defensive end. So
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a wide receiver coming in
or safety, coming out blitzing
Yeah.
off the outside. Yeah, and I didn't see it live. I had to wait till after the game to watch the replay.
Right.
Even I asked him about it and asked Jared Goff about it. He's like, I mean, even the ref said, he's never thrown that before because you're allowed to cut the defensive end.
Right.
But I guess they thought, I think it was Khalil Mack, and he was lined up a little bit wide, and he didn't immediately rush. He kind of stalled off the line. So I think the ref in the explanation told him that he didn't rush, so he's kind of a coverage guy at that point, which I don't know. I mean, it's a
Lame.
little ticky-tack because it wasn't even I don't even know if Decker made that great of contact
No.
with him.
He
I
hardly
mean,
made any.
right. And, and that's what you're coached to do on that play as an offensive lineman. You're coached, hey, get the hands down, right?
Love the play call.
Love the play call. Yeah, and I thought, look, JMO showed up yesterday. I know he didn't get a ton of opportunities,
No.
but he had a couple catches. Incredible hustle on the Montgomery touchdown run. I mean, those are good signs from a young player, right? And, I think that, like we talked about a little bit, last week, John, is, JMO's at the point now where, hey, we kind of know what he is, right? At this point of the season, if he can continue to improve, that's going to be a huge help. But I don't think you have to feel the need to force the ball to him, right? You've got other guys, you got Goff that's playing well. But the opportunities that you do get, you got to make sure you take advantage of them. I thought he did that yesterday, and it's just like it kind of feels like with Jamison Williams, it's just like, man, every time something good happens, it's like, penalty or he's always wide open. Oh, it's underthrown by 5 yards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like you just want something to click for him. And sometimes for a young player, all it takes that one play for things just to really start to click for you. But I was encouraged with his effort yesterday. I thought, he was a guy that, and look, he didn't get drafted number 12 to run block. People are going to say that, but you like to see the demeanor from him. You like to see, the positive attitude from him, and
The
I think
controllables. It's effort and attitude.
Yeah, and I think he's going to continue to get better. So it was good to see him make the plays that were available there.
Let's talk defense. How do you fix it?
What
Is
defense?
Well, okay, exactly. So is it just because you're going up against a great quarterback? To me, obviously, the novice, the fan, sitting there, why don't they double Keenan Allen all game long when he was in there, or at least bump him at the line of scrimmage? It seemed that he kind of, and he runs great routes, so I understand that part of it. But they didn't adjust at all, it didn't seem to me.
I thought they tried to throw everything they had at the Chargers, and nothing seemed to be working. And when that happens, just call it what it is, man. Players just didn't get it done, you know. And they talk about that marriage between the rush and the coverage all the time. And you guys probably had a better angle than I did at times, but pass rush seemed like it was kind of blah again. It started off early, and it was like, okay, man, like getting some pressure, forcing a 3 and out.
But even they had Barnes had a chance to make a tackle.
Kaminsky was back there, and no excuse. I mean, I think the right tackle pulled a little savvy kind of arm tug on him that prevented the sack. But I think it was one of those things. And even yesterday, I'm watching. I'm like, okay, they're running man coverage here, right? Didn't matter. Okay, next snap, we're running zone, right? Cover 2. Didn't matter. Next snap, okay, cover 3. Didn't matter. Next snap, we're blitzing 6. Didn't matter. So it's like at some point the play, like we've tried everything, guys. You got to figure it out. You got to go out there and make a play. And that's kind of been a concern for this defense now for, I don't know, 6 out of the 9 games that the pass rush has kind of been just blah. Yeah. We know that they've had a bunch of sacks, and those have kind of come
against statues.
In bunches,
against statues and blitzes.
Raiders and, Atlanta and I think Green Bay were, probably 95% of your sacks. They're just going to have to keep finding a way to get better, man. And this was about the time last year, I think, where, James Houston kind of came on to the scene. And I don't know how close he is to returning. I think Coach maybe said November or December, I want to say. But there's no help coming in, right? Like there's nobody coming in to help you guys. Like you just got to figure it out. And it was one of those games. I mean, and we're saying that about our defense. Imagine what the Chargers are saying about their defense today, right? And they've got, I mean, look at the
They got
defensive
more money
line they
invested
got.
in
I
theirs.
mean,
Yes.
right? So it just felt like one of those games where both the offenses were hot. And, I can give the defense a pass, but they got to figure it out because there's been some issues there.
And before we go to the calls, speaking of calls, so if Brad Holmes decides, what the hell, I'm going to pick up the phone and, hey, JJ, Watt, you doing anything? Would you make even chances are 99% he's going to say no. Would you make the call though?
I mean, I don't even know if that's an option.
Well, you just.
But yeah, I mean, JJ's sitting out there saying, yeah, I want to go play for a playoff team for one last run.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's talking about Sue, but who the hell knows? I mean, he's not a pass rusher, but they need help. They definitely need help, and because Charles Harris and Quares are not the answer right now.
Yeah, just not consistently.
No,
not
right.
consistently.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the phones and say good morning to Don and Howell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket with TJ Lang.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I think my turning point of the game was Goff's throw to Amon-Ra St. Brown, a really bad throw, and looking at the replay, unbelievable where he caught that ball was right on his fingertips,
yep.
right at the ground. To me, that was a major turning point to turn something that could have been a big negative into all the way to the house. And I felt like Goff had some inconsistencies. You could tell that ball wasn't coming out as well in some of the throws, but that throw to Brock Wright, I don't know if you could throw it any better. I mean, he threw it in the perfect spot and a perfect catch by him. So to me, I was just impressed on the resilience of taking some of those poorly thrown balls and catching them. Jahmyr Gibbs catching a tip ball. Unbelievable catch for him too. So I just applaud the effort and them realizing that they were in a shootout and knowing that they couldn't give them any more time. I think that was unbelievable on their part. So
great coaching, great clock management.
Yeah, and Don summed up the game pretty good there. I mean, there were so many plays in that game where, like the tip ball that Jahmyr Gibbs caught. In previous years, you'd be like, oh, man, it was tipped and he didn't catch it. Or Amon-Ra St. Brown on the wide receiver screen where he actually scored untouched. That ball slips out of a receiver's hands, or it just grazes the ground. He goes in for a touchdown, but it's called back.
That was like an Edelman catch.
Yeah, there are just a lot of things that happen in that game and the Lions are making the wins. They're creating the opportunity to win instead of making excuses of why you lost.
248-539-9797. Let's say good morning to Ed in Ann Arbor. What's up, Ed?
Hi, guys. How we doing this morning?
Great.
Good.
What's up, Ed?
Good. We got a great football team, guys. We're not there yet, but my favorite play yesterday was the Jameson Williams block that opened up the running back and sent him in for a touchdown. That means J-Mo's engaged. He's a dog. He's part of the football team. Now, one question I want to ask you, TJ, this. Exceptional athletes that are really, really fast, like Randy Moss.
Why are you asking TJ?
Randy was because he will understand.
I ran a 5 flat.
See, guards will understand.
I
Tackles
ran a
won't.
5 flat, John. What was your 40 time?
Hey, guys, I'm not trying to belittle anybody. I'm really not.
Oh, I will.
I got you.
Jameson Williams is so fast that when the mental picture of the quarterback is set so he throws the ball, he can throw it to regular people. He can't throw it to J-Mo like that. Randy Moss used to throw his hand up to let the quarterback know 5 yards before he got to the guy that he was open, okay? Because by the time the quarterback sees the picture he wants to see, the ball is already underthrown. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, I definitely get that. And I think that
It takes time.
It does. And missing the first month of the season doesn't help. Ed, no, that's a good point because I've even said it, the last couple of weeks. I know there's been a lot of frustration, before yesterday, but it still feels like it's just a work in progress, right? And I know that it's the connection's not happening as quick as people would like it to, but I really haven't seen anything from the kid that makes me give up all hope or call him a bust or say he's not going to work out. I just think that it's tough. And, John, you know this too. You can touch on this. When you get in the middle of the season and you get a new piece and it's like, what do we do with it? How do we play? Like we're rolling at a good pace right now. Do we want to throw off the rhythm because we're trying to force things now? That's not really what you want to do at this point of the season, which is why I said earlier that, I think they're at a point now with JMO that it's, and it's not a negative, but it's not just hey, we got to get him the ball. We got to force him the ball because other guys are being reliable. Other guys are making consistent plays. And JMO's still going to get his opportunities, and when he does, he's got to take advantage. And yesterday I thought was a step in the right direction.
248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls. TJ is here, 97.1 The Ticket.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team simply wins. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use, so download it and explore all of the options. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. So again, download the app, explore it, see what you can find. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Sebastian in Westland. You're on 97 on The Ticket. What's up, Sebastian?
Seabass.
That is actually what people call me. So that is kind of funny, but I guess that's not quite too much surprise. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions. First, we were talking about, why they didn't pick up a defensive end, at the trade deadline. Hell, they could still pick up a defensive end. So we were kind of looking to see what options were available if it made sense. Two names, Melvin Ingram, Carlos Dunlap. Was looking at all the stats and kind of what they were offered, the last year. Don't know if that's a possibility, but it's something we're considering. And then the other thing, people were talking about yesterday, it looked like Jerry Jacobs, Brian Branch, Jack Campbell, they all got burned by Keenan Allen. Wondering why they didn't put Cam Sutton on him and kind of change things up. But, yeah, that was definitely a problem yesterday.
Yeah, it looked like they tried to at some point in the second half, and then there were I want to say there were a couple series there where Keenan Allen went out with a shoulder injury.
Yes.
And then he came back for a couple plays, and then he went out again. It looked like they were trying to get to that adjustment at some point in that second half, and I just think maybe the fact that he went out and you didn't really know when he was coming back in the game kind of hinders what play call you want to obviously can't tell Cam Sutton to cover Keenan Allen when he's not in the game. I think that probably threw it off a little bit. I would say, every time it looks like they play off coverage, it looks like they struggle a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the Raiders game, they were playing tight. They were playing at the line. They were playing physical. They were jamming guys. And I know there were a couple plays in that game, too, where Jimmy Garoppolo missed a couple guys, but that was a credit to the pass rush. Yesterday, you just didn't have – look, when the rush was there, the coverage wasn't. When the coverage was really good, the rush wasn't there. Obviously, we know Justin Herbert's that type of guy where you let him go through 3, 4, 5 reads, scramble, go back to the other side of the field. Like, he's going to make you pay. So it's a combination in my mind of everything. And like I said, being on the sideline, I watched them try to throw different wrinkles and adjustments at it, and nothing seemed to be working.
There were some plays where it looked like they were in good coverage. They just made plays. I mean, Jacobs was around guys, and sometimes Sutton was as well.
Just right there.
Yeah,
a couple ticky-tack penalties too.
Yes,
that, it didn't really.
Well, one I know one I thought was more of a hold or an illegal contact rather than a pass interference. Here's the other question though, and Sebastian brought up his name, and we touched on it briefly earlier. Brian Branch does not seem to be the same player since he came back from the injury. Would that be fair or no?
I mean, he really hasn't made those kind of splash plays that maybe we
even
saw
the big
week
hits
1,
or
week
things
2.
like that.
Yeah. Got to be honest. I mean, it's kind of hard to point out one individual when the entire group is kind of struggling. But I guess I don't know. I mean, I'm probably the worst person to ask about defensive backs and responsibility and technique. I mean, he's obviously a guy they still trust, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, yesterday just seemed like one of those games where obviously there really wasn't anybody that had a major impact. But sure, I think, and we saw this with Hutch last year, didn't we? I mean, right about this time where started the season great. Oh my God, look at him, and then kind of hit that rookie wall a little bit, and you got to start figuring things out again, and then you find a way to things are starting to slow down a little bit, so. Brian Branch might be in that same boat, but
well, I think they're using him in a lot of different ways too. I mean, they got Cam Sutton on the edge, they got Jerry Jacobs. They're getting most of the rep at the corner position. Tracy Walker, Kirby Joseph. So they're using Branch more as that nickel, kind of do everything type of guy. And as a rookie, when you get to the middle, of the season, and you're playing so many different things, you start to get that overload of you're overthinking a little bit. And Brian Branch is a guy that needs to be able to go out there and play reactionary football. Mm-hmm. He's got to be able to react to everything that's going on. And it might be, again, we're just kind of making some assumptions here. It may be that he's just thinking too much right now.
Let's go to Mark in a truck here, 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
Hey, so the guy kind of stole a little bit of my thunder. I wanted to call and ask you guys, if you guys were a little bit more concerned about Brad Holmes not making a move at the deadline after yesterday's game. I felt like our offense looked great, but, I mean, adding a pass rusher to that defense will allow, some gaps and coverages. But I'm really thinking about it like, man, I really wish we would have did something, because if we could just put a little bit more pressure on the quarterback, there were some times Lawrence had all day to throw, and, you know, Aiden only can do what he can. But I'm just wondering if you guys are a little bit worried about that, or if you guys think that it's just going to, you know, it's kind of a moot point.
Well, it's a moot point now because the deadline's over. But, yeah, we all thought they should have try to get some help. And, you know, somebody brought up a few names that are out there. I don't know how they fit because that seems to be the word for this team.
Well, and we still don't know what they tried to do.
Exactly.
Right. I do think that there was interest in Sweat from Washington. Obviously, when the Bears come with a second-round pick, maybe you have a 2 on the table too, and I'm not saying they did or didn't, but that's
Theirs is
Bears
better.
pick is about, you know, a late first rounder, and the Lions going to be end of second round, so you can't blame them for that. But and obviously they still have a plan. They're in year 3 of their plan. They still want to keep building with the right type of guys. John, we discussed this last week. I mean, there's going to be a time where you're going to have to deviate a little bit, you know, to sacrifice a little bit to bring in a guy that can be a good player for you. John, you and I both played with guys that I didn't want babysitting my kids, but I was glad they're on my side on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and, you know, but obviously they still feel like they value the draft picks and they want to keep building the right way right now.
Did you have any teammates that ended up in the who's gal in prison like John did?
In the what?
Who's gal. It's another
Who's gal?
slang for prison.
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay. John's had at least 2, right?
Well, we know Washington. There you go.
I know.
Yeah, a number of them.
Portis and Stubblefield have 2 of my top of my head. Right?
I don't know if Portis is still in.
What did Portis do? Was it financial?
Yeah, he tried to rip off the union.
Medicare or Medicare?
Yeah, the Players Association.
The health,
yeah. That's what
the health savings account. Yeah.
All right, we got some ticket texts.
No, not yet.
Stubby.
Great to see Lions can win a shootout or a tight game.
Yeah, first time they've won, letting over 31 points.
Can we agree Joey Bosa is highly overrated? Supposedly he was sick during the week, but he's not as good as his younger brother. That's for damn sure.
No, I don't think he's as good as Nick.
No.
I don't know. I mean, he's still a good player. He just ran into a buzzsaw yesterday.
Yeah,
Like I said, that
Sewell and
offensive
Decker.
line was awesome.
The Lions could not outplay the yellow flag. Every time they forced a punting situation, the little yellow hankies showed up. Pretty typical. Only 40 years of watching it. They only had 4 penalties.
Right.
Yeah.
And they did come at key
pretty big.
moments.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, one took away a touchdown.
The only
other
one-
took away the
4th and goal,
roughing
they get a stop.
the intentional grounding one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
The
there was
only
the,
one that I disagree with was the one on Taylor Decker. That one to me seemed weak. The other ones you could call, they might have been ticky-tack, but the 2 on Cam Sutton,
The 4th and goal one, was that legit? I never saw a replay of that.
yeah.
It looked a
I
little.
mean, he spun him around.
Okay. I just had an issue with it because then they get the ball 1st and goal from the 1. Lions get 3 straight stops, and then they hit the touchdown over the middle. And I go back and watch the replay. And Derek Barnes is in good position, and the left guard's 5 yards downfield blocking him on a pass play. And I'm like, all the ticky-tack things you're calling, and you miss an offensive lineman being 5 yards downfield blocking a guy in coverage. Obviously, they were able to overcome it yesterday, which was something that maybe we didn't do quite as well in the past.
More text. This is Bob from Charlotte, North Carolina. The only complaint that I had on Goff was when it was 4th and goal, he threw the ball away, or at least it looked like he was throwing it away. I just didn't like that. But, I mean, having that the only thing to complain about is I'll take that every week. Well, okay, here's this. If he tries to make a play and it's intercepted, they get the ball at the 20. He threw the ball away, and the Chargers had the ball at the 2-yard line. So it was a smart play, not trying to make a play.
And just to clear something up here, Clinton Portis is no longer in prison.
Oh, no,
John
he's
was
out.
right. And then I also just happened to find out, and I never knew this about him, it's more endearing to you or your distaste. He once defended Michael Vick, saying with the dog fighting thing, it's his property and it's his dogs.
Mike in Waterford, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Comment.
What's up, guys? Happy Monday to you guys. What's going on?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, is that TJ Lang? How you feeling about this offensive line out there, huh? Isn't
Awesome.
that wonderful that we
awesome.
get a chance to see this full complement? Dan gets all his toys now. Right?
Yeah, that's your starting
Man,
5,
that
man. They
offensive-
got to stay healthy.
Did you see that hole that they gave Demont? I think Demont said after the game, he's never seen a hole that big. That when he scampered his 75-yarder, I mean, that's. Can you just imagine what these guys are going to do in the next couple games there, TJ? What do you think? I'll give you a chance to talk about the O-line, babe, because I know that's what you want.
Oh, yeah. No, it was a gaping hole.
Got to have big balls
It was
for to run
huge.
through that hole.
It's Stoney. Good Lord.
Come on now. Hey, all right, so one
that
last
was
question
awesome.
for you guys. One last question, because Dan Skipper endears himself to my heart, right? Dan Skipper's he's endearing. What do you think? Is he with the team the whole rest of the year and next couple of years?
Well,
The next couple of years. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, he's a guy that's been in and out in
Yes.
different teams, but I will say about Dan Skipper, like he honestly, he probably reminds Dan Campbell a lot of himself. Like he is a gritty guy. He's, and even Campbell says that. Like sometimes you don't have the most talented guys. We know Dan Skipper's not like an all-pro type of guy, but he's the type of dude you want on your side, And if you got to throw him in a pinch, like he's going to get the job done, right? And even against the Raiders,
Yeah.
I think it was Sika went out. Skipper comes in, cold right off the bench. Next play was Jahmyr Gibbs's, touchdown run in that game. So it's
where you got to have a fighter.
yes, you have to have somebody that's going to go out there and scrap. And honestly, John, I'd rather have a guy like that next to me than a guy that may be talented, but doesn't really
Little
have a mean
finesse-y.
streak. Right?
Yeah,
Just wants to
doesn't
kinda,
have a mean streak. He's just happy to be on the roster. He gets in there, and it takes him 3 or 4 snaps to get warmed up. And
Yeah.
there's always an excuse with some of those guys.
And I love Dan Skipper, and I think there's a reason why they brought him back this year. They needed some help, and he is it's a good thing to have guys like that just in case, right? He can get you through a game or two, and he is a Dan Campbell guy, man. I think Dan Campbell sees a lot of himself the type of player that he was in Skip.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get you set up for Karsha Anderson. We have more texts, more phone calls. Stoney and Jansen with TJ on a Monday, a Victory Monday. 97 won the ticket.
All right, you guys, you've been hearing me talk about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, for a long time now. And maybe you're on the fence, you're thinking about going to see him. Well, now is the perfect time. It's Michigan Hair Restoration's 10-year anniversary, and Dr. B wants to celebrate. So he's passing on major savings for our listeners. For a limited time, you're going to save $1,000 when you mention 97.1. And you're going to get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure as well. So you know what? Enough with all the ball caps every day, being self-conscious when you go swimming or you're on that Zoom call for work. Or hey, maybe you're single and you're ready to start dating again. Dr. B can help you get your confidence back, just like he's helped thousands of guys over the last 10 years. With the most advanced hair restoration techniques available, you can enjoy a thicker, healthier head of hair that looks and feels completely natural. So, for more information and to schedule your consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
248-539-9797. We always like to get TJ's take on what happened on Saturdays as well. What do you think of Michigan?
I mean, I watched the first quarter. I listened to John and Doug kind of on the way to the airport. I didn't get to watch any of the second half, just kind of getting updates on the phone.
Would you have liked to play for an offensive line that didn't pass the ball in the second half?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Line
Every
up,
offensive line
you
wants a run
kick
block.
his ass. Okay.
yeah, go double team this guy all game. Yeah, sure. Kind of going back Saturday night, and I did go back once we landed and kind of rewatch some clips and things like that. I think that was just a kind of seemed like an FU second half of we're going to run the ball. We're not throwing. You know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. May the best man win, right? And I just thought it was kind of a statement. Was it a lot of style points? No.
Who cares?
I mean, did JJ take a dip in the Heisman? Who cares?
Yes.
He doesn't
exactly.
seem like the guy that
Yeah,
cares
he's not
about
held up
that.
on that. No.
And I just thought it was I thought it was impressive. I did. Look, you can't completely dismiss everything that happened Friday and really leading up to kickoff, right? Oh, is this restraining order going to come through? I mean, that's a distraction, especially for the players. And, to still go out there and play like that and win the game, call Penn State what you want. I mean, I know the excuse later is probably going to be, oh, Penn State ain't good. Oh, they stink, blah, blah, blah. They're number 10 team on the road. So you can't take anything away from that. But it looked to me like just a statement game. It looked to me like, kind of a tribute, so to say, to Harbaugh, and which is weird to say because the guy's not dead,
right?
But it kind of looked like that. It kind of looked like Sherrone Moore's like, we're going to make our coach proud. We're going to run the ball, and we're going to, 2 clouds and 2 yards and a cloud of dust, man. And we're just going to grind on them. And
the best thing for Sherrone was that it was, he had a chance early in the season to be an interim coach, and that was the Bowling Green game. It was 3 turnovers by JJ. It wasn't smooth.
Right.
Now he gets an opportunity, whether it was, whether you wanted it or not, everybody wants an opportunity, and he's able to go in Happy Valley as the interim head coach and get a win against the top 10 team.
And I know it wasn't some overly impressive, display, but
right.
I was impressed with some of the adjustments that were made. And John and I were kind of texting early in that game, and I was like, man, JJ's going to get killed today. Nobody's touched this defensive end on about three straight pass plays.
Yeah.
This might be a struggle. And they adjusted. Okay, what? Screw that. We're going big personnel. We're bringing in 7 linemen, and we're just going to grind this thing out. And, that's just it's not a pretty style of football, but it's effective. And we obviously could tell during that game, right? You're running for 2, you're running for 3, you're running for 4, you're running for 3, and then boom, you hit the 30, and then boom, you hit the 20, right? You hit the big plays. So I thought, look, it's anytime you go on the road and beat a top 10 team, man, that's impressive. John, cover your ears. I saw the clip of Sherrone Moore after the game, and I'm sure it was emotional for all of them.
Yeah. You thought it was a little much?
Too theatrical for me, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying that in a negative part, but it's like
he's not a great crier.
A little theatrical. I mean, I'm
some
not
are good at it, some are not. He's not a great crier.
I'm gonna say it was fake, but it just seemed a little theatrical. I'm not, I'm not bashing the guy, but I could have done maybe without that.
What was it? Did you dislike that more, or Caleb Williams the week before?
Look, I'm not going to bash guys for crying.
No, me
I'm an
neither.
emotional guy. I've shed my fair share of tears on the field. I'm an emotional guy, man.
Right.
I
happen. That's right.
I do. I mean,
John's laughing.
No, I mean, I'm an emotional guy. So I get it.
If you need a shoulder to cry on,
I've never jumped into somebody's lap after a game.
His mommy jumped into his mommy's lap. And then he said in the press conference he was going to go cuddle his dog.
Yeah, I mean, kids are different these days, man. It's just, kids are coddled a little bit more than they were back in your day, John.
Well, they don't typically interview right tackles
don't really
at the
bother
end
me
of
that
games,
much.
do they?
What'd you say?
They don't typically interview right tackles at the end of games, do they?
At the very end of a game on the field,
Not
probably
typically.
not.
I mean, as much as they do guards. Yeah.
You don't have the
So what are
opportunity
you
to
saying?
go.
I didn't have the opportunity to cry?
That's right, exactly. Yeah.
Primetime game. All right, join us now.
It's like
Yes. Through his tears.
It's like in Jerry Maguire at the end when Cuba Gooding Jr. is his meeting with Roy Firestone. He's going, "You're not going to make me cry."
Yeah.
And then he's bawling by the end of it.
See, Schroeder just sort of been hugged instead.
If somebody could just give him a hug.
I know. We were looking for anybody. I mean, Jason Avant, but he was actually working.
That wouldn't be a good comparison. It'd have to be like Wojo or something.
But wait, but Rico gave Harlan Barnett a big hug at the end. Why couldn't Avant have done that?
Well, I know, but so that's what we were saying. Like, I mean, if Rico would have been able to be there to give him a hug, obviously, he wouldn't because he's a Michigan coach, but.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but it's
You're
not.
right. It would be
right.
a little-
Avant's actually
Avant's actually working.
Right.
He's a former player. He's that's not a fair comparison. That's why I said.
I mean,
it.
I guess Charles was there.
If
He could have
Wojo was
run out
there,
and given him a hug, but I don't want to
Well,
compare
who's the Michigan-
Rico to Charles.
not fair. Not fair to either of them.
Well, Woodson didn't get into Harvard. All right, we thank we thank you for coming in, TJ, as always. Carson Anderson coming up next.
You're right, Mike. He didn't. You're right.
No, he did get into Harvard.
No, you said Charles Woodson didn't get in. And I said,
right.
yeah, you're right.
Wow.
You got a point there.
Good point.
Yeah, I'll agree.
John is on one today.
Carson Anderson coming up next. We know it's Football Feast. 97 won the ticket.
All right, good Monday, everybody. Dr. Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Gator, how are you today?
Sorry, what's that?
I said, how are you today?
I'm sorry, what's that? My ears, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was at Metallica last night. It was a little loud.
Was it?
Yeah. Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Because I was in the suite, the station suite, and had we been in seats,
yeah,
I don't think I'd be able to hear a thing today. Actually, it's not so bad right now. I was just kind of joking, but
it was loudish.
It was. They hit the ground running. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
When you start the set with a song called Whiplash, there you go.
Yeah,
it was a good time, and to be able to be down there to watch the end of the Lions game, and watching it on the TVs in the suite, and when they kick the field goal, and you can hear the entire crowd behind me erupt because everybody saw it somehow, whether we're just standing on the concourse watching it or This was while Five Finger Death Punch was playing, I believe, and crowd went nuts. That was it was a good day. It was a good day.
Yep.
Very good day. And if you're a Michigan fan, it was pretty good weekend.
You know, I think it was a great weekend for. Might sound weird.
This is going to sound weird.
It's probably a great weekend for Jimbo Fisher. You don't have to deal with it at any of the crap anymore. And you get $76 million.
Like he just won the lottery?
Yeah. And by the way, do you know his contract has no offsets, which means if he signs like a 10-year, $100 million,
he can start work right away.
He could start work right away, and he still gets paid his entire $76 million. I was reading today that almost every contract has offsets. So if you get fired and you're owed $76 million, but then you sign a $50 million contract, you subtract the $50 million from the 76, and Texas A&M is on the hook for only $26 million.
Right.
Not this contract.
No, not this Cowboy.
It gets all of it. But
well, good for him.
There's a lot of jobs opening up today. Texas A&M's open. Boise State's open. Mississippi State fired their coach. That job's open. Brady Hoke just told his team he's retiring. San Diego State is open. So it's that time of year.
Yep, you already have Michigan and Northwestern.
I'm sorry?
Michigan State and Northwestern,
okay,
sorry.
Yeah.
No.
I
We'll
think
wait, we'll wait a few weeks for the Michigan one.
Yeah, well.
If that ends up being that.
The Northwestern job might be filled by that dude. I mean,
he's done a hell of a job, man.
Yep.
Done a hell of a job. And how about that Iowa offense?
Breakout. Under hit, though.
Well, they under hit because they took the gas. They took their foot off the gas. They were there. They were ready to drive in and score, and then they're like, you know what? You look over at Ferentz, and he's like, we're just gonna take a knee.
Yep.
Oh, You have a chance to finally hit the over. Nope, stuck at 22, but a shutout. You know how you've changed your mind about defense when it comes to the NFL?
Yeah,
You
defense.
say now it's all about offense.
Yeah, defense. I used to be a defense wins championships guy, and I'm not anymore.
Iowa is the exception. If Iowa had any pulse offensively, and maybe it's the opposition, because they haven't really played a whole bunch of teams there, but their defense has been outstanding this year, statistically. But again, look at who they played. But if they had any offense, any kind of a pulse, this might be a team we'd be talking about.
Maybe. I mean, look, college is a little bit different. But
because it's the reason that USC sucks.
Because they don't have a defense.
They have no defense. They're all offense and no defense. I mean, if you were watching the Oregon USC game, which I don't think you were because you're probably coming back.
Yep.
First two plays of the game for Oregon, a 77-yard touchdown and an 83-yard touchdown or something like that. First two plays. Okay. Here we go. Good luck, USC.
Well, it was a wild weekend of football, and on the marquee today is that 41-38 win by the Detroit Lions. And, man, you talk about a lot of twists and turns, a lot positive, plenty negative. But, hey, they got the win, and that's really all that matters. Are there some things that need to get better moving forward? Of course, defensively. When you give up 5 straight touchdown drives to finish the game, which motivates your head coach to go for it on 4th and 2 with a minute and a half to go. Wow. And, I mean, that decision, we tracked Campbell's gambles, and he went for it on 4th down, I think 5 times yesterday. Go look. I think it was 5 times, and he made it 4 of them.
It was impressive. They were 4 of 5. And the Chargers, by the way, were 3 of 3
on
4th down. That's quite a performance from both teams.
But is the biggest gamble of the year? He made a decision late in that game.
He did.
On 4th and 2, and that play didn't exactly work as designed. I mean, Jared Goff after the game talked about how his read on that was he went through his progressions. 1, 2, 3, 2. Laporta was the second option. And he read his first option, second option, went to his third option, came back to his second option. Which is amazing. I mean, on this play, when Dan Campbell said after the game, I trust my guys, we got people back, I trust them, really trust the quarterback. And the quarterback didn't panic 1, 2, 3, 2, like his fourth read, and he goes back to the tight end and completes a 6-yard pass. And, it was funny because at the time I was like, are they doing this because they don't have faith in Patterson from this distance? And I was like, after the game, Campbell's like basically saying, look, this had the feel of whoever had the ball last. I wanted to have the ball last. I mean, he said as much. I wanted to have the ball last. And even if we didn't get it, I had 3 timeouts. And, I thought we'd possibly get the ball back if we didn't get it. So, I mean, it was, talk about a crazy, aggressive play by Dan Campbell. I don't know how many coaches would have done that. I think in Detroit, it comes as no surprise. But, Gator, what a call.
Yeah, that was a call. I'm trying to find the play, or when it was that they did it. Was it actually on the first drive?
What are you talking about? Which call?
I'm looking for something where why do I think, a lot of things going through my head. Didn't the Lions do a draw play?
They had on a 4th and 5. They ran it for 6. They ran it on 4th and 5.
That is crazy. And I'm trying to find out in the game when they did that, but I can't see it. So, the Gambles, I was uncomfortable. I will tell you that when they went for it on 4th and 2, and I'm sitting with a couple people I knew, and I look over at them, and they're like, what do you think? I'm like, I don't think I like this. I said, my stomach right now is in knots, and I don't know if it's because of the double bass I'm hearing from the band in the background, or if it's because I just feel nauseous that they're going to go for it on 4th and 2 here, because I was thinking, why not kick a field goal? But, it worked. His gambles worked throughout, and what we saw last night was what I'm going to expect the rest of the way, as long as you got a healthy offensive line.
Yeah.
Because that was the first time we got to see that line work in that capacity with both running backs healthy, basically with everybody else healthy on the offensive side of the ball. And they racked up 533 yards in offense, 200 of which came on the ground. Everybody did their job. The touchdown run by Montgomery, the 75-yarder, was spectacular, only outclassed by Jameson Williams racing down the field to not block the guy who's right next to him. Don't need to do that. I'm going to get the guy ahead of you and block him because Monty's already going to pass you. It was a smart move to block the guy, the lead dog, instead of the guy who was next to him, and ended up, in a way, kind of taking out the other guy. And Montgomery with the toe tapping down the sideline was brilliant. I just love that play all around. I mean, it was great vision by Montgomery, a great block by Jameson Williams, great execution by Montgomery down the sidelines, and it's a highlight reel play.
It's a pretty wild story about that play, and you mentioned a bunch of stats, and maybe passed over the stat that is most impressive to me. I don't want to say passed over, but there is one stat that something Goff talked about post-game that's just amazing. It's just amazing. And we will get to that today at 10:18. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. We'll have ours today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Hey, lots to talk about. Let's do it here on 97.1 The Ticket.
And the answer
was yes, and it was just the one replay didn't look like it. The other replay, you could see just this tiny little sliver of green. To which my wife said, "Why don't the players just like take a green highlighter to their shoes and on the running backs to make it look like they're always in bounds?" It was incredible. I mean, and that run, there's a story out of that run. There's a story out of. Well, there's a lot of stories to get to from that game. As the Lions improved, the Detroit Lions are 7-2 people, and they went on the road. And, to Ford Field West and won against one of the toughest opponents they have the rest of the way. Things change. Seasons are filled with ebbs and flows, but this team is playing at a high level right now, and it's just a matter of trying to sustain it. Because if they sustain it, the number 1 seed is in play. I mean, the number 1 seed is clearly in play if they can sustain this level of play. But you mentioned, and Dan Campbell mentioned, hey, we got our guys back. And he was confident and trusted and believed in this team, and which led to some of the fourth down calls. But you talked about the offensive line. Jared Goff said, and we stressed all week, man, how do you slow down Bosa and Mack? How do you slow down this third best pass rush by sack total in the NFL? Can this offensive line get it done? Boy, did they answer with a resounding yes.
Yeah, they were fantastic. Just together as a unit. If they were going to stunt, they were able to handle it. They did it brilliantly against two of the best. I mean, I heard a morning show talk about Joey Bosa, that he's not Nick Bosa. No, he's not, but he's damn good. I love Joey Bosa. I think he's a really good player. But you're going against one of the best. Penei Sewell is maybe the best right tackle in all of football. And he left his calling card on the field last night. Says, hey, here I am. Give me a call sometime. It's not working. You're not getting past me. And he rose up to the challenge. Decker on the other side, he rose to the challenge. And you look at the stat line, no sacks. No sacks. It's the story of the game on both sides, really. No sacks against the Lions. Lions offense able to roll up 41 points. But then you look defensively, Justin Herbert, no sacks.
Right.
Chargers able to roll up 38 points offensively. So this is another Monday, Doug. We keep doing this after a win. Love the win. But
there's some stuff that needs to get better. Jared Goff said at the postgame podium he didn't even get touched. He didn't get hit once. Jared Goff didn't get touched by one of the best pass rushes in the NFL. Now, you go to the game book, and it says there were 2 QB hits in the game for the Chargers.
Khalil Mack and Austin Johnson each had a hit.
Yes.
Registered. But
Jared Goff said, I didn't get hit during that game. So, I mean, cool for Jared and everything. And he doesn't remember getting hit, but that just goes to tell you and show you what an incredible job the offensive line did. Now, like you said, Lions win, and there is a but. Like, this is their second, I think we could call it safely, their second defensive stinker this year. First one came against Seattle.
Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore. It's their third. It's their third defensive stinker this year. Right? I mean, they gave up 38 to Seattle. They gave up 37 to Seattle, 38 to Baltimore, now 38 to the Chargers.
And absolutely. I mean, 38 points is too many points. But I do want to give the defense credit for standing up at the end of the game. There were, 7 straight plays from the 1 yard line, basically, that they said they bowed their neck and said it's not happening. And
it's unfortunate the pass interference in the end zone.
Not sure if it was PI, but they call it. Doesn't matter. And I was driving in, I heard TJ say it, and that's what I was livid with, that the touchdown pass, that offensive lineman is halfway in the end zone blocking Derek Barnes. It's an eligible man downfield. There's no question. And there's no flag on that, and it was a touchdown.
Yeah.
So what would it look like another try, 4th and goal from the 7 might look a little bit different.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
they overcame it.
It's honestly, that was so close to being incredibly impressive by the defense, because it took them 2 4th and 1s, and one that got bailed out by the PI. That one drive included 2 Cam Sutton PIs on one on 3rd and one on 4th. That kept the drive alive for the Chargers. But hey, they got to be better than that at some point. You just hope you don't have a bad day on the wrong day. But I really do believe offense wins championships. Your defense just has to be good enough. And hopefully they will be good enough. Hopefully they will be good enough. Who can give more? Well, I mean, I think that you could say that the secondary can give more if they do get C.J. Gardner-Johnson back. I think Jack Campbell's a player that can and is improving week to week. Can Pascal give him more? Can Broderick Martin give him more? I mean, they got to find a way to get more out of their defense in some bigger games coming up.
Yeah, and there were a couple things offensively they could have done. I mean, they had the touchdown that was called back that really strange. That Taylor Decker, no doubt, is trying to go low to make a block, but he doesn't touch the guy, and he still gets flagged for it, which was odd. And the Lions end up with a field goal. So that's 4 points. They turned down an opportunity to kick a field goal, so that would have been another 3. So you're looking at 7 more points they could have scored. It looks a little different at 48-38, but I don't care.
Kang, what'd you think?
Yeah, obviously, very obviously, the offense was good enough to win yesterday because they did win the game and scored a ton of points. Defensively, a game like that, when it's clear you don't have it as a whole, right? The Chargers scored on their last 5 possessions. They couldn't be stopped. It was a game almost where you felt like whoever had the ball last was going to win the game. So defensively, that's just where you need someone at some point to make a play, to make a splash play. An interception, a fumble return, right? A big sack. Yeah, exactly. Things like that. It just never happened. And I thought they got screwed on a couple of those pass interference calls as well, Gator. But still, someone had to make a play at some point, and it never happened. And I think that's why
the roughing call.
Yeah, people at the trade deadline were they wanted help somewhere on defense. This is, I think, the reason why. Hey, I hate talking about it like this because they won the game and it was a great win. Wins are hard to come by in the league. Look around the league. I say it every week, guys. The NFL will humble you. Did anyone think the Ravens were going to lose to the Browns?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Things like this happen all the time. So a win is a win. But just looking forward, whether it's Hutchinson or any of the guys you guys mentioned, at some point when the defense as a whole isn't doing it, someone has to make a play.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Greg, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys, and thanks for taking my call. And once again, I'd like to thank you for helping me to become an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic.
Well, we've all got both gears. We could shift into emotional fanatic at any time.
Well, yeah, and you guys have shaped and formed me for that, especially in this newness of where I am and being on the winning side and being the king of the lunchroom because now I have something to talk about, so it makes me king of the lunchroom.
King of the lunchroom, nice.
I'm king of the lunchroom.
There you go.
But really quick, guys, I always said, and every time I call, I have always said that the Lions have the capability of scoring 40 points a game. I'm always going to believe that. I'm always going to believe they can score 10 points a quarter. They have the personnel for it. I just believe that. And so it's easy, and rightfully so, that the coach can go 4th and short. I just believe it because we have the personnel. We really do. I just believe that. And so another thing, I think we, and this is out of everything I'm talking about, I think we need to show Billy Sims some love. I know that's out of the air, but we need to show Billy Sims some love. And number 3, and finally, let me let you guys go. You guys have the ability to do this, and I really need you to do this. I say this every time I'm calling. Can you please talk to somebody and get that Lions roar at the end of a touchdown, that 100 decimal Lions roar on our home field? You guys can talk to somebody and
get it restored. The old roar from the Silverdome.
Yeah. Well, with the new technology, yes.
Yeah.
Forget the old one at the Silverdome, but with this 100 decimal roar on a touchdown or right before 3rd and short where we have to defend. And that'll keep that defense up. And what is the last thing for sure?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of talk about. I mean, I've heard some stuff about the Lions don't really have like a theme song necessarily, which a lot of teams do. I don't think you force these things; they just happen like out of hubris. It's something, very organic will become the thing, whether it's a Lions roar or a song or whatever. Bottom line is, we got a football team that's for real. There was a couple moments in that game where I was like, these are the tests of how real you are. And they didn't pass them all, but they passed enough. We will talk about all of those, plus have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Carson Anderson here on The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations in a moment. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jeremy's next on 97.1. Hi, Jeremy.
Good morning, gentlemen. I
you?
just want to preface this by saying I'm so proud of our team. This is the most complete Lions team I've seen in my lifetime. Very happy with them. They are not Super Bowl contenders. With this defense, they will not be able to go up against San Francisco or Philadelphia or Baltimore or even with Seattle.
What about Kansas City?
They do not have the defense to stop good teams. So it's going to be another year. They're going to have to make a move. They're going to have to get.
Well, why resign yourself to that? I mean, they did beat Kansas City at Kansas City to start the season. That was a pretty good W. And
you're right. And again, but if we're going to work off the idea that we're not going to worry about the things that happened in the past, same old lines, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that was a great win to open the season. But how these teams have evolved at this point, would you still pick the Lions to beat Kansas City if they were to play that game again this weekend?
Well, would I pick them? No, but I'd also say that they have a chance, and I don't think it's just a puncher's chance to win. I think they have a legitimate shot to beat Philadelphia. I think they have a legitimate shot to beat Dallas. I think they have a legitimate shot to beat San Francisco. I wish that they had a little more. I wish they added a pass rusher, but I think that they can absolutely beat those teams because you know what, Jeremy? They have a chance to play those teams at home. And that's a big, big difference when they're playing inside Ford Field as opposed to playing on the road at Dallas where Dak Prescott is unbelievable or playing on the road at Philly in the elements.
Look at, again, like you said, as these teams are evolving.
So are the Lions.
The things that you've seen, all right, you're right. Again, I'm not disagreeing with that, but again, like the way that Baltimore was able to just manhandle them. The way that
and then Baltimore lost to Cleveland because they got cocky or whatever. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, Jeremy, but I'm just all right. I'm not gonna go down that road. So I'm not going to sit there and accept failure right now. Why would I do that? Why would I say that my team has no chance right now and just call your shot and sit back and have a cigar? I mean, there's no point in that. This team can compete with any team in the NFL, and they've shown it.
Last year's Super Bowl champion ranked 12th in total D, 16th in scoring D. The Lions right now rank 9th in total D and 21st in scoring D. It's the thing that could bring them down. But to say no shot is a little bit strange to me. Because a team that won the Super Bowl last year did it with, I'm not going to say a similar defense, but this year the Lions are giving up 22.6 points a game. And last year's Super Bowl champion, Kansas City, gave up 21.7. So the difference in points per game is 0.9 points per game between this current Lions defense and last year's Super Bowl champion. I don't love what I saw defensively yesterday.
No, I don't know.
This is 3 stinkers this year, and they came against really good offenses. They did shut down Kansas City at the beginning of the year, so they've shown some capability, and maybe it was just Kansas City's worst day, and then maybe we'll just be hoping it's Philly's worst day. But to say no shot seems to be extraordinarily hot-takey.
Yeah, look, again, I would be happier had they addressed some things on the defense at the trade deadline. They didn't, and we'll see if the Lions can get back a couple of major pieces to the defense before the season ends and you get into the playoffs. If they can get James Houston back, if they get C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, those are a couple of not just little pieces. Those are massive pieces. You're talking about a safety who was supposed to start the season as your starting safety, and you're talking about a defensive end that goes opposite of Hutch, the guy who had 8 sacks in 7 games last year or whatever it was. Those are 2 big pieces that they could add, hopefully by the first game that they're playing in December, maybe the second game they play in December.
248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations, and then we'll get to more of your phone calls. And I don't know if people want to read. My man said no shot. None. They are not a Super Bowl contender. My champ of the weekend, Gator, is Dan Campbell. For the calls that he made, it feels to me like he essentially made specific calls that led directly to winning. And it's calculated risks. He sort of, in some games, seems to be all gambling Dan Campbell. In other games, not so much. This is one where he was. It was a shootout. They went for it on fourth down 5 times, got it 4 times. And the one he made at the end is because he trusted in his guys, and his guys came through. Dan Campbell's my champ of the weekend.
My champ of the weekend is Jaden Daniels, the quarterback at LSU. I wanted to go with the Lion, but there were just too many outstanding performances in college football that I had to pick one. And Jaden Daniels threw for 372 yards and 3 touchdowns and ran for 234 yards and 2 more touchdowns on just 12 carries. So he accounts for over 600 yards in offense and 5 touchdowns. This guy should win the Heisman Trophy, and he probably won't because LSU is 7-3, even though it's not his fault he doesn't play defense.
My chump of the weekend and worst weekend of the year for this guy, and by this guy I mean me, I went 1 for 5 in my picks.
Oh.
Yep. So I'm chumping myself.
I haven't looked. I'm pretty sure I was 0-3 in the college game. I have to look at the pro game, but I don't think I did much better. My chump of the week, I'm going to go with Texas A&M. Are you seriously going to eat $76.8 million worth of a contract for Jimbo Fisher? That's really happening? That's a disgusting show of wealth, and I don't care. Bring in the next guy. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable to me.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Back to your phone calls. Marlon, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Marlon.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. How you doing on this beautiful Monday?
Doing well. Thank you.
I got a champ and chump, but I got to say, I got to give a big thank you to the 2 of you guys.
For?
Doug, you were just saying that you were chumping yourself for your picks, but, man, you guys with that UFC pick was spectacular.
With which pick?
UFC over Oklahoma State, your locks of the week, both of you guys.
That was terrible.
Yeah, or it was UCF.
That was awful.
Yeah.
I took UFC and made big money. I had a bad week.
Well, I'm glad you took the UFC, but it was Central Florida.
Yeah, it was
not
UCF.
Florida Central, but yeah.
Oh, well, misunderstanding made me a lot of money then. Thanks.
Good for you,
But
man.
anyways, thanks, man. But champ and chump is the NFL schedule for not flexing and putting the Lions and the Chargers game Sunday nights. That we had to watch the Jets and Raiders game. That was absolutely horrible. That's how do you do that? I don't understand it. That game was god awful to watch. So I think that I got to chump them for not flexing. Any game would have been better than that one. And my champ, you can go so many ways. You can go Coach Moore with Michigan for what they did. You can go with the Lions. You can go with Dan Campbell. I mean, anybody. But for a special occasion, I'm going to go with DJ Hayden. He passed away in that car crash at 33 yesterday. It's just sad because I don't know if you remember when he got drafted, his college career in practice, he took a massive hit, had open heart surgery, told he might not live. He ended up making it to the NFL. He was actually a former Lion. So all the adversity he went through in his life to make it, live his dream, to pass away like that is very sad. I have to give him the champ of the week for DJ Hayden.
Marlon, thank you. 248-539-9797. We go to Bill next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi guys. Good morning.
Morning.
That was a great game. I think that showed what the offense, how good the Lions offense can be, which is pretty damn good when they've got it all together. I'm with you, Gator. I wish they would have got a pass rusher. It was so frustrating watching that. Hopefully James Houston can come back. But quick champ and chump.
Yep.
My champ is MCDC. I think that call yesterday he went to MCBB to do that call. And I think you guys can translate what that means. And I'm screaming at the TV, "No, what are you doing? What are you doing?" My wife's like, "Shut up." And they made it, and I have to say it. I don't want to belabor it, but my chump is the Big Ten commissioner for that suspension. I think that happened just after you guys went off the air.
Yeah, it happened at like 4:10 or something like that.
Yeah, and just that was just. I'm not going to belabor it, but he's my chump for. That I mean, it was kind of a joke, but anyway, thanks a lot, you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Doug, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Doug.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Happy Lions victory Monday. Just a quick champ and chump for you. Champ, I'm going with Shamar Moore. Great job coaching Michigan to a victory. I think 32 straight runs in the second half, if I remember great. And my chump is going to be the officiating crew in the Lions-Chargers game. I think all the way around, I just didn't understand any of the calls, especially the two PIs on the one drive to Cam Sutton.
Well, the second one in particular in the end zone, I was like, wow, that is a huge call to make there. Yeah. I mean, there's sort of this fine line where I'm kind of like, shouldn't it be obvious? And then you go, well, pass interference is pass interference. I didn't see a replay that sold me that was truly pass interference, but... all right, so one of the biggest plays in the game came when the Lions screwed up and it all worked out. And how it happened was wild. We'll get to that today at 10:50. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, let's get them in. Hey, you hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to do in terms of being a sports bar. No one can touch them. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve a bar food. It's an elevated menu, and it's impressive. Did you know? It's a scratch kitchen. Their team arrives every day at 7 a.m. preparing all the food that you're going to enjoy. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips. They craft their own meatballs. They hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make their own salad dressing. They even hand make their croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. There's the trophy trout or the mom's pot roast. And see for yourself, the food is great. The bourbon list is great. They got high-end favorites like Jefferson's Reserve and Blanton's, even high-end tequilas like Don Julio 1942. And you should all know that they pour their draft beer at 29 degrees. They pair it with wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. And you stop by, you got football tonight. They got the late-night happy hours, so take advantage of that. Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Dan Campbell, Lions win 41-38 over the Chargers in a game that has that game of the year type feeling. And the Lions, there was some risks taken, and there was some stuff that needs to get better. We've already had it proclaimed today that they are not a Super Bowl contender because of the defense, which has had 3 stinkers this year against 3 good opponents. They did do a great job against Patrick Mahomes and company, but there's room for improvement, and the question is, can it come this year? Can Aaron Glenn figure it out? Can James Houston or Josh Paschal or Broderick Martin or Jack Campbell, guys that maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson, guys that either return from injury or have more to give, can they do so? Because yesterday they didn't have any answers. The Chargers' last 5 possessions were all touchdowns. 5 straight possessions with touchdowns, which explains why Dan Campbell is like, I'm not giving him the ball back. If I do give him the ball back, I got 3 timeouts and we're going to have to try and tie it. But right now, 4th and 2, minute 30 to go, they're out of timeouts, I'll go for it. And if it's either long field goal now or short of field goal later and they don't get the ball back. And that's what he did, and it worked.
It was impressive. I was very impressed with their effort from yesterday, despite the defensive problems that they had. It looked like give the Chargers some credit too. The running backs did a hell of a job blocking when the Lions would blitz.
Yep.
They just picked it up, and it was a great job. But still, we get back to the point that the Lions do not generate a pass rush without having to bring linebackers. And then they try to bring the linebackers, and they don't get home at all yesterday. It's frustrating. I'm sure it's frustrating for them. Nobody wants to give up 38 points in a game. But if you end up with 41 while you give up 38, you're okay with it for the time being. But I imagine there's a lot of work they're going to be doing this week.
From Jody on Twitter, Champ Jared Goff chumped the Pistons. I don't care about the stiff competition. 8 in a row is an embarrassment. Jody in the D. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Drew. You're next. Hi, Drew.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
We're good. Thank you.
Good. Hey, so I'm here in Denver. I think we can all agree that the champs are obviously the Detroit Lions. We don't have to dive too deep into that one. So for that, I've got a chump and a chump for this weekend, and it's from the Sanders family, not our little angel boy Barry, but Deion Sanders and Shadur Sanders. Deion Sanders, obnoxious. I think it was after the TCU game. They weren't supposed to win, but somehow they did. You attacked the reporters. Hey, I kept the receipts, blah, blah, blah. And now he's in super defensive mode, combative, hostile, aggressive in his press conference interviews, especially with the 3 or 4 game skid that they're on. Yeah, sure, they're in the toughest division, but he just walks like he's like Jesus or something. And then his son, Shadur, is cruising around Boulder in a Rolls Royce and has 10 parking tickets, has his car booted, and he walks around like his father on campus, disobeying rules and thinking he runs the show.
Well, I guess I haven't been paying attention to Deion in recent weeks, so I don't know that he's been super duper defensive or anything like that. It's it's the downside of if you are big on talking a lot is that it can come back to haunt you a little bit. We know his football team isn't particularly talented. The fact that they're 1-6 in the Pac-12 now is not the direction we saw this was going to go. I still like Deion, and I think Deion has a chance to build a powerhouse there.
I think he's building one.
Yeah,
because I don't think his kid's going pro next year. I think he's going to come back because Deion wants him to come back, and they can compete for a national championship.
He's going to go pro to avoid all the parking tickets.
Gator, you had a ton of parking tickets in your career.
Yeah.
Was it a Rolls Royce as well?
It was not.
Okay.
It was not. Did I have
Lambo?
An attitude that I was better than everybody? Absolutely not. I was lazy. I was extraordinarily lazy. That's why I racked up all the parking tickets. I love Shadur Sanders as a player. That guy is getting his ass kicked every single week, and he gets up every single time. He has thrown 26 touchdown passes to only 3 interceptions while completing nearly 70% of his passes. He's got over 3,100 yards on the year. He has been incredible. If that team had any semblance of an offensive line, they'd win a couple more games. They're not ready to be national champions. But you know what? Now that everybody has seen what Deion and company have done there in one season, I'm going to guess he's going to hit the portal hard, and they're going to get outstanding offensive linemen in the portal. They're going to get help on defense in the portal, and they're probably going to get another offensive stud skill player in the portal, let alone that he's recruiting 4-star players and 5-star players. Deion's going to have the thing humming.
248-539-9797. Gator, I have an announcement to make.
Oh.
We have a ticket giveaway today. We're giving away 4 tickets to the private screening of Bye Bye Barry, the documentary hosted by the Detroit Lions and Amazon. That is coming up on this Friday, the 17th. You'll hear from Barry's family and friends and more on his sudden retirement from football, plus Barry's opportunity to finally set the record straight for himself as to why he retired. This video will be released globally on Prime Video on November 21st, but you can win tickets to see Bye Bye Barry. Do we know where this is, by the way? It doesn't say on the live read. I apologize.
I believe it's the Fox Theater.
Okay. Well, cool opportunity for you. We're going to do it with a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:40. So starting now, between now and 1:40, something will be said on these airwaves that will be the answer to the quiz question. And the first one with the correct answer will get the 4 tickets to see the Barry Sanders documentary, Bye Bye Barry. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Greg. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Good morning. Good morning, Doug, Gator, King.
What's
up?
up?
Lovely Los Angeles. I am just waking up from my hotel room with a view of lovely SoFi Stadium. I've got to get a champ. My champ of the week are the Lion fans. I'm going to give y'all the tailgate perspective. My wife and I were walking around with a bottle of Jim Beam honey whiskey, giving shots to anybody in a Lions uniform, and it was Lions everywhere in the tailgate. We took over a stadium.
That's awesome.
And I had to experience it firsthand. We live in Vegas. We're from Detroit. I went to Cass Tech, and my wife went to Cass Tech, but we live out here now in Vegas, and we came to Los Angeles for the game. And I'm going to tell you, you guys wouldn't have been more proud. Gator, you would have loved it.
That's
Gator,
awesome.
You got to get your butt to it. You got to get your butt to a road game.
I do.
A road game, man.
I do. I need to mingle with the people before a road game. Let's get this going.
What do you guys think? Vegas for Super Bowl?
Chicago.
Yeah, especially with you handing out shots, Greg.
Oh, that was our idea. So I love I think it's peanut butter whiskey. I love that. Screwball.
Wow.
And my wife likes Jim Beam. She prefers bourbon, but she likes Jim Beam honey whiskey. So we just walked around. We brought some shot cups. We walked around. We challenged it. We saw grown men like, oh, no, I can't have any of that. Drink it. We going in to fight today. And we hugged. I wish I could send you my video of the field goal at the end of the game. I wish there was some way I could get it to you guys. The fan perspective would have been so much better.
You can tweet us.
Are you on Twitter?
If you're on Twitter, tweet us.
I am on Twitter. I will tweet you.
At Doug Gator.
When I get back to Vegas.
At Doug Gator
971.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will. You've got to see it.
Love
to see it. It was great. Champion the Lion fans at the tailgate. We love you guys. Those of y'all going back home to Michigan, thank God for you. I really think the fans helped pull that game out. And I want to chump anybody who thinks that a win is not a win. The great Herm Edwards. Say it for me.
You play to win the game.
To win the game.
You play to win the game. Keep Michigan's got a saying too. Keep the main thing, and that is win the game. And look, there's stuff to be concerned of. There's no way that the Lions are sitting back on a Monday going, well, that was awesome in every way, and we have nothing to clean up.
Right. Nope.
That's not happening. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to the story about the 75-yard run for people who haven't heard it. It's pretty funny, and that is at 11:02. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback, Champ and Chump votes. Chance to win those tickets to see Bye Bye Barry, the Barry Sanders documentary. That at 1:40. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. We'll get Gators' review of the Metallica concert a little bit later. We've got a couple stories from the trip to Penn State. We'll talk about the college games this weekend as well throughout the show. Champ and Chump every Monday. It's open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you. And, all right, so, look, I guess this happens occasionally, and it happened on the 75-yard run. Lions in the huddle. Jared Goff makes the calls. They break in the huddle. He realizes they have the wrong personnel. They were supposed to be in 12 personnel, which is 1 running back, 2 tight ends. And they were in 11 personnel, which is 1 running back, 1 tight end. And the extra player was Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Amon-Ra was like, wait, what am I supposed to do here? He had no idea. And he goes and lines up, and Jared checks into a run because that's what you're supposed to do. If you have the wrong personnel, you can get away with checking into a run. So it was supposed to be a second tight end on the field, and instead, Amon-Ra was on the field. Do we have the sound? Is this Jared or is this Amon-Ra? They both told the story. It's Amon-Ra? Okay, here's Amon-Ra telling the story.
Wow.
So they go 75 yards with the wrong personnel on the field. And Jared, after the game, was like, yeah, it kind of happens every once in a while in a game. And he goes, it's funny because you practice and you do everything all week. You're as buttoned up as can be. Then you break the huddle and you look around and you're like, oh, crap. So the solution is to change the play, kill.
Right. Let's just run it. We're just going to run it.
Yep. And they're just going to run it and figure it out later, live to play another down. And David Montgomery goes 75 yards. And that's football.
Hey.
Sometimes, is that a little bit lucky? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah, totally. But they executed the play. He had great vision once he got through the line of scrimmage and cuts over.
When he got to about the 50-yard line, he's in the middle of the field and he's completely surrounded. And he puts the brakes on and cuts left like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. How he did that and then turns the jets on. And he's got Jameson Williams downfield, which, Jameson apologist Kang couldn't stop talking about today. And we'll give you your moment.
I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah. Very, very amusing turn of events.
I did not hear that story, so that's fantastic to hear that.
Yep.
And watching Montgomery do that and sprint down the sidelines, and I said to my brother, I go, this is the difference between David Montgomery and Jamal Williams. Montgomery can do that. Jamal was fantastic for the Lions. Great short yardage back, 17 touchdowns, 1,000 yards rushing last year. Just steady, 4 yards a carry, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Montgomery has more to give. Montgomery was stuck in a bad team with the Bears, and we knew that he was better than that. Now he gets behind one of the better offensive lines in football, probably one of the top 5 offensive lines in football, maybe even better than top 5. And he shows what he can do. He's off and running. He's having a great start to his career with the Lions. And to see both of those running backs get off yesterday and, between them run for nearly 200 yards was just fantastic.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Who do we got next here? Chris, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Chris?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Doing good.
I only have a champ for this week, and that's the Alma College football team.
What they do?
What the Scots do?
The Scots went out. They trounced Albion.
There you go.
50 plus something to like 14. And they seized the MIAA championship, second year in a row. Now they're on to the Division III playoffs.
Great
for them.
I love it.
Yeah, they're ranked 16th nationally.
I did not know that. My brother's an Alma grad, so I've spent many a weekend up there, and I know what it's like up there. And football's kind of it's a great atmosphere.
To do but go to the football game.
Well, that's what you got. Fun times.
So it was a great time, great weekend for them.
Well, go Scots.
You bet you. Go fire up. Well, Chips. Go fire up Chips, but go fire up Scots too.
Yeah. Well, keep us in the loop. Let us know how the Scots are doing. Beat the Britons.
They did beat the Britons.
Beat the Britons. Scots over the Britons. 248-539-9797. We go to John next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, John.
So I live in L.A. and I had a lot of my guys come from Detroit to watch this game. Your caller, a couple callers ago, stole a little of my thunder. So I got to give you the champ of the week as a Lions fans, but I'm gonna give it to you from the in-game perspective.
Yeah.
Yo, man, I have never in my life been at an away game and taken over a stadium like that. And I know callers have been saying that all year about the Chiefs game and all these different games. It had to be 60-40 in that stadium. Wow. We were so loud to the point where when the Chargers were on these, some of their fans were like, bro, y'all got to chill, bro. Like, this is crazy. I'm like, listen, man, it's been 70 years, dude.
Right.
Like, we have 70 years of pent-up energy between our ancestors, all right? We need this, okay? But it was a great game. It was a great time, man. So I got to champ the Lions fans. Those guys are balling. Jahmyr Gibbs in person, that dude is fast, man.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a phenomenal experience, man. And I'm going to shout out the Chargers fans. Really cool people. You know, L.A. is people chilling out in L.A. They don't care about football, so they just there for the event. So it was a cool time, man. And I got to chump the entire Big Ten, the commissioner, the whole Michigan thing. Everybody's a chump. The whole thing is ridiculous. So forget that. But the champ is the Lions fans. Love your show, man. Love listening to you guys out here in L.A. in the morning. Keep doing what you do. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking at the schedule. They have Chicago at home and Green Bay at home.
Mm-hmm.
So after those two wins, will people be fired up for that trip to New Orleans? That trip to New Orleans on December 3rd is their next road game? Are we going to take over the what is it, the Mercedes-Benz?
Right, the former Superdome?
Now? Whatever it's called now.
I'd like to say yes, but I don't think so because I think New Orleans fans actually show up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that stadium's ripe. The SoFi for a Charger game is ripe for a takeover, and we took it over, apparently. It sounded, you could hear Lions fans on the TV broadcast for sure.
I think that New Orleans fans show up, plus you're talking it's a December game, and people with their travel money might be used for Christmas rather than, hey, let's take a trip out to New Orleans.
Right.
Like Los Angeles was different because there's so many transplanted Detroiters living in the Los Angeles area,
heard from two of them.
or in Vegas.
Well, one guy was Vegas, yeah.
Or in Phoenix. You got lots of people from Michigan, lots of people from Detroit living out in the West Coast. So that was not a surprise. I was loving hearing on Friday that people were getting on planes. Lots of people flying out there. So it wasn't just the transplants. We probably had a nice contingent from people flying there. But I wouldn't expect the same thing for New Orleans.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Doug. How are you? How are you, Gator?
Good,
What's
Kevin.
up?
Thanks for having me. I just want a couple of points here. I want to calm all the people down about our defense because we kind of set San Diego up for that shootout when we decided to look like we were going to dominate the game. So they kind of had to play on their heels, and we don't have another game that we need to step up that much the rest of the year. So we need to contone the Super Bowl talk down. We got to get to the playoff first.
Well, sure. But in the playoffs, you're going to play good teams. And so.
Well, here's something else that I want to caution people of this too, okay? Because I was thinking about this yesterday. We may look past as fans, Green Bay, nothing. Oh, Chicago, nothing. Then you got Minnesota, who, by the way, Minnesota just won their 6th game yesterday. So the thing is, when you look back a year ago, and through 9 games a year ago, what were the Lions? 3-6?
Yep.
So they got on that run, went 8-2 down the stretch in the last 10 games. And the Lions team that we saw the second half of the season was so far, in a way, different than the team we saw in the first half of the season.
Yep.
We all got excited.
Yep.
There will be other teams that do something similar and have one hell of a second half of a season that you'll say, wow, well, they finished strong. I did not expect that. Now, hopefully it's not Minnesota. Hopefully it's not Chicago or Green Bay. Maybe it's going to be Cleveland. I don't know who it is, but
yeah, I got a little too chesty, declaring 2 wins for sure.
We just need to enjoy this ride. So
it's enjoyable.
Enjoyable to say the least.
And I got my champ and chump.
Okay.
First of all, my champ is it's a kind of a three. I'll use these terms: a 3-leg parlay. Dan Campbell for calling that 4th down. Because Jared Goff hit Laporta, and I only needed 1 yard to finish my 8-leg parlay. So
wow.
you can't close my stamp. I didn't think I was going to get it.
You hit an 8-leg parlay?
Yes.
What was the, if you don't mind, what was the stake that you put up for that?
I only put $10 down, but I
What?
won 200.
I was going to say that's got to pay out handsomely, though. Wow.
Let's just put it this way: the other 7 legs was all for Detroit, and well, our offense was kicking butt. You know, I think St. Brown gave me his, and Gibbs gave me his, and
So you made an
Montgomery gave me
8-leg.
his.
Hang on a second. You made an 8-leg parlay bet on the Lions, and not one of those bets had to do with the defense.
Nope.
Okay.
Wow.
And
Strong.
yep. And Laporta needed me a 44.5 yards or something, and that last
You got to end up with
Dan
40.
Campbell. Yep. No, he ended up with 46 or 47, I think.
Sam Laporta, 4
So-
catches, 40 yards. Uh-oh.
No, you might want to update something. So I already got my payout. anyways, I hit it on that gamble. So, and then of course the chump's got to be Pabubi or Petiti or whatever that commissioner's name is for the Big Ten.
Oh boy.
You know,
Can you say that?
I don't know. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, as the weather gets colder, the NFL, the offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. It's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Well, the answer was yes. And I think we're going to carve out the time right now for the president of the Jameson Williams Apologist Club, our producer, Kang Wynn, who is always here defending Jameson. And you made a point in the office today, and we give you the floor now.
Thank you, Douglas. Now, first, I would like to say I agree with you earlier, Gator. I thought the penalty called on Decker for that block where Jameson Williams scored a touchdown was insanely weak. I don't even think it was a penalty. Should have been a touchdown for Jameson Williams. But that being said, that's okay. We move on. They end up doing, scoring enough to win the game anyways. Because of another touchdown that Jameson Williams, at least this one, got credit for and helped on that David Montgomery 75-yard touchdown run.
What a block.
What a block. Now you may say, Kang, you're reaching and things like this, but I'll tell you why this is important, okay? One, very important for the game, of course. Montgomery scores a touchdown, and in a shootout, you need all the points you can get. He never gave up on the play. He not only blocked his original defender, then he continued as Montgomery broke free to catch up to Montgomery and took out essentially 2 more guys. So I think he had 3 blocks essentially on that play. Now, why is it important? Not just for that play. It's important because this kid people have gone after him from the media, the fans, whoever, social media, off the field stuff. I don't think Jameson Williams has ever mentally checked out of this team. He's always one of the first people to celebrate touchdowns with his teammates. He's still blocking downfield. And I think it's really important because he's young and he's in a position. Everyone thinks the wide receiver position is a diva position, right? You see it throughout the league. George Pickens, another receiver that people wanted, went on Instagram and social media, voices frustration not getting the ball even when they win and score touchdowns. Jameson Williams has never done that. He's always been mentally checked in. So what a game where he only had 2 catches, and he's not making probably as much of a difference on the field as he would like, he's still there, and I think that's why he will become better for it, and he's a great teammate, and I think he still can be a great player. It's way too early in his career to call him a bust, and I love the fact that he's still engaged with everything that's going on.
Well, there's no question that he's buying into the concept of no block, no rock. He is blocking his ass off, and he has from day one, and it doesn't go unnoticed. He's a willing blocker. He's a physical player in the run game. It's a shame that the touchdown was called back. I went nuts in my house. I was going crazy. This is flag. Of course there is. And for what? The catch the first catch he had, guy comes back, his quarterback's in trouble. He comes back, makes a difficult catch, running forward and having to catch it at your shoestrings. That's difficult. Goes to the ground, gets up immediately, and still turns it into, I think it was a 13-yard gain. Nice play there. It was a nice play that he made. He could easily have dropped it, and everybody would have gone, there's J-Mo again, but made a difficult catch.
He did.
And then they had the other catch for 5 yards or whatever, but there was a play that Tony Romo noticed. He's like, hey, let's watch Jameson Williams here. And he's open. He's like 70 yards open already, but Goff didn't have time to throw it and then had to throw elsewhere. But it's noticeable. He is absolutely noticeable on the screen. I don't know what the snap count was, but I felt like he had a pretty high snap count for the Lions yesterday. Maybe in the high 20s, maybe even into the 30s.
Maybe I'll look it up.
Maybe I can stall a little longer.
Well, the
34.
34 snaps. 34 is a lot of snaps for J-Mo.
He's
deserves
engaged.
it.
Yeah, he wants to play. He wants to help this team win. And I think that is important, definitely in the long term, because they have long-term plans for Jameson Williams.
Let me ask you this, Doug. Has Freddie Frito had any contact with Jameson Williams?
Has my dad talked to Jameson Williams?
Yeah, because
stunningly no.
Because he's acting like he's starting to become an asset and not such a blanking liability.
Which is something my father famously said to me in front of all my friends. When are you going to start being an asset and stop being such a blanking liability? After we trampled through a flower bed playing football when we were in college. Probably not our best move. But still, my friends laugh about it to this day. So you're saying that Jameson Williams is starting to be an asset.
Starting to become an asset.
Not as much a liability. He had I'm sure there was some subtleties of the game that, mistakes that he made, but there were no obvious mistakes or anything like that. And look, any step forward, because I'm sitting there watching this offense and I just had the thought, and they're still not getting much out of maybe their most talented player, which if that happens, can this offense be even better than it showed yesterday?
I mean, as long as that line stays healthy and Jared Goff has time to throw, he's going to start trusting Jameson Williams more. And they're getting the more of these reps in practice. And Jamo's earning the reps because he is such a willing blocker, because he knows his role. Sometimes his role is to occupy the safety by going deep and running deeper patterns so that safety stays with him rather than looking underneath and there's St. Brown or Khalif Raymond or whomever. So I'm glad Kang had the floor there. I'm with him on this. Look, would we love to see a 7-catch, 150-yard, 2-touchdown performance? Of course we would. And it feels like we shouldn't be asking for we shouldn't have to be accepting baby steps at this time, but it is kind of baby steps. Although yesterday felt like it was more like an actual step in the right direction because of the complete game with the blocking and a couple of catches there and one that should have been a touchdown. But I'm excited about his future because everyone can see the ball in his hands. He can do something with it. Everyone sees without the ball in his hands how lightning fast he is. We just, let me go past Montgomery. Hang on, I'll get this guy up here. What a block.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to E. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, E?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, man. E?
Hey, I want to give a champ and a chump. My champ is the Lions fans. Yesterday in the fourth quarter when they threw them flags on the fans, you really knew the fans was there. When the Chargers was driving in the fourth quarter yesterday, 2 flags was called against us. One on Sutton, and I forgot who the other one was on. But one of them was real questionable. And all you heard was boos through the whole stadium.
There were 2 on Sutton in the drive that tied the game at 31. One on 3rd and 13 and the other on 4th and 1.
And, yeah, those. And I'm telling you, it was boos all through the stadium. In the end zones, when he called the one in the end zone after we stopped him like 7 times, phony baloney. But it's okay. Those Lions. So now I'm looking forward to New Orleans because we already got the weekend already set. We got a party on Friday, Saturday, and then we go into the game on Sunday. We're going to take over New Orleans like we did this one.
Wow, look at you.
So, well, my chump. Oh, I got one more champ. I'm sorry, if you don't mind. One other champ is the Michigan Wolverines. Bet the whole team stood on ground. Yeah. And my chump has to be the commissioner. You wait till it's Veterans Day to make that call where we couldn't appeal it. They wanted us to lose to Penn State. They thought we was going to lose because the first 4 games of the season when Harbaugh was out, we didn't play that good. We ready. If Harbaugh now on the sideline against Maryland, Maryland, we still going to beat them. If he's not on the sideline against the Buckeyes, we're still going to beat them.
Wow.
And then come playoff time, Big Ten championship, when we play Purdue again or whoever we play from that week go west, and then we go beat Georgia and then Alabama, because Alabama going to make it to the championship this year.
Wow.
So we beat Georgia and then we beat Alabama, 15-0, put the tattoo on his face. Let's go. Go blue. Go Lions.
Tattoo on his face? Wow.
He did say if they went undefeated, he'd get a tattoo. I don't think he committed to doing it on his face.
On the face.
248-539-9797. Thank you for your phone call. We will get to more of your phone calls. Champ and Chumbos coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Wow. I mean, the fans roaring when that one went through. We've had a lot of champ votes for Lions fans today, and another road stadium takeover, one that's prone to be taken over, admittedly, but not a shock. They did so, represented, were loud, and that sounded like a home game.
They were loud at Ford Field at the Metallica concert when that kick went through the uprights. It was awesome.
In the meantime, little sub-champ here to Jake McQuaid, called up from the practice squad, the long snapper, and his first significant moment. That was his first game, right? It was his first game of the year. And apparently no doubt. And
Riley Patterson.
Riley Patterson deserves some love because he came through, and that's just, simply put, it's just a pressure kick. There's no other, I mean, that's a pressure kick. It's not the longest kick in the world, but it's a pressure kick, and he drilled it, and he was on the Lions post-game show that they stream online, and kind of just seemed cool as a cucumber, was excited to be able to kick for a good team and make important kicks. Well,
it was fun from an offensive standpoint to watch the Lions just go down and get points pretty much whenever they wanted to. When you look at it after the game, there are 26 starting quarterbacks in the National Football League that have been sacked more times than Jared Goff. 26. The only guys who haven't been sacked who have been sacked less or equal to Gardner Minshew, Tua Tagovailoa, Josh Allen, looking at guys who've started 9 games, and Patrick Mahomes. That's pretty impressive.
Yep.
That offensive line did what they did. And even with Minshew, I mean, he's played in 10 games, but, Anthony Richardson did start the season. So the offensive line did the job in pass protection. They did the job in run blocking, open up some good holes early to keep that offense just running down the field. And, eventually they were able to bust out the 75-yarder from Montgomery. It was just a really nice effort offensively.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jacob next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Guys, it is so wonderful to have a winning football weekend and enjoy the fall for once. My champ is Sharon Moore, and especially his post-game press conference, or on-the-field interview, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. That made me crack up. And then my chump is the Big Ten commissioner and all the stuff for giving the letter on a holiday at the last moment to try and screw Michigan over and make it even more difficult. That was childish.
Well, they'll have their day on Friday to seek the injunction. And in the meantime, I mean, we talked about it last week a little bit. If you are the team and you are the coaches, you just got to keep doing what you're doing. And all you can do is play the games and win and provide the fans the 3.5-hour reprieve, the escapism that comes with, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Well, I guess, is there any blame on Michigan for not getting the response in quicker?
Oh, they were prepared. They had to wait till it.
They were given 48 hours. They didn't need to take the 48 hours. Could they have just given them the letter right away that they had prepared, ready to go, and then this could have been perhaps ruled on Thursday?
No, they had to give them the letter. They had to give them the letter.
They had to wait till the suspension was.
Right. Well, I'm saying before that. I'm saying before he even gets to the Friday thing, because we kept waiting for the Big Ten to hand down what they were saying. I'm saying
Michigan have responded earlier in the week.
Could they have responded?
I don't know.
Yeah,
no, they couldn't have without the legal letter. They could not respond.
I understand that part of it. I'm saying before that, had Michigan responded instead of waiting until whatever it was Wednesday to send their letter to the Big Ten.
They were given 2 days to respond to the Big Ten.
Yeah, and they took, I guess, whatever they took all 2 days of it. Had they responded before that and given it to the Big Ten could have looked at it perhaps on Thursday and ruled. But I think there was some poking of the bear that Michigan did to the Big Ten, and I think Petitti poked back. I don't think he liked the letter that was sent by Michigan. I think that's clear.
This one's, I mean, there's different lanes, right, for this Michigan football season. One lane is what's going on the field, and the other lane is what's going on off the field.
Well, they took care of business at Happy Valley, that's for sure.
Yes. How about Franklin firing his offensive coordinator Sunday?
Well, I mean, I can understand. You're not getting any kind of offense going, and throwing the ball down. It's not just a Michigan thing. It's been all season long. They haven't been throwing the ball downfield.
Here's what's crazy. Didn't they put up 31 against Iowa?
I'd have to look back and see it, yeah. But they've been able to – you'd think they'd be able to run the ball better than what they have this year. They ran the ball okay against Michigan, but they just couldn't get enough done in that game.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brett. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brett.
Victory Monday. How are you boys feeling?
All right.
Good.
It's doing good. Hey, can I give you guys a quick champ and chump, and then I wanted to talk about JMO for a second?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, so the champ, I'm going to side with everybody here. It's the Lions, and this is from top to bottom. We're talking Sheila down to third stringers. This team is building a culture for sure. And you look at the last time we were 7-2, 2014 season, this team just feels so much different, so much stronger on every side of the ball. Whether you got Amon-Ra catching balls he has no business catching that almost go to the ground, making touchdowns out of it, just the team play, beautiful moments like Hutch and Derek Barnes with their arms around each other on that winning drive, it feels different. And this is the most complete team and like best culture I've seen in my entire lifetime out of the team. So good on them. Chump, I want to say honorably, an honorable mention would be Harbaugh, but I'll save that for Sparty Radio later on with Mike and Rico. My actual chump would be, and I'm a Michigan fan, but still, my actual chump would be the Pistons. It's starting to go bad fast. At the beginning with the losses, they were close losses, and they were making it fun and interesting. But now the second half, they're really letting things go. Turnovers are insane. Ivy not getting a lot of playing time, but don't get me wrong, Cade is doing great. Jalen Duren's doing great. And I'm actually really liking what I'm seeing out of Alcera Thompson. But those would be the chumps for the week for me. As far as JMO goes, I just want to say I'm not a JMO apologist whatsoever, but I think we really wrote him off. I wasn't looking to get anything for him, like a trade or anything, but between that block yesterday and the block for Amon-Ra's touchdown against the Bucks, that guy has no business with his build making those blocks. And I just want to credit the kid, man. Like King was saying, he's always the first one in the end zone congratulating somebody. Like, I really think JMO is a team player, and we wrote him off.
Well, I don't know how many people wrote him off here between 10 and 2. I mean, some fans might have, but there is – Jahmyr Gibbs made some comments earlier in the year about why he's playing better now. And almost everything and he's been on the field more than Jameson. He's got more snaps than Jameson Williams, even though Jameson Williams did play a little bit last year. He's got more touches than Jameson Williams, like 10 times as many touches. And he started to discuss why it's all coming together for him right now. And if you took everything that Jahmyr Gibbs said and applied it to Jameson Williams, and you can see how it's still so early. It's still so early. So bottom line is, it's one of the reasons why I don't think Gator, you nor I, and certainly not Kang, wrote him off.
No, I'm not. I'm not writing him off because there's too much talent there. I mean, he's clearly not developing as quickly as people want him to, but it doesn't mean he can't develop. I mean, I think we've seen some growth week to week. It's been maybe incremental and baby steps, but he can take bigger steps.
Yeah, and I think, I hadn't thought about it, but Kang's right. The most diva position in the league is the wide receiver position. Wide receivers have been known to kind of check out when they're not getting the ball, maybe not run the route as hard as they can when they're not the primary receiver, maybe pout a little bit when they're not getting the ball. And this guy, we haven't seen any signs of that. And getting downfield and blocking is the non-glamorous part of the job. But when your wide receivers block, run plays have a chance to be a big play. And David Montgomery doesn't get in the end zone without Jameson Williams and without Khalif Raymond, for that matter. And those guys got downfield and helped spring him the last, whatever it was, 20, 30 yards. And so good for him. Good for him. 248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder, we're giving away 4 tickets to see an exclusive private screening of Bye Bye Barry, the Barry Sanders documentary hosted by the Lions and Amazon on Friday. You'll hear from Barry's family, friends, and more on his sudden retirement from football, plus Barry's opportunity to set the record straight for himself as to why he retired. It will be released globally on Prime Video November 21st, but you can see it this Friday. If you are the first one, the correct answer to a Carson Anderson quiz question, which will be coming up today at 1:40, usually it's something very easy set on the air. You're the first one with the correct answer. You get the tickets to Bye Bye Barry. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Well, that's exactly what they were. And man, that 4th and 2 call at the end of the game, it was ballsy, and his reasoning made sense. He felt like, and I think everybody had this feeling. It wasn't like you had to be Vince Lombardi to figure out. It had this feeling like whoever had the ball last was going to win the game, and Dan Campbell didn't want to give the ball back. And why would he want to give the ball back? And it was 4th and 2, and he trusted his guys. Trusted his team, and bam. What happened? They converted the 4th down, and the Chargers had no chance to respond. And it was a great moment for him. Campbell's gambles that we track all season long. I'm going to have to look at what he's at right now, but he's well over 50%. But he took a chance there. Had that not worked out, would have been good field position for the Chargers. He said, look, the way I saw it, I had 3 timeouts and was hoping if we don't make this, we'll call timeouts, get the ball back, and try and force overtime.
He is a gambler, and that's who he is. And I guess as time goes on, I think we just have to accept it. That's who he is. You may not like it, but it works for him, and it's working for this team, and everything is circumstantial and situational. Does he have that same gambling mentality if he doesn't have that offensive line healthy?
Mm-hmm.
Does he have that same gambling mentality if he doesn't have healthy threats to use in the passing game? I mean, he gambled in the first half on a 4th and 5 from the 28-yard line.
And they ran it.
And they ran the ball. I think a lot of people will look into that and say, all right, that just means that they don't want to kick they don't trust the kicker, even though it only would have been a 45-yarder. I think what it says is, I think on that play, didn't they just intercept the pass? So they feel like they have a free possession here. They want to make the most of it. And then you get down and it ends up being a goal-to-go situation on 4th down, and they don't convert. I mean, they didn't go for the field goal. They tried to get the touchdown, and they didn't get it. And, it feels like it's a wasted possession, and yet it was a free possession.
I know, people like to call it gambles, and it rhymes with Campbell, so it's kind of fun. But I think when you say gamble, it makes it seem like he's reckless, and he's not reckless. I think and I'm not saying you guys are saying this, but when people use the term gambling, right, it's kind of, hey, who knows what's going to happen? I think it's calculated aggression, and I like the aggression. And he even said in the cut, he knew that he had an offensive line that was healthy. He knew he had a group that he really trusted. So certain plays and certain play calls, he knows, hey, this isn't just a flip of a coin. This is, hey, where you have a really good chance of getting it. And situational, like you said, Gator, depending on what's going on in the game, that last to go for it in the game was, hey, this is a nail in the coffin. And we get this, it's over.
Yep.
We're going to kick it. It's done. If we kick the field goal, we could still lose. We could still go to overtime. He wanted to end it.
It was super aggressive.
Yeah, and I really appreciate. That's the kind of fan I am, though, and the kind of coach that I like. So I
you know what it is?
Risk.
For the people that like to use this cliche, that is playing to win and not playing not to lose. Because essentially, he was saying there's only one team that can take the shot at the buzzer, and it's going to be us.
Well, when the Chargers tied it at 38, and you look at the clock and there's 3.5 minutes to go, 3:23, whatever it was, I think everybody starts thinking to themselves, can they get this done? Can they drain the clock and get into field goal range and just kick the field goal? Or they're going to score a touchdown or whatever. And then they had a big play, was it to Raymond, who started running down the sideline. I'm thinking, don't score too quickly. Right. Don't do it. And fortunately, with that, they were almost in field goal range, or they were in field goal range, and they were able to get a couple more plays and do it properly. Drain it down, run it down to 2 seconds left, call the timeout, kick the makeable field goal. This wasn't like some 50-yarder. Go out there, do what you're supposed to do. If the execution happens from the snap to the hold and the kick, we're golden. And they were. And they win the game 41-38, and we're all rejoicing today.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Corey next on 97.1. Hi, Corey.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Corey.
Hey, so listen, champ and chump. Okay, so my champ is going to be that Lions offensive line. That call on 4th down was the blocking was perfect. Okay, everything was textbook. Yeah, they had a great game yesterday. My chump is going to be Brad Holmes, and this is why. Look how much better San Francisco got when they picked up Chase Young. Yesterday, Hutch was so close, so many times of getting sacks, but he don't have no one on the opposite side to, to push that pressure towards him. or at least back up the middle. There was times that Herbert escaped, and it was like, oh my God, if he had some more help, man, you know what I'm saying, he would have had at least one or two sacks. So it was kind of like, man, like what are we doing? Like our window is closing. Our window is now. I think we needed to be a little bit more aggressive in free agency and pick up that other pass rush. What do you guys think?
Well, I think, look, a lot of what you said, I kind of get it, and yet there was something that they didn't love about him, and that's clear. Or they didn't want reason why they didn't want to make that trade. I don't think their window is closing at all.
Yeah,
No. What I mean when I say closing, next year is not promised. Just look what happened with Aaron Rodgers. We're one injury away from, you know what I'm saying, being, you know what I'm saying, a bottom feeder team.
You wanted them to shoot their shot this year. You had a chance. It is a good football team. Why not add to it at the deadline? And I understand. I was frustrated they didn't do it either. I think the reason they didn't is they didn't like the fit. It's clear that was it. Because the asset of giving up a third-round pick does not seem like it's all that much when things are said and done to acquire Chase Young, who was having a decent start to the season. But it wasn't the right fit. I think it's clear the Lions didn't like Chase Young. As far as Chase Young changing what San Francisco is, I think having a healthy Trent Williams and having Deebo Samuel back on the team gives that team plenty of swagger, and their offense was rolling. And, you know, did Chase Young play a role? I think he had half a sack in the game, had a tackle. He was fine, but I don't know. I didn't watch the game to see if he was constantly getting pressure on the quarterback. I mean, he's a good player, but was he the wrong fit? They thought he was.
This is going to be second guessed. And just like there's more than one path to a championship, there's multiple paths to a championship. I would like to see him help the defense. But I think what's hard to be super critical is not knowing what the actual trade offers were.
Well, there's that. There is that. And the other thing is maybe they fully expect James Houston to come back and hit the ground running when he's ready to go.
Could be right.
And if that happens first, second, third week, whatever it's going to be in December, if he's ready to come back and can be the player he was last year, then they didn't have to give up anything, and they got the guy they need to. Plus, you had Gardner Johnson come back to this team too, it looks like, and that would be a nice lift.
Well, clearly, for whatever reason, the Lions didn't get Chase Young, whether right player, right price, right all that stuff, right fit. Like Campbell, you know, he said it out loud and told us it's got to be kind of all three things. Maybe he didn't fit all three things. I'll still say to this day, they should. If the price was a third-round pick, I would have done it for Chase Young. Now, people say maybe he's only out for himself in splash plays. I'll take splash plays at this point. A guy on a contract year who needs to play well to get that next contract, that big contract, I'll do it. The Niners, their offense looks really good when all their players are healthy, but their defense was what was killing them. And then their defense played very well yesterday.
Yeah.
Fred Warner, their captain, said, hey, he's helping us. He's a big difference. So we'll see. It's one game into it. You're right, Doug. There's absolutely more than one path to win a Super Bowl. It wasn't just through Chase Young, but I thought that would have helped.
248-539-9797. Tommy's next on 97.1. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, Doug Gator.
What's up?
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, yeah. About that Michigan game and the way that suspension came down, I was listening to, which I do every Sunday morning, Jeff Lesson. And, he's a Spartan grad, a lawyer for years. And he thought it was just Bush League and the way, just egregious the way that commissioner, how he did it. It was vindictive, very vindictive. Harbaugh didn't find out until he was on the plane on the way to Happy Valley that he couldn't be on the sidelines for that game. They purposely waited till the 11th hour, the last minute, and just the way. And then, thank God, Michigan won that game. And then after Jeff's show, I switched to this other show. This guy's name's Carl Dukes. I like him, and he's not a Michigan fan at all. But he was like, he thought the same thing. He's like, what they did. He said, you know what? You know what'd be funny? He said, if Michigan, they win the Big Ten championship, and that Patini, the commissioner of the Big Ten, has to hand Jim Harbaugh the trophy. And he said, you know what Harbaugh should say to him? Give me that trophy, fool. You try to slow us down.
I would
this
advise
is the national radio host that said that.
It's been talked about if they get there, how weird that moment might be look, I've stated all last week, said my piece on how I didn't like this process and what's been done, and there's not much more for me to add. I'm a fan of due process, but
well, I'll say this. I understand why the Big Ten wanted to punish Harbaugh now. I thought it was a little petty to do it the way that they did on Friday, waiting to the last minute. Like, they could have dropped that bomb on Friday morning, and Michigan could have dealt with it. And whether there would have been an injunction passed, I don't know. But I understand why the Big Ten wanted to get something done now, because there was evidence that stuff happened this season. That's the number one reason. There's video evidence indisputable that things happened this year, and that needed to be accounted for before the season went any further.
And Michigan asked for the evidence, and they didn't have it, which was weird. I don't know why. It felt like if he had it, he should have brought it to the table. But anyway, like I said my piece on it last week, and we'll wait for the next development. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Mondays mean champ and chump. Also this Monday, we got a 4-pack of tickets to give away for Bye Bye Barry, the documentary about the retirement of Barry Sanders, put together by Amazon and the Lions. It's this Friday night. First one with the correct answer to the Carson Anderson quiz question, which is coming up today at 1:40. You get a pair of tickets to see Bye Bye Barry, where Barry tells his story, sets the record straight. It'll be released globally on Prime Video November 21st. So keep listening for that today at 1:40. We'll be asking that question. First one with the correct answer, you get the tickets to Bye Bye Barry. Lot to talk about over the weekend. Of course, we've brought up the Lions, Michigan State, or Michigan and Penn State. We haven't talked much about the Spartans. We will do that at some point. We have the Metallica concert. Gator, we got to get your review on the Metallica concert. In fact, do you want to do that now?
Sure.
All right. How was the Metallica concert?
Well, Doug, it was pretty great.
Yeah.
I went last night, so they had the two shows, one on Friday night and one last night. The show, they're two completely different set lists. So I went into it not knowing anything. I didn't cheat. I didn't want to look and see what was played and try to guess what they were going to play.
You stayed in the bubble.
I stayed in the bubble when it comes to the set list. And it paid off. It was a great set list last night. The fact is, Metallica has so many great songs, if you're a Metallica fan, that you can literally split it up into 2 days. And I think they played 16 songs each night. The songs are generally longer anyway, but it was fantastic. The only bummer to me about it was I didn't love the stage setup. And they did it in the round. So the stage is in the middle of the field, and they had a pit in the middle of the stage. The stage was basically a ring. And in the middle of the ring were a bunch of fans, probably, 500 fans are in this pit in the middle there. And then outside the ring on the floor, they had more fans and almost like spokes, if you will. So there were probably a few thousand fans on the floor in addition to that. It made it really difficult to see the band. I mean, they were tiny out there. I mean, you're in a football stadium, of course it's going to be.
Right.
But at least if you're on a normal stage, everyone knows where you're at and stuff. So this was a little more difficult. But, I mean, they hit the ground running. It was a full-on assault of your ears.
It's a bit loud.
It was loud, and you knew it was going to be. I can't imagine how much louder it would have been closer to the stage than where we were. But, I mean, they started with a song from their first album, when they played Whiplash, and went right into a couple of great songs from the second album, Ride the Lightning, including the title track, and finished up with Enter Sandman. They played, I mean, they played a few songs off a new album and one song off an album that nobody likes, and they even admit it. And you go, now comes a song from that album that everybody likes. Like, they joked about it because they know everybody hates the album Saint Anger, and it's a different sounding album and nobody likes it. But they played a song from that. But it was pretty great, and they played one of my maybe my favorite Metallica song, which is just an instrumental. It's called The Call of Cthulhu, and I love it. I absolutely love it because it just builds up. It's a crescendo and has this big bombastic ending, almost with like a gong at the end. It's amazing. And they sounded great. James Hetfield, the singer, sounded incredible. Kirk Hammett, the guitar player, was unbelievable. The crowd was very appreciative of it, and then they were very appreciative after the show. I thought that there was like, okay, we're going to have some encore songs. And they didn't do any encores. They just handed out probably 1,000 guitar picks, literally. The guy, Kirk Hammett, had like buckets of guitar picks he's throwing out there. Each member of the band went up and spoke in the microphone and thanked everybody for coming, because this is the last show on the American side of the tour for a while. I think they go overseas now for the next few months, but it's the last show in the United States this year. So it was great. And then I looked at the set list from Friday night, and it was also fantastic. So if you went Friday, if you went Sunday, regardless which night you went, you saw a great show.
What's the song, the instrumental you said that you love?
Call of Cthulhu, Ktulu.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
It's off of Ride the Lightning. I think it's the last song of the album.
All right. Just checking it out. Maybe I'm not familiar with that song, so I'll listen to it on the way home.
Well, the song we used to play for, Who's on Top?
Who's on Top?
Who's on Top?
Yep.
That song was actually that's Orion, which is off the Master Puppets album. That was actually played on Friday night.
Was it?
So they did an instrumental each night.
Gotcha. All right, so thumbs up, huh?
Thumbs up, way up.
248-539-9797. All right, it's a Monday. Let's get back to your phone calls. That means Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. We go to Len. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Len.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you,
just want to say my champ is Goff and the whole Lions offense. I've been a Goff fan since last year when they had that terrible start. He was putting up 30 points and the defense couldn't stop anyone. I just think that the Chump, as great as Holmes has been, for not getting a proven pass rusher for this year. This is our year. With the easiest schedule in football, I think we should win the whole thing. We almost guaranteed 2 home playoff games, So that's a heck of an advantage, and I'd like to see a little more help from our defense.
Well, look, we don't know what deals he turned down, what deals were available to him. So I always struggle with being critical when a team doesn't make a trade. We all just assume that the trades that others made were available to us as well, and maybe they weren't for whatever reason. But I hear you. I mean, the defense has had 3 stinkers this year against 3 pretty good offenses, so they're going to have to figure something out.
How about the Sweat kid? I thought he was available too. I don't know if
Montez Sweat.
Well, he was, but the Bears offered a 2nd-round pick, and the Bears' 2nd-round pick is likely to be in the first 5 picks, maybe 10, the worst 10 picks in the draft.
Okay.
So in the 2nd round. So the Lions, if they wanted to get ahead of that, they would have to offer up a 1st-round pick, and I don't know if it's worth it for Montez Sweat.
Right. Well, I'm just hoping that, like I say, I think we're in great shape. If we just win the games we should win, we should have 2 home playoff games.
I feel like, what we're talking about here on the 13th of November, we have to remember how long the season is.
Yep.
And a lot can change. A year ago, it was in the process of changing for the better. It can always change for the worse. You can't assume you're going to play at this level the rest of the way. What you hope is that you get better the rest of the way. But it's possible they won't, and it's possible that they will get worse. I'm not rooting for that by any stretch of the imagination. Don't take this the wrong way. Bottom line here is they have an opportunity. They have an opportunity. And if they play at this level the rest of the way, the 1 seed is very much in play. If they get better, then the 1 seed's almost expected. I mean, look, next week the Lions are a 9-point favorite against the Chicago Bears at home. Philadelphia, the team ahead of them, is a 2.5-point dog at Kansas City. Minnesota, the team trailing Detroit. Did you see the spread for their game with Denver?
No, but I would imagine it's like 7 points.
So who favored?
Well, that Minnesota would be favored.
You're making me go look at this again because what I saw earlier today, Denver's favored.
What?
Let me double check because it doesn't make sense. Denver's a 1.5 favorite.
I'm surprised.
Denver's a 1.5 favorite. So Minnesota, the team trailing Detroit in the division, and Philly, the team leading Detroit, are both underdogs. And the Lions are a big favorite. Every time we talk about this, it's a dangerous game to play. I mean, who would have thought the Browns would beat Baltimore yesterday? And they did. So no wins are givens. But that's, the chance is there to move into a tie with Philly this weekend.
Yeah, look, everybody's going to have clunkers for games, and usually there's one game that you're like, I can't believe they lost to that opponent. The Lions don't have that. They got clunkers, but they have a clunker. But their losses are to Baltimore, who's a good team,
yep,
and to Seattle, who's a good team.
Yep.
I'm sure Baltimore's kicking themselves today about what happened. I mean, they got out huge. I know it was 17-3 or something, and watching on Red Zone, and the announcers during the game actually made mention. They're like, Baltimore may be the best team in the AFC. And I'm like, there's the kiss of death. And then here comes Deshaun Watson leading them back, and they're able to corral Lamar Jackson. Did a great job defensively in the second half with him, and they started to get to him. And you force some bad plays, some errors there, and Cleveland came to play, and now Cleveland's a better than 500 football team. I mean, Pittsburgh gets a win yesterday. They're, I believe, 6-3. I mean, there's some teams out there that are going to turn their fortunes around in the second.
Of course,
half.
Pittsburgh 6-3.
Well, yeah, I mean, right? I mean, the second you start doubting Pittsburgh, the coach doesn't know what he's doing. Really?
Yeah, he does.
Hold that beer.
He's only been the most consistent, best coach.
It's the damn organization,
Yeah, it's so good.
Like you talk about, quarterbacks that just fit the system. It's Kyle Shanahan's system. It doesn't matter if Purdy's there or whoever's there. Feels like the Steelers are just the system franchise. Doesn't matter who's coaching them. They're going to be fantastic.
I don't get it. When they're good, they win 12 games. When they suck, they're 9-7. Yeah. It's like, what is this? Like,
unbelievable. Like Kenny Pickett's not good, is he? They're 6-3.
The team doesn't even look good. They're 6-3.
No, they haven't even hit their stride yet.
They just win football games. Hey, it's Doug Karsch. I want to talk to you about Hall Financial. We've had a unique perspective with Hall because I've had an opportunity to work with them myself. We did a refi through Hall Financial, and what makes them different. It's how quick and easy it was. I got a short checklist from my agent, and they took it from there. Next thing you know, I was signing, and we paid less per month at a better rate. It was awesome. Here's the thing. They're committed to their client's best interest. If a refi or other mortgage solution doesn't make financial sense for you, they will let you know. Chances are your home equity is at a all-time high. It's an ideal time to utilize your home equity to pay off high interest debt or make other home improvements. Accessing your home's equity has never been cheaper. With the Hall Financial no-fee loan, you can save thousands in closing costs and access your home's equity in 8 days or less. Start saving with Hall Financial's Cash Out Refi today by calling 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Get back to your phone calls in a moment. You know, Lions were up 17-3. They were up 24-10. And when the Chargers came back and made it 24-24 halfway through the third, I wondered if this was the moment we'd find out how good the Lions really are, how ready they really are. They keep getting tested in different ways. And this was a game that looked like they were in full command, getting out to that early, especially the 17-3 lead. But the Chargers have talent. They really do. And the Lions defense at times hasn't played great. And they didn't play great yesterday. They didn't. So it's 24-24. Can they respond? And the offense, they went right down the field, 7 plays, 75 yards, 2 big third down conversions, and took a 31-24 lead. The defense couldn't get a stop. That was the drive where Cam Sutton had the 2 PIs, one on 3rd and long and the other on 4th and goal. And boy, they came close. I mean, there was 7 plays inside the 3 that they held the Chargers out of there. The penalty giving them 4 more cracks. They finally scored on the 8th play. But then the offense, now tied at 31, went right down the field, 7 plays, 75 yards, 2 more big third down conversions, and scored. And the defense allowed another long drive. And the offense got the ball with 3:30 to go and never gave it back. Kicked the field goal and won it. And they were the moment wasn't too big for them. They didn't panic. They made clutch plays. I mean, third down conversions are always huge on drives. And they have multiple third down conversions on scoring drives. Speaks to their ability to call the right play and execute the play. Moment's not too big for them. And then the 4th and 2, and they're like, we're not giving you the ball back. We'll be willing to roll these dice. And Jared Goff, if he missed it earlier, said in the postgame, and we'll talk to him about it tomorrow, his read was 1, 2, 3, and back to 2. It was his 4th read. Sam Laporta was his 2nd. Wasn't ready, wasn't open, wasn't going to throw it to him then. Looked at his 3rd read, and then went back to Laporta. When a quarterback works his way through his progressions and delivers the football and moves the chains, I mean, that's check plus for Jared Goff.
Yeah, check plus for Jared Goff and check plus for the offensive line for allowing him the time to go through those progressions. Felt like that's what Justin Herbert was doing all game long too. Both quarterbacks had all day to throw, and they made defenses pay for it. Fortunately, the Lions had the ball at the end of the game, and they were able to convert that to a last-second field goal to win it.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Darren. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Darren.
Hi, guys. Best show on the radio. You guys relax me. You're so chill. I dig you both.
Oh,
Can I
thank
do
you.
a quick chip and chump and then a couple quick observations?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to go with the champ, Coach Moore, not for the blubbering after, but for the 3rd and 11 call on the Jonathan Edwards run, because to me that was the play of the game. Took the wind out of the sails. Honorable mention to the Theta Chi's at Penn State, so I didn't have to sleep in my truck. And my chump is going to go to these 2 guys. I get there, I'm by myself. They give me the aisle seat so they can sit together. I'm thinking, oh, really cool. Less than 3 minutes later, drunk Penn State chick pukes in the aisle.
Oh.
My whole right leg is splattered. The wind's coming my way. I try not to look at it because I think I'm going to route.
Right. I've been there.
But it was dicey. I don't know. I kept thinking about you, Doug. You probably don't get a lot of time outside the gates beforehand because, you're working, you got business. But this is my 3rd time there. It was pretty dicey outside, man, before and after the game. But it was beyond banter, really. There's a lot of chippiness going on this time.
It's funny. I was out there afterwards and didn't sense that at all. But, it just depends who you come across. I want to circle back to the Theta Chi's. What happened here?
I had a ticket. I didn't have a place to stay. I waited too long, so I was prepared to sleep in the truck in a lot or something.
Yep.
I'm a Theta Chi, so I just showed up, threw down 4 520s on a pool table and said, hey, I need a parking spot in a room. And they were really cool. They made me feel very young and very old at the same time.
And so where did you end up staying?
I stayed in something called the 69 room.
Okay, fair enough.
It was crusty. But hey, it was better than sleeping in the truck.
All right, what are your comments real quick? This guy.
What am I? What?
You said you had a couple comments. Was that it? Was it just the champ and chump?
Oh, it was pretty much the diciness, but man, it was chippier than I thought.
Well, Penn State fans, I mean, they've been riled up. Their coach has said some things about Michigan with this whole scandal, so they get riled up about it. I can see it. And then when they lose, you can definitely see why. Fans aren't happy when their team loses at home.
No, and I'm not sure how happy they are with their coach.
Right, exactly. That's the other thing is that obviously the coach you mentioned earlier in the show fires the offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, there was the second guessing, right, of the 2-point conversion early in the game when it was 14-9. He tried to make it 14-11. Then it felt like they were chasing that point the rest of the game.
Yep.
There was going for it on 4th down and 7 from his own 30-yard line. That was 4.5 minutes ago. They were down 1 score. Michigan then made it 2 scores. It was 15. And then there was going for it with scoring the touchdown with 2 minutes to go and going for 2. This is the age-old Carson Anderson debate.
Yeah.
I go for 2 early. And does it make me a little skittish that I'm on James Franklin's side on this one? Yes. But I'll stick with it. I think it's the right call. Now, the play that they ran was one that, and maybe this is a mistake by them, is one that Michigan has run. Sherrone Moore said, we've run that offensively. Our defense has seen it. And they know that the trick of that play is that the center is an eligible receiver. You line up with all of your offensive linemen out to the left. They are ineligible, but they're out there doing nothing. The guy snapping the ball is technically the tight end, and it was Tyler Warren, their tight end, who snapped the ball. But he's at the end of the line of scrimmage, which makes him an eligible receiver. Well, Michigan had seen that in practice, and Michael Barrett pointed out immediately, and they covered Tyler Warren. And then Drew Aller's back there, and Michigan had seen this play so many times that they were like, yeah, we got this. And so maybe they should have known not to call that play if they'd seen Michigan run it, thinking that their defense was familiar with it, and that's why it didn't fool them at all.
I think Michigan's defense was one of the big stories of the day. I mean, they showed up and they stuffed them when they needed to stuff them. They did enough offensively in the first half that they didn't have to do anything really offensively in the second half, and they didn't do much. I mean, they did 10 points in the second half, but Penn State had no answer for what Michigan was throwing at them defensively, and that's the problem when you don't have any threat to throw the ball deep. And Michigan's got at least one really good corner. They've got a good enough secondary that you don't have to worry about that. If you don't have to worry about that aspect of the game, everybody comes up towards the line of scrimmage. We'll worry about anything inside of 15 yards in a passing game. And if you're going to try to run it, good luck with that. And Penn State just didn't have the answer because they didn't have the play in the playbook to go deep.
There were a number of standouts in the secondary. And Makari Page might have been the biggest. Yep. He had a very, very good game. But 248-539-9797. Jason is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
All right.
Good. Champ and Jump. Champ is Amon-Ra. Man, that guy's a dude.
Yeah.
He's got 6 100-yard receiving games this year. I think he's got 4 in a row. And he's in the 8 games. He's only played 8 games. So I think he's like 6th in the NFL in 6th or 4th in the NFL in receiving yards, or yards per game, I should say. He's been great.
He is unbelievable. He's unbelievable. He's just everything that's thrown to him, he catches. He's in the right spot. It's just unbelievable.
He's so good.
Yeah.
And we talked at the beginning of the year about where he would rank in wide receivers in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think we're getting to the point where he's going to start to get all kinds of love.
I'm glad you said it because we had, I think is that the Minnesota caller, the guy who's the big fan of Kirk Cousins and all that, and he mentioned him as Amon-Ra is one of the better receivers in football. And I said, I think, he might be in that 10 to 15 range. I don't know. And he's like, well, name 10 better. The fact is, it's really hard to do that. I think Amon-Ra has worked his way up into that discussion to be perhaps a top 5 receiver in the football league.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and then my chump is Franklin. It's funny you guys were just talking about it, but I know he fired his OC, but he should be gone. I mean, to go for 2 with 2 minutes left and basically take yourself out of the game at that point is just – that's high school stuff. You can't make those mistakes.
Here we go.
Do I launch into the rebuttal?
Well, it's a difference of opinion, right?
Yep.
Here's why I would prefer that you don't go for 2 at that
Well,
time.
we're
It's-
late
it's
for
just
break.
simple.
We'll do it in 5 minutes, and then get to more of your phone calls. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we just had a big football weekend here in Michigan. We're going to have another one coming up. And listeners right now are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. You've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and get all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, Wheel of Fortune, new slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Sherrone Moore after the game.
The edited version?
Yes, it sure was.
Heavily edited.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback.
Censored. Censored.
So the 2-point conversion thing. It was late, okay? But typically, Gator, when you are down 15 points, at some point you're going to need to make a 2-point conversion.
Mm-hmm.
The probability of making said 2-point conversion doesn't change if there's 7 minutes to go, 4 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go, or 2 seconds to go. The probability is the same. I have always said if I were a coach, I would go for it early. And the reason I would go for it early is because when you miss, you have a chance to try and make up for the fact that you missed the 2-point conversion. If you miss the 2-point conversion with 5 seconds left or 2 seconds left or whatever, just the very end of the game, you don't get that opportunity to make up for it. I know the argument against it, but I have stayed steadfast through the years. I would go for it early.
Yeah, I would not, because even though you're probably right regarding the probability, it's a mathematical thing. What you've got to throw into the equation that doesn't account for in the math is the pressure situation. If you wait until the end, if you score the touchdown, you kick the extra point, and then you get down the field, score another touchdown, and now you have to go for 2, the pressure cooker can work against you or can work for you depending on what type of team that you have. I'd like to put the pressure on the defense, knowing that they might choke this whole thing away when they thought they had this thing in hand, and now they don't. That's why I wait to the end.
And got it. I'll let you have the last word on it. We've done this for a decade.
Decade?
Yes.
I remember having this conversation the first year we did the show when we had just switched to FM because we were in that other building on 12 Mile.
Yeah.
And we were the only ones literally in the building. And yeah, we were in that city. We were talking about it then. And it was the first time that you had brought it up to me. And I was like, I don't agree with you, but I understand what you're saying.
So what's funny is James Franklin went to defend it.
Yeah.
And I think he did a terrible job.
Of defending the reason? And he ended up kind of staring down a reporter in the post-game press conference. Do we have it? We might. And I'm just staring down a reporter?
Yeah. He was trying to explain why he went for 2 both times. When they scored a touchdown to make it 14-9, they went for 2.
So dumb.
To make it a 3-point game. But even when he's describing why he did it then, he said they went for 2 to make it a 4-point game. Here, do we have it? Here it is.
Okay. I love it. I mean, first of all, it does put me in an awkward position because I kind of defend Franklin like, dude, let it go. All right, but you may, because he said you disagree with it, but whatever. And the guy said, well, logically, it makes no sense.
So here's the thing. On the first one in the second quarter, he said we're down by 4.
Well, I think
they were down by 5.
Yes, I think maybe what he meant to say, well, what I took out of that was, had we kicked the extra point, we would have been down by 4. But that's why we're going for 2, so we can make it a one score game and a field goal.
I hate to defend James Franklin, but he made 2 strategic decisions. They both backfired. And then to make it worse, he had terrible explanations. Like his first one, if he says, look, the way he described it was but he's like, we don't think there's going to be a lot of scoring. So we're down 5. So we go for 2 because we think that field goal to tie it might be what we're doing at the end of regulation. We don't think there's going to be a lot of points scored. We can get within a field goal. We're going to get within a field goal for that reason. But he started by saying, we're down by 4 and we're trying to get within a field goal. Earlier when he answered, he actually said, and a field goal puts us in the lead. No, a field goal would have tied it. Then he comes back the second time. And look, you might hate the logic, but did I not do a better job explaining it than he did?
Well, because his explanation goes back to points are hard to come by, because he goes the same thing for the same reason for the first one.
It wasn't the same thing.
No. Well, and by the way, if points are hard to come by, take the point that's in front of you. Don't gamble and lose a point.
Well, I think the thing is, I hate defending Franklin here too, Doug, but I'm going to. I think everyone always argues, well, when you don't get it. No one ever says, what about when he does? What if they do convert the 2-point conversion? No one ever says that. They always say when you don't get it or if you don't get it. But there was a chance he could have got the 2 points.
Because it's a rarity that teams will do that in that situation in the first half.
Even if you disagree, did I not do a better job defending the decision than
Doug, even though
Coach Franklin?
Even though you're also logically flawed, but yes.
Don't say that. Don't start this up again. Because my way, there's a safety net. Your way, there isn't.
I thought you had the last. I thought you were saying the last word before.
No, you just did it. You started it up again.
I'm just poking a bear.
No, because you started it up again. I actually am playing for a safety net if I don't get it. The other way, you're putting all your eggs in the basket of getting it.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. 248-539-9797. With that said. He did fire his offensive coordinator.
And has that guy Dave kicked off the beat?
Let's go to Greg, who's next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Ladies, you guys okay?
We're good, yeah.
We're going to be good here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So my championship are a little convoluted, but if you're a big man and you have a bed where you lay your head in this state, you probably had a championship weekend. I mean, God, now I'm blanking on his name. You guys got me. The DT from Michigan, the big guy that looked
Kenneth
like
Grant?
He looked like a freaking grizzly bear running after a meal out there to run up and chase and get that guy.
That was an incredible play.
And then you got all the offensive line keeping Goff clean, and then helping Gibbs and Monty do what they did. And, I mean, Gibbs, it's amazing to watch him, what he's able to do. Now, you can tell he's learned, leaps and bounds from the start of the year, just letting his block set up, puts his foot in the ground and makes a move. I mean, I think we seriously got an all-pro with that guy.
Well, you look at Gibbs had 116 yards. He didn't catch a pass, so it's 116 rushing. I'm sorry, Montgomery did. Gibbs ended up with 112 yards in total offense between rushing and receiving, and the guys had 3 touchdowns. Getting that kind of production, over 200 yards in offense from your running backs and 3 touchdowns, that's winning football, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's so great to see. And then Chump, just pretty much every single person, myself included, that's involved in the Stallion cheating scandal, just like the things that I've bid on, the things that I've seen. I mean, all the coaches in their little whiny meeting about it when Harbaugh's gone behind, closed doors. Everyone on Michigan's side too, could have just probably taken the medicine and been done with this. It feels a lot like a certain election we had in 2016 where each side takes a side, and then some smartest people that I hear taking some of those just big, grandiose opinions that are just way too far to the right or the left, and that's what's actually happening, what should happen.
Well, the smartest ones are the ones that are going to make money off this, which are the attorneys.
Yeah, and he's probably right. 248-539-9797. Hold on to your glasses because we got some exciting news from the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship, but it's not just about the looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today and experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka, it's the taste of excellence. I told Gator during the commercial break, and I'm pretty much convinced that my 2-point conversion approach is one of the least popular opinions I've got.
I think you're right.
Kang, you see the ticket decks coming in. How many people just simply said Doug's an idiot?
Definitely more people agree with Gator.
Yeah, okay.
I would say that.
Yeah.
But I don't think... I kind of agree with you, Doug. I think, if anything, the first 2-point conversion was more questionable than the second one. I totally get the second one.
Yeah.
But that's just you and I, Doug.
I know, I guess. Island. But let's get through these.
What?
Let's bang. We're on an island. Let's bang through these calls. Victor, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Victor.
Hey, Doug. It's Gator. Yeah, with regards to what you just said, if you think about it, agreed. The first time around, Franklin, 4 points. He was trying to get to 3. Kind of understood his point. But to the reporters questioning in the second one, and even to your on the island, if you miss that 2-pointer at the 7-minute mark, you're down 9, not 8, 9. You need the ball 2 more times. So you got to go for the extra point, get it to 8, and give your team at least one more crack at the 2-pointer. If you go for it and don't make it, you're down 9. You need the ball 2 more times.
I
think
understand the math.
Disconnect is.
I completely understand the math.
So, since you understand the math, why would you want to put your team in the position to have to get the ball 2 more times?
Because
versus
if
just one more
there's
time?
no discernible difference in going for 2 in terms of success rate, going for 2 at 7 minutes or going for 2 with 30 seconds left. You have the same chances of making it. If you miss with 7 minutes left and know you need another possession, you can play the rest of the game. An extra possession. You can play the rest of the game knowing that. Whereas if you miss it with 30 seconds left, you have no chance to make up for the fact that you missed it. Yeah, that's why I value knowing how many possessions I need with 7 or 2 minutes or 4 minutes to go. Why I go for it first, as opposed to doing it so late that I can't make up for it if I miss. It's the same argument. It's been the same argument for apparently 15 years. 248-539-9797.
I think more people would understand it perhaps going for it later in the game, like with the 2 minutes left, and depending what the situation is with timeouts and how you've been moving the ball down the field, and do you want to go for the extra? But your whole thing about doing it with 8 minutes left, that's what has people like, what are you, nuts?
No, they just don't understand. Like, of course, Doug knows math. He knows if they don't get it, they're down 9. He gets it.
I know that. I very well know that.
It's a 17-year argument.
The argument against it is if you're down by 8, you do put some pressure on the other team. Now, with that said, the next play was an onside kick. It's not as if Penn State is more or less motivated to get the onside kick and Michigan feels a ton of pressure. The
onside kick's always got pressure to it. So,
but it doesn't really change.
I mean, the probability of recovering an onside kick is extraordinarily low.
I'm on Team Franklin, and I am borderline uncomfortable with that. But
all right, can we stop?
Yes, 248-539-9797.
No more, Kenny.
Let's go to Frank. You're next. What's up, Frank?
Yes. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm not a Michigan fan nor a Michigan State fan. I'm neutral. But they suspend Jim Harbaugh, number one. How can they not suspend the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator, showing many times Stallion standing right beside him, jumping up and down, changing the signals? How did they not suspend those two?
Well, maybe that's coming with the ongoing investigation part, because the Big Ten certainly left it open that this isn't done. That this is just the first part that they're wanting to rule on right here. But I mean, you bring up a point.
It's all about it goes back to the head coach should know, and he's the one that should know, and that's the basis behind it. They are not the head coach. Stalions was the sign stealer. You could steal signs. You're allowed to, not the way he did, but if there's plausible deniability that they just thought they had a great sign stealer, he's allowed to be there. And he's allowed to help them steal signs. if you have illegally acquired said signs, this goes back to how far up it goes. But I think Harbaugh, they suspend the head coach under the idea that the head coach should know.
Well, it's about what you can prove
Yep.
to an extent. And if you can, I mean, it's awfully hard to prove that somebody knew without that person flat out admitting it. I mean, but as far as just trying to assume that nobody knew that was going on is also hard to believe. But again, it's what you can prove. But what the rules say are different.
Meanwhile, well, I don't want to, like I said, everything we said last week, said my piece. 248-539-9797. Bob is next. Hi, Bob.
This is not Metallica.
I don't think we're on hold either. It sounds like somebody's actually playing a guitar. All right, we'll circle back to Bob. You think that was hold?
That was hold music.
Todd, you're next. Hi, Todd.
Hold on, speaker.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, so for champ, I want to nominate Kenneth Grant. That guy is unbelievable.
Yep.
Brad Holmes, please.
He's only a sophomore, so he's 2 drafts from now.
Oh, I was wondering about that. Oh, my God. Anyway, he's the best player on Michigan. Out of all the great players they got, he's the best one.
You think?
And second of all, my chump is Ryan Day. I think he orchestrated this whole thing. You had other schools like Sparty, the athletic director, jumping in. Maybe they aren't part of the conspiracy, but I think this whole thing is orchestrated by Ryan Day, and
Did they
the
cheat?
Big Ten's letting them get away with this.
Did they steal signs?
Everyone does, yes.
Okay,
So
and they
what?
got caught. So I mean, so stop blaming everybody else and just understand that it
Stallions
happened.
got caught.
It
and
happened.
The question is, and I've said it all along, I want everybody to be treated the same way. Everybody be treated, and this doesn't feel like everybody's being treated the same way.
Well, not yet.
248-539-9797. We go to Forrest next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Forrest.
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
Okay.
I always love your show because you don't go too hard on it. You give it a second, and that's it. You don't do your whole 4 hours on bashing Michigan. So I love you guys for that.
Thank you.
But so my champ is I want to champ Michigan just for going through all of the stuff that they went through this week and in their own state having all this hatred, and they're the most important team sport we have. Michigan football in our state, and all these people coming out of nowhere.
Let's slow down. To you, Bob, or to you, Forrest, I should say, not to everybody in the state of Michigan.
To me, because
how about this? I think we can all get behind the Lions.
No.
And some of us get behind Michigan, and some get behind Michigan State. But don't we all get behind the Lions?
Not me.
Is that a higher hit rate? You don't like the Lions?
They're okay. I'm a free agent fan right now. Tom Brady retired, so I'm filling out where I should be at.
You're a front runner fan.
Yeah. So
good.
Right now, and then my chump will be Dan Miller, just because he's so over dramatic on every touchdown.
Dan's
ball.
great.
I love Dan. I think he does a great job, but he just so dramatic on every call. Come on, calm down a little bit.
I mean, it was
a big game.
The big game. They got the winning field goal as time's expiring.
I think Dan does a great job.
You had a spectacular 75-yard touchdown run. Not sure if he's inbound. I mean, these highlights we're playing, I
don't think it was too much.
I don't think it was too much at all.
Drew is next. Hi, Drew.
Hey there, guys. How are you?
Okay.
So, Doug, I have a huge issue with your 2-point conversion deal. I'm on Gator side. You have created 2 possessions by not kicking an extra point, being down 9, and you don't have that much time.
Oh, you're right. I know. If you miss,
I understand. So
if you miss early, you have a chance to make up for it, as opposed if you miss late and you don't.
But you don't because you chase points early, and James Franklin said there's not going to be many points scored. So kick your extra point, make yourself down 4 early in the game, and then now at the end of the game,
Hold on. That's different.
You're not down. You're not down 9. You're down 8.
If you're arguing the first one, I agree with you. If you're arguing the second one, that's where the disagreement comes.
Doug would not have gone for 2 in the first half.
No, Dan is next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Really quick. First, I'm on your side, Doug, with the 2-point conversion. I agree because I get your math. I remember Belichick. I think he was down like 9 points, and it might have been against the Cowboys, and he could play with the time better. He had the ball on offense, and he drove down to the 40, and he said, screw it, let's kick the field goal now, be down by 6, go back, and now try our onside kick. Now we got to go. But on the other way, you have to drive all the way down for a touchdown at the very end. Anyways, maybe I'm just as dumb as Doug here, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's a completely different situation than the 2-point conversion, but that's one that has come up time and time again. The one he was talking about, if you're down by that score, and
people are saying, I mean,
take the field goal when you have it and try to touchdown.
I'll bury it. In fact, I'll just say I'm wrong. Let's move on. Reese says, I will not stand for Dan Miller slander. Cyclonic Vortex on Twitch says, Dan Miller's waited for years to call big games. He echoes the fans' excitement. Settle down, Beavis says, launch the caller into the sun, chumping Dan Miller. 248.
Can't do that.
No.
We reject that chump call.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Kang, during the commercial break, Gator is planning out his next concert. Guess what band?
I don't even think Kang's heard of it.
Oh, I haven't heard of it.
Well, maybe.
Is it
I mean, I've mentioned it on the air a bunch of times, but I don't know.
10-finger death punch?
It's not. Double fist.
Queensryche. He's going to go to Queensryche.
You got the bug for the big concerts now, huh?
Well, it's not a big show because I just saw an ad come on for April 14th, Queensryche at the Majestic Theater downtown. So it's not like a massive venue. But that was my favorite band growing up. And then they started putting out bad albums, and I stopped kind of paying attention. Then the singer left the band, but they got a new singer like 10 years ago, and the guy sounds great. But the reason that I want to go is because I saw that they're playing their first album and their first EP in their entirety. So it goes back to when I was, a teenager, and when I first got into the band. I'm like, absolutely, I'm here for it. So
there you go. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ned is next on 97.1. Hi, Ned.
Salutations, gentlemen. Queensryche is a great band, Gator.
Thanks,
I may join you with, well, not you, but I may go to that one as well.
Yeah, hit it up.
If you'll have me. No,
pick them
up. Okay, so first of all, Hunter, what are you talking about, buddy? I hope you're still listening because Trumpet Dan Miller is like trumping like the Pope at this point.
I think the person who made the point, like, he's waited his entire life. He's finally got a football team. He's allowed to be excited.
Yeah. I don't know what the heck. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, so I got a champ at Trump. First of all, my champ is the Detroit Lions, baby. That was just Dan Gamble going for it. And at this point, I'm not even, like, mad at going for it at fourth downs. I'm like, let's do it. I'm like getting fired up for these fourth downs. And then my trump is Tony Batiti for suspending Harbaugh on a Friday at 4:30 while they're on the team plane en route to a game like this. It's getting ridiculous. But Doug, I wanted to ask you. Do you think not throwing the ball in the second half, was that kind of like a spite move by Michigan, saying like, hey, or like watching the game on TV, I was like, we don't even need to throw, but I'm like, why aren't we throwing? Was it something with J.J. McCarthy, or were they just like...
Well, I think they were a little bit worried about Penn State's pass rush. Let's just start with that. And felt like they could run the ball reasonably well, but they have a saying that I've heard players say it and coaches say it, and they say, keep the main thing, which is winning the game. And whatever they think it takes to win a game, they'll win the game. And that's one of the issues. I mean, I hate all the stuff that's going on, the off-the-field stuff, because in a lot of ways, Ned, this is the kind of team you dream of. After the game, Cornelius Johnson in the locker room was asked about the lack of passes, and he basically said, I don't care, we won the game. Donovan Edwards is asked about not being able to produce until really a big time. He's like, hey, look, don't even say that. We're winning football. They really have such the kids themselves seem to be all in it for the team. Now, I don't know if I answered your question. I just think they felt like their best chance to win the game was to keep it on the ground, and they didn't go into the game thinking that, but as the game evolved, that's what they believed. And if they needed to punt and make Penn State go the length of the field, they didn't think they could do it enough to beat them. And so...
That's it. And that's kind of how I felt. I think it was just like, hey, we're going to run this ball down your throat. Stop us. Try and stop us. Like, we're better than you. We're bigger in the trenches. We're going to do this until you can stop it.
It's not like it was wildly effective. This wasn't, what Rutgers did to Michigan State at the end of the game. And Michigan had, I think, at least 2 3-and-outs. And how many? They have like 4 punts in the second half or something. it wasn't that dominant, but it was good enough.
Yeah, I think the point, though, was if we make them go the length of the field, if we put a 80-yard field in front of them, we don't think they will score.
Yeah, and that was wise because Penn State they couldn't do anything against Michigan's defense, really.
Yeah. Now, it's so funny because a year ago, this year they've been a better passing team than running team. They only attempted 8 passes in that game, and they attempted a 9th that when they did throw once, it was a penalty for pass interference in the second half. Bottom line is, I think they just did what they thought through the flow of the game was going to allow them to win the game. And The other thing you got to remember is plays get changed at the line of scrimmage. Jason Avant reported that the Donovan Edwards touchdown run on 3rd and 11, the draw play, was he audible to the line of scrimmage. I didn't get a chance to ask about that. I will find out this week for sure. But, I mean, an audible at the line of scrimmage on 3rd and 11 that goes for a touchdown is you look at how the defense is lined up and you change the play. And it worked. 248-539-9797. We go to Kevin next on 97 1 ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Who does not love Dan Miller? I mean, Megatron, you are insane.
Yep.
But no, you gotta love him. Now, I will say this. My point, Gator, you're always a fair guy. You're fair. I'm a guy, but I believe in you and I love you. But I do want to say this. I think you might be missing not only you, but a lot of people.
Kevin, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Okay. So you're saying that Michigan got caught. Listen, it's not so much that Michigan got caught. They got tattle-toed on. There's a thing called honor among thieves.
I don't know if that's going to make anybody feel better.
Cheating. Huh?
I mean, you're talking honor among thieves. I mean, look, if everybody cheats, great. Then if you've got evidence, then go ahead and bring it forth. And I think the Big Ten should ask everybody to say, cards on the table, because we're done with this crap. And it's not going to matter in a matter of weeks because we're going to go to the NFL system to begin with, but to end with. But you can't deny that they got caught doing what they were doing.
He got caught.
Yes, he got caught.
He's there on the sidelines for Michigan. He can say they. Okay,
Can I make this point? Just one point I want to make.
Real quick.
On the street, you get whacked if you snitch. You don't snitching.
Snitches get stitches.
It's snitching. You don't snitch. You don't do that.
Nobody's calling for anybody to get whacked. No crimes were committed.
No.
I know. I think things go off the rails a bit when you have video evidence of Stallions on the sideline of Central Michigan. That's where it gets a little bit off the rails. And I think that video evidence is what compelled the Big Ten to do something now. As far as the rest of the investigation is concerned, whenever that concludes, and who knows when that concludes, will that involve investigating the Michigan leads? I mean, I thought the Big Ten kind of responded to that and said that they didn't really present evidence to show that this took place with Ohio State, Rutgers, and Purdue. But that could end up getting.
Michigan didn't submit that. That was submitted by a former. That was brought to light by a former staffer from one of those schools. What if Stallions? I'm just asking. What if he was asked to go up there and did it on his own, independent of Michigan?
I mean, I don't know how you're going to prove it. The fact is, he's there and he's part of the staff.
Yep, and he should be that we've seen in the past that led to a half game suspension, but for a coach at Baylor. But I'm just saying, if he independently went up there,
he's still part of the staff. I
understand it, but Michigan, if they didn't send him up there, I think it does make a difference.
I mean, make a difference in the ultimate penalty, I guess, but if it still deserves a penalty, which they're facing right now.
I completely agree that it deserves a penalty.
It might change the severity of it.
I think the reason Michigan fans are most upset is because they feel like due process was skirted here.
I don't think it's skirted. I think what happened is that the Big Ten had to do something now because they have evidence of something that happened this year. So they're addressing that now. And because if you can do it in the season and there's clear video, then do something about it. The other stuff, I also feel this. Petitti was bullied by 13 other athletic directors and coaches, without question, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he was also bullied by one athletic director or coach, if you want to look at it, from Michigan. So he's not going to make – everybody's after him to do something.
You know what I think his biggest mistake was? He should have talked individually to coaches and asked them to produce evidence. Because when Michigan asked for evidence, and according to reports, it wasn't even presented that there's evidence that Connor Stallions bought tickets from those schools. There was a lot of claims that he did, but they just want to see the receipts to make sure it's true.
It was interesting when you look at the letter that the Big Ten sent. You look at the Michigan letter and the letter Big Ten sent back to Michigan. The Big Ten countered everything, every point that Michigan was making. They had explanation for it. So, and one of the things in their final statement on it was it's ongoing. They're going to see the rest of this through. But again, they had an opportunity to rule quickly on something before the season ended, and they have. And now judge could throw an injunction on it on Friday when they have their hearing, and maybe it's all on hold again and whatever. Then it's back on hold. But I think Petitti, at least for this way, he can say, I did something. I ruled on this. I felt compelled to do it. We did it. Now the legalities take over, and we'll see what happens.
Treat everybody the same is what I ask for, and I'm not sure that that's happened. So weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with a winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, just a reminder, we're giving away tickets to Bye Bye Barry, which is the documentary done by Barry Sanders along with the Detroit Lions and Amazon. Barry, his opportunity to finally set the record straight for himself as to why he retired, his family, friends, all part of it. It's a 4-pack of tickets we're going to be giving away today at 1:40 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. First one with the correct answer, they will receive the pair of tickets to see Bye Bye Barry, which is coming up Friday night. It appears globally. It's released globally on Prime Video on November 21st. Look forward to that. Should be very interesting. So here's something we didn't even mention. Haven't mentioned yet, and it has local relevance. Jimbo Fisher, fired by Texas A&M. $76 million he is still owed. They will have to pay every penny of it. Did you see the wish list at Texas A&M? That people are floating out there.
I can only imagine. I would imagine you've got, well, probably Urban Meyer, Lane Kiffin.
Here's Bruce Feldman.
Mike Lanning. Kalen DeBoer. Bill Belichick. Vince Lombardi.
All right, so it's Bruce Feldman says Duke's Mike Elko, Oregon State's Jonathan Smith, Kansas's Lance Leipold, Florida State's Mike Norvell, Washington's Kalen DeBoer, Oregon's Dan Lanning, and Texas A&M alum Dan Campbell.
Sorry. Oh, what? All right.
Okay, so here's the thing. I have no problem with it's the same thing we said with Michigan State. Ask whatever you want. I cannot foresee a scenario in which Dan Campbell gets off this train.
No, absolutely not. In fact, the scenario I see is Sheila Ford Hamp getting ready to give him a nice big fat extension. Not because of Texas A&M, but because he deserves it, and you want to lock this guy down for a while. I think I said Mike Lanning, Dan Lanning, of course, from Oregon. Keep Dan Campbell's name out of here. It's just that's laughable at this point. Nobody goes from the pros back to college when they're on the precipice of doing great things in the pros. When you're 15-4 in your last 19 games in the NFL, oh yeah, no, I want to go to college. That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't see it at all, Gator, and at all, Doug. But just to play devil's advocate here, Texas A&M, clearly they don't give a crap about money.
No.
Okay? So, I mean, they're just burning, what is it, $76 million?
$76.8 million.
All right? So what if they offered him something absolutely ridiculous and he gets to go home? Home is where the heart is, right? Is there any chance of that happening?
I don't know. I don't know what's in Dan Campbell's heart of hearts, but I just imagine that any coach that gets involved in coaching, that the pinnacle is to coach in the NFL and have a chance at a Super Bowl. And then if at some point if he wants to go back to A&M, then maybe, okay, fair enough. But I can't see that play out. I mean, you're talking about a scenario, you're going to pay him $15 million a year.
No, like 20 it'd have to be, right? I mean, something crazy.
Well, but crazy in college football, is Nick Saban the highest at like 11.5 or something like that?
Yeah, like 11, 12.
Right. So I'm talking about you're talking about jumping it to 20.
Yeah.
To do a guaranteed contract of like a 20-year or $20 million a year, 10-year contract, $200 million to commit to him after spending 76.8 on a buyout. I think it's utterly ridiculous.
So, again, ask for anything. Just on a very surface level, even to go home, he's just got it up and running. They've been through all the tough times. His heart is so into it. It feels like a complete and total non-starter. A complete and total non-starter to me. Like, Campbell's worked very hard. He's got full belief in what he's doing. I mean, sure, they can ask. I seriously cannot see it happening.
What if he wins the Super Bowl this year? I mean, he actually accomplishes what you're doing. That's all the hard work, the growth, everything, and he does it this year.
He's never coached in college. Not as an assistant, not as a grad assistant, none of it. He started as a college intern with the Dolphins in 2010. Coaching intern, and then became a tight ends coach in 2011. Then was the interim head coach with the Dolphins, and then went to New Orleans and now to Detroit. Never stopping with the college ranks.
I would just say, Kang, it's a great question. The Super Bowl is played February 11th. and you said, what if he wins the Super Bowl? Is Texas A&M going to hold the job wide open till February 11th, just in case Dan Campbell wins the Super Bowl? He could be playing for the Super Bowl, not win the Super Bowl. So,
all right, just for you and I to have a conversation here, let's eliminate the Dan Campbell part. These other names, all right? Dan Lanning at Oregon.
I would imagine he'd be highly coveted. Oregon has Nike money behind it, so they'll match any offer.
Mike Norvell, competing for a national championship right now. They're undefeated.
I mean, again, it would be.
But they got Jimbo from Florida State.
When you have a chance to win a national championship, when you're competing for a national championship.
So then it gets to Elko, which would make sense because Elko did some time as a DC at Texas A&M. That would make sense. Jonathan Smith at Oregon State, Lance Leipold at Kansas. I mean, these are hot names right now.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two of the hot names. Those are two that Michigan State's looking at. And what was the other one? Lane Kiffin was another one.
Lane Kiffin wasn't one. You said Elko, right?
I didn't say Elko, but yeah, I
he
mentioned
said
Elko.
Elko. He said Mike Elko.
Okay, so he did not say.
Nobody. I haven't seen anybody report that Urban Meyer. That's floated out there by fans. It's message board fodder, but no. I haven't seen a reporter throw that name out there.
Elko makes sense. Makes all the sense in the world.
Was he the DC there?
Yeah. He's done an amazing job at Duke. And people will look at the record and say, I think Duke is now maybe 6-3 right now, maybe. And say, well, that's nothing special. Look what he's done it with. He's had a banged up quarterback for the last several weeks. They had to go with I believe I was getting confused a little bit with the Kansas game, but you had to go with a backup quarterback in this one.
Mm-hmm.
They took North Carolina to the brink, and then they go to overtime in this one, and came up short on a 2-point attempt in overtime at North Carolina. That dude can flat out coach. He is at Duke. Nobody goes to Duke to play football. You go there to play school, or you go there to play basketball.
I think got some good other Olympic sports.
Sure.
Cross program is pretty good. Women's basketball is good.
But it's a hell of an academic institution. They're not known for football.
No, and look, we just brought it up because Dan Campbell, being a Texas A&M alum, that name is thrown out there. And at the end of the day,
who had this report?
Bruce Feldman.
Go blank yourself, Bruce Feldman.
Well,
how dare you bring this up?
If people in Texas A&M are telling him we're going to reach out to Dan Campbell, I'm not mad at Bruce Feldman. And I don't blame him for reaching out to Dan Campbell.
How big of is it like a 15-gallon hat that person is that's going to reach out to Dan Campbell?
Well, they're from
Hey,
Texas.
Bruce, y'all just know this. We're shooting for the sky. We're going for Dan Campbell.
They just paid $76.8 million to make somebody go away.
You're damn right. And we'll do it again.
And they'll do it again if they think they can get their guy.
Listen,
Texas
Big
A&M,
Hoss, what's it going to take?
Texas A&M is, I mean, think about it. They came out of the gate screaming in the NIL world.
They absolutely did the wrong way.
Yep.
It's not that you don't spend money on NIL. You just don't give it to 18-year-olds.
Yeah. And they came like the number one recruiting class, huge NIL.
Congratulations. Yep. Now they have to play. You go and spend the money in NIL on established players in the transfer portal. That's how you get successful. But you try to do both.
These are this was what early lesson.
Yes.
But
meanwhile, Jimbo Fisher, they just kicked the snot out of whoever they just played with A&M. But yeah, it's been awfully disappointing for them to invest that much money into a coach and a recruiting class and come up being a slightly better than mediocre football team.
Just to wrap this up, any chance Dan Campbell goes, are you sleeping well at night knowing Dan Campbell's not going to Texas?
I will shoot the boot if Dan Campbell ends up being the head coach at Texas A&M after this year.
That's two of us. Kang, will you be in on this?
Oh, absolutely. There's no chance he's going to.
Shoot the boot guarantee from three of us. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Kevin, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
So I just wanted to go with my champ and chump. So my champ is definitely the person who's not going to be the next head coach at Texas A&M, Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is, I was watching the whole game. Tony Romo said that as a backup, Dan Campbell was a team captain. And it's just one of those things. It's just things like that show why this guy he's improving with every game. I thought the thing that really just summed it up for me was he did not kick or punt the ball with 90 seconds left. He said, screw it. Our defense is not going to stop them. Let's just use our offense and just get the first down. And that's what they did, and they won the game. I love Dan Campbell, and I just hope this continues. My chump, though, was it Doug? I think last week you were saying that you were thinking that John Kaminsky would be an impact player eventually, or maybe in the second half.
Yeah.
And then also, it's just been I do like you guys, but Gator, you also were talking about Houston being kind of like a force to reckon with as well next to Hutchinson.
I said they need him to be what he was last year, yeah.
They do, but it's just that's not enough. And even him at his best is not enough, in my opinion. I just think
that's a sack a game. That's a quarterback sack a game if he does what he did last year.
I'm just saying, I think I like our team. I do believe we're able to win a playoff game, but just with what we have on defense right now, Hutchinson is a star, in my opinion, and I was against drafting him, but he's definitely a star. I just think we need more help on that defense.
Well, help might be coming, like we said.
Let's be clear here. We were talking about what in-house can be better.
Last week.
And I went with Kaminsky. You went with Houston. That's what we discussed, what could be better. And look, they may not be, but I would take Houston sack a game. I would absolutely think that would be helpful.
And I think technically last week it was who needs to step up their game in the second half. And I don't even think wasn't even Houston for me because it was a player that's currently playing. But regards to what's coming, James Houston should come off the injury list soon. So could C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And all of a sudden you've added to the secondary and you've added to the defensive line, two areas of concern. And if those guys come back fully healthy, Gardner-Johnson's an impact player. He lead the league in interceptions last year. Impact player. You look at James Houston, 8 sacks in 7 games. How is that not an impact? So, but asking for them to be that's a big ask, I think, both coming off of injury. But maybe if they come back in early December, with game 15 or game 14, whatever it could be, by the time you build up to the playoffs, that all the rust is shaken off and they're ready to be the player that they were going to the playoffs, that's all I ask.
Joe is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
All right.
What's up?
I just want to call and do my champ and chump. Okay. And I'd say my champ would be the Lions offensive line. I think Gibbs and Montgomery, they get a lot of credit for what went on, but I don't know if you guys seen it. There was a 2nd and 1 or 3rd and 1, and they pretty much moved the whole line of scrimmage past the first down marker. And I thought that was really impressive. And overall, they had a really good game. And my chump, that's got to be the caller at chump Dan Miller.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have made that chump call. I know the play you're talking about. They reestablished the offensive line. It felt like 3 yards downfield. It was incredible. After the game, Jared Goff, Joe, he said, I didn't get hit that whole game. Technically, there were 2 quarterback hits. But given what the Chargers were bringing to the table up front defensively, and given that this was the healthiest the Lions' offensive line had been in weeks, it was a tremendous development for the Lions to see this thing play out the way that it did, because this offensive line, it's elite.
There were a number of plays where they were just well-blocked plays. Just worked to perfection, well executed, well blocked, whether it was Montgomery going around the corner and turning it up, or Jahmyr Gibbs doing the same thing. They're able to do it. And it wasn't for, they fell forward for 2 yards. No, they were getting 6 and 7 yards on a number of plays. And then finally were able to break a couple.
I mean, when you can run the ball on 4th and 5 right up the gut, you got some something special in your offensive line. That was real impressive overall.
Yeah, nice pushing at the end there. I think Laporta in particular, I think was one guy that had the extra push for him, but that was ballsy as hell to go for it on 4th and 5 with a draw play.
It sure was. Thanks, guys.
You know what's funny? You know how I remember doing that? 4th and 5 draw play, late in the game on the line, last drive, got to have it score.
Michigan Northwestern, 1982.
No. James Franklin did it against Ohio State.
There we go.
Gained 2 yards. They went with a draw play.
But it didn't work.
It's amazing. I do feel like that guy has the opposite of the Midas touch. Like,
he's a hell of a recruiter.
I was listening.
And that's it.
I was listening to some post-game coverage, and they're like, whenever there's a big moment, they go with a trick play, and it never works. The play calling's terrible. Those trick plays are terrible, well, except the 4th down pass where they threw back to Aller. That worked. But no, other than that, the other trick play they ran didn't work. And I'm like, wait a sec. The one play they ran worked to perfection. When they threw it back from, I think it was Singleton or Allen. One of the running backs threw it back to Aller. But, yeah, the trick play they ran for the 2-point conversion didn't work. He had a fake punt against Michigan that worked 2 years ago. Fake field goal didn't work. But he ran a 4th and 5 draw play against Ohio State on the last drive of the game and got 2 yards.
I don't know what his contract is, but I got to imagine he's on the hot seat. Like, not that they'll fire him this year.
Wasn't he just a candidate for USC and got an extension?
I don't know. Not that he'll be fired this year, but, I mean, obviously he just fired his offensive coordinator. I think it might be a little hot. They're getting tired of losing to Michigan and Ohio State and any other ranked team. They're getting tired of it. The fans are.
All right, it was 4th and 5 from the Ohio State 45-yard line with 1:16 remaining. They were down 27-26. And this was back in 2018, and they went draw play. Got 2 yards. 248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
I work with a college football savant.
Hey,
Joe.
how you guys doing?
All right.
I'm having a little bit out-of-body experience because I started talking when the last Joe came on, and I was listening to myself, and I'm like, that's not what I'm saying. So
nice.
It was. I'm a little flustered with that.
All right, here we go.
But,
take 2 in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, take 2. All right. Thanks for taking my call. I hadn't planned on doing Champ and Chump, but when Gator had mentioned sort of the timeline and maybe Michigan shooting themselves in the foot a little bit, I did a little research on that. Nothing that I found really dissuaded me from feeling like Michigan is still getting the short end, and there's a little bit of something else at play here in terms of rushing things. And the reason for that is my chump obviously is Petiti. Not so much for the punishment, but for the timing of it, and then obviously some of the statement. And if you let me dive in a little bit, I feel like him doing it the last minute was definitely petty. I think that, if you're going to stand on some moral high ground as he is, and be the judge in this whole thing, you let Michigan, plug in the mud and file appeals whenever they are. But at some point there has to be a deadline. And if we're assuming that he could have done it early on Friday and waited, I'm not necessarily going down that track. But at some point there has to be sort of a deadline to say, hey, they're on the plane. Maybe this isn't a good idea to do it now. I know there's obviously some push, but at some point you hit a deadline and you can't do that to the team and the players. But he then did that. So that's why I consider him a chump. The other part is what he said in the, a little bit into the minutia of it. They stated something about unfair games on unequal terms, but they ignore the evidence that Michigan presented that Purdue had signals prior to the Big Ten game.
But they didn't present, did they, Doug?
Well, it's been presented. I don't. Michigan, I think, did. Michigan didn't discover that. That was somebody coming forward and talking about, that this has happened.
No, I think Michigan, from what I had read from Yahoo, Michigan presented that along with their return. So what frustrates about Petiti is that as of November 3rd, he had informed Michigan that he believed they violated the sportsmanship policy, but that he hadn't made any final determinations or disciplinary decisions, right? And it wasn't until Saturday, November 4th, that he formally notified Michigan that they had violated. And then Michigan responded on November 8th with their, response to it. And with that, they gave the evidence that Purdue had received, advanced signals from that. And what I find what I find interesting about the whole thing is that even in the term that, he acknowledges that they do have that the other people had their signs and even called it decoding. They didn't use the word steal. They called it decoding in the document, but says that Michigan, doesn't even know where how they decoded the signs and that there's no known investigation for that. Well, whose job is it to investigate, right? Is it Michigan's job to investigate those, or is it the Big Ten or the
Big
NCAA?
Ten, as I understand, the Big Ten doesn't even have an investigative arm. It's up to the NCAA.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, Joe, who's your champ?
Oh, sorry. It's a Michigan team for kind of overcoming that extra little, knife in the back, I guess. So, yep.
Hey, thank you. Let's get to this quiz question and give away a pair of tickets to see Bye Bye Barry, a 4-pack of tickets to see that private screening on Friday. Gator earlier said he was lining up his next concert tickets, a band that was once his favorite. Which band is it? 248-539-9797. First one with the correct answer at 248-539-9797. You will get the tickets to Bye Bye Barry coming up this Friday. The documentary put out by the Lions and Amazon. It'll be released globally on Prime Video on November 21st. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you're tired of dry, itchy skin and hair, call CGC Water and have a new Connecticut water system installed that will keep your skin and hair feeling soft and looking great. Having soft and purified water offers so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Connecticut Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Scott in Dearborn, congratulations. You knew that Gator's former favorite band. He's planning his next concert. Queensryche.
Queensryche.
There you go. Haven't had a chance to ask you, and we said we would, so we'll follow up on that. Michigan State, Ohio State. So Sam Levitt is taking the red shirt. It's Caton Hauser's team the rest of the way. Noah Kim is hurt. Michigan State, 180-something yards of offense. Gave up over 500.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
Yeah, look, we said on Friday, I said the best bet for Michigan State to keep this thing close would be to try to drain the clock with the running game and try to just drain the clock, period, on the play clock. It bothers me to no end when I see a team that is struggling to stop another team like Michigan State was. They couldn't stop Ohio State. That they just snapped the ball willy-nilly with 20 seconds to go on the play clock. I'm like, just, you're going to get beaten badly, but you could slow the drubbing a bit here, okay? Because this isn't going to be a fast kill. You still got to play 4 quarters. Slow it down. You can keep it a little bit more respectable. And in the end, they ran the ball. Occasionally, they look pretty adept at running the ball against Ohio State. But in the end, they just didn't have it with pass protection. Offensively, they weren't going to score a bunch of points. Defensively, they had no pass rush. And when you're not going to get a pass rush, if you're going to give Kyle McCord time to throw, guess who's going to get open? Everybody. And Marvin Harrison was a stud. He was unstoppable. He did all his damage in the first half, basically. They didn't even need to use him in the second half. And once, I think, halfway through the third quarter, they took Harrison out, and then they took McCord out, took Henderson out. It didn't matter. They just wanted Ohio State at some point, took the foot completely off the gas and coasted. And that's why it was only 38-3, because it should have been, 60-3. It was disappointing, but it's what it is right now. Michigan State doesn't have the horses. They don't have enough talent just yet, but I do like that they have some younger talent on the team, freshmen and redshirt freshmen and some true sophomores. They've got some talent there, but they don't have enough. And it starts with the offensive line. And when you have a bunch of injuries that go on, you don't have the depth to really deal with it. And they were outclassed. Now, what can they do moving forward? Can they beat Indiana? I think they're 4.5-point dogs already against Indiana. I think they can beat Indiana. I don't think Indiana's any great shakes, and I think that this team they haven't quit on Harlan Barnett, not at all, and they want to finish the season strong. They can win that. Can they beat Penn State? Penn State offensively, you just saw it. There's nothing impressive about what they do, and if what they can do is run the football at best, Michigan State can stop the run reasonably well. Now, not against Ohio State, but they can do it against other teams, and they have. They shut down Michigan's run game pretty well. Can they shut down Penn State's running game? And if they can, is that a winnable game? I don't know if they got the offense to go against Penn State's defense, but
so if it is winnable, it's going to be Iowa style.
Yeah,
because Penn State's defense is really good. I mean, they're really good. They fly around, and there were open holes that closed quickly. They were good tacklers. They got talent in the secondary. Like, I'm very much impressed with Penn State's defense. I mean, with Michigan State, to me, the entire season, when it comes to winning and losing, it's where's the offense going to come from? And against this defense, I mean, they're going to have to be flawless defensively because I just can't see them generating much offense. But my question for you is another follow-up here, because the big picture is what's going to happen with the coaching position. Texas A&M is now open. They have some of the same candidates on their list. Sure. Mississippi State is now open, kind of a like school in the Southeastern Conference. San Diego State probably doesn't really impact them. Boise State, as this field gets bigger and bigger, do you feel Michigan State is compelled to move ASAP, and you hope they're farther down the road?
I don't know how you can move with coaching candidates are still coaching, so they're in the same boat as everybody else, except they've had a little bit of a head start here that maybe they could put their feelers out earlier and engage some interest. But I mean, what coach is going to stop an interview right now? I mean, I don't think Elko is going to take, I'll schedule the interview tomorrow at 8:00. He's got a season going on here. And Leipold at Kansas, same way. Jonathan Smith at Oregon State, the same way. Everybody's got seasons and got something to play with. If a coach is having a bad season, is that who you want? Early on in the season, was it Dickert, the coach at Washington State?
Yeah.
He was a candidate, I think, because they got an early upset, and people are like, oh, look at this team. And then now they've gone in the tank, and nobody wants him. So you're looking at teams that are trending in the right direction, coaches that have done it for a little bit here, and then maybe taking a chance on a coordinator or two to interview. Look, I think there's probably, in my mind, 5 to 8 guys I'd be interested in, and I don't know who would be my leader in the clubhouse because some guys just don't seem to be terribly realistic. Like Kalen DeBoer is probably my number one guy, but I don't think he's terribly realistic. Would I be interested in his offensive coordinator? Perhaps. But do I want to hand the reins over to a former coordinator as opposed to somebody that's got head coaching experience? That's where things get difficult. So then Toledo's coach, Candle, he comes into play, and that's not all that awe-inspiring to go to the MAC to get a coach, but last time they went to the MAC to get a coach, worked out really well when they got D'Antonio. I mean,
he wasn't from the MAC. He was at Cincinnati.
Well, sorry, but sorry, my bad. Yes, Cincinnati. I don't know why I associate Cincinnati with being a MAC school. That's not fair.
It's okay.
That's unfair to Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati was in the Big East at the time.
But going with smaller names, I know people don't want to hear that from Michigan State because they want to go after the big fish. But right now, there aren't that many big fish out there. Would Lance Leipold want to leave Kansas to come to Michigan State? Maybe. Do you want to kick the can and see about Matt Campbell at Iowa State? That was the hot name a few years ago. Everybody wanted Matt Campbell. Even Dan Campbell thought he was beaten out by Matt Campbell for the Lions job. So I don't know. It's going to play itself out. I suspect they're not going to be competing with whatever Mississippi State is looking for because I imagine they want Southern roots. Same thing with Texas A&M. So
I'm not both going after Elko or Leipold, right?
They might be. Although I don't think I don't know. Texas A&M strikes me that Elko would be the guy that they'd rather have over Leipold.
Half of Leipold's staff is like guys from the Big Ten footprint, which helps with recruiting.
Sure, it does.
But Rico's in here.
Yeah, Rico's in too.
So it's Doug and Gator. Hey guys,
what's up? We were just talking about other jobs opening up. If it impacts Michigan State at all.
Boise State, yeah. I mean,
Well, like if
Mississippi
Elko,
State, Texas A&M.
Yeah, Elko might be more likely to go.
Here's the only problem with that. There are people at Michigan State who want to get a president first, so they've kind of put they want to put the coaching thing on the back burner. It'll set your program back, but what do I know? But I don't think Mississippi State really is going to butt heads. The only thing that's similar is they're both MSU, but that's it. Elko, yeah, probably going to be the lead candidate for Texas A&M. But then again, does Texas A&M feel like they could do better and go after a Lane Kiffin, go after a Dan Lanning, go after take somebody else's top coach and not just
Well, they've got the money to throw around.
Because Elko may be like bringing Narduzzi back to Michigan State. They may be like, you know what, we could do better than this.
So I hope that's how they feel about it because I have no problem with Elko as a Michigan State coach.
What do you got planned coming up next?
What was a more impressive victory this weekend? 2 teams went on the road, got the job done. Michigan goes to Penn State. Lions go out to SoFi. Both got it done different ways. Which was more impressive?
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1. I don't care how much you bait me. I'm not going to start the show on a negative tone. That was good, though. Come on. You got to laugh. You don't get a choice.
Moment of silence.
You lose Jim
Harbaugh.
You lose your sanity. It's just incredible they were able to persevere after finding out that Jim Harbaugh passed away of pancreatic cancer at 11:43 in the morning. I mean, 17 minutes before the game, you find out your coach is dead. It's a hell of a job.
But unlike Jesus, he didn't need 3 days. Back in 10 hours.
David, question. If you shout out Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, but then you drop F-bombs in the sentence following, does that count?
I don't think so.
How's that
Coming
work?
up this Sunday at Greater Life, David, I'd like to thank God. Now let's turn to MF Corinthians.
Last time I heard somebody talk like that, it might have been David in his bedroom when he made kid number 3.
That feels good.
All right, now in a serious note, here's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to talk about both the Lions and Michigan because they both had big wins. And they mean different things to different people. So I guess we wanted to do it this way. You can pick the choose your own adventure of what you were more impressed by. More impressed by Michigan, more impressed by the Lions. 2 wins that mean a hell of a lot to 2 teams done in completely different fashions. And one of them was safe and smart, which was Michigan. I think Sharon Moore and staff deserve credit for identifying, hey, we have a bit of a problem here. We can't pass protect. They recognized we're facing a moron, James Franklin, and they can't score in a whorehouse. We're going to line up and smash, and we're going to get up out of here with a W. The other was the Lions. And mind you, that's not smart. 90% of coaching staffs would never do what Michigan staff did. The ego would get in the way. The hubris would get in the way. No, we're just good. This is going to work. We're going to get up out of here.
I've only seen it twice. Ironically enough, it happened to Michigan both times. Michigan State did it in 2017.
The rain game.
And then I remember when Wisconsin did it to Michigan where they ran the ball like 28 straight times saying, we're not throwing it.
No, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. Now, it was a tough watch, but whatever. If you win, who cares? The Lions was different. The Lions was drunk guy, blackjack, double down every hand. That game was played on 4th down exclusively. It was a shootout.
See, I looked at it as 2 10-year-olds playing Madden.
It was.
We're just, oh, yeah, well, watch this. Oh, yeah, well, watch this.
4th and 7.
Wait, where'd you find Keenan Allen? Don't worry about it.
Dare me to run it on 4th and 7.
I'm going to throw it deep.
It was done in completely different manners. Now, understand, in one sense, you have Michigan, who's a national title contender, and in the other, you have the Lions, who, according to CBS, and we have audio, are Super Bowl contenders. David, you want to give the people some Romo? Oh, my. So, what were you more moved by, impressed by? What meant more? Now, and again, it means different things to different people. Now, I would say, clearly, if you're a Wolverine and a Lion fan, you've got a hell of a choice to make. Now, listen, if you're a Spartan fan, and I would assume you'd go, well, Lions are more impressive, maybe some inherent bias takes over. But I would love to know, because on one hand, people are starting to talk about your NFL team in a way we've never heard. We've heard it with Michigan. We have never heard it with the Lions, ever.
I'll say this.
Ever.
No, we haven't. If you said Lions in Super Bowl,
Ever.
It was the quickest way to get hung up on, or people make fun of you.
Tony Romo said it's the most complete team he's seen this year. Ever. I've worked, let's say I moved to the state in 98. I came to Detroit in January 1st of 04. Rico, ever.
See, I get where he's going. I'm not going to say complete
That's
because
fine.
I think offensively, yes. That running game, The tandem that you got was the tandem that we all thought when they took Gibbs, you wanted to see. When Gibbs goes out there and you can't stop him, and Montgomery says, hold my beer, watch this rook, 75 yards up the sideline, tosses him the ball. Now let me see you do that. But I will say this, Mike. More impressive was Michigan.
Okay.
Throughout, though the hysteria surrounding the game, they went into a hostile environment in Happy Valley. It's probably one of the 3 hardest places to win. Happy Valley, Ohio State, and Iowa. Those 3 places, very difficult. You had some adversity happen to your team. Your coach is gone. Now, whether it was self-inflicted, we're not going to get into that right now. But you had to work through that because Penn State didn't care. Penn State was there to win a game. Manny Diaz's defense, probably one of the best defenses. Well, it is probably one of the best defenses in the Big Ten, let alone top 5 defense in the country. They get after you. Sherrone Moore made the game. He made the switch in the game and said, I can't pass the ball. I'm going to have to run the ball. And to stick with that, knowing it wasn't going to be pretty, but we were going to win. You got a victory over a ranked team. We were all waiting for that victory to happen to see what happens when you play somebody. When you play somebody, you made Penn State flinch. You made them fumble, and that fumble was the difference in the game. He picks up that first down. Maybe this is a different outcome, but you forced a fumble, and you won the game.
You know what play was the difference to me? And his name
the big
escapes
fella,
me. The 400-pound kid chasing down the running back for Penn State.
Was it Singleton?
Yeah, that was a touchdown.
Yeah.
And that kid, I was big man, moving big fast.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that just saved touchdown.
It did.
It's the little stuff in games. It all matters.
But, I mean, when I look at the two, because the Lions had leeway. If the Lions had lost to the Chargers, it would have been looked at as a league game on the road, West Coast.
But
okay.
they didn't.
They didn't. But Michigan, had they lost that game, eliminated. Done. There was no way mathematically they can make it to the Big Ten.
So because of what's on the line. Okay, but now if we're going to do this, and again, don't get all up in your feelings, people. Just work with me. If we're going to comp out the opponent, well, one of them can't throw a forward pass. The other one has your personal Jesus, Justin Herbert. So all I'm saying is the Lions faced an elite team needing the game on the road, and the Chargers didn't go full Charger.
No,
they
didn't.
played really well, and you were able to win a game you couldn't win in week 2.
Right.
We've gotten on this team for losing some shootouts.
The Chargers game was whoever had the ball last. You're right. In week 2, you had the ball last.
That Dan Campbell
But you chose to do different things at the end of the game. You took it to overtime. This game, you didn't make it to overtime. You went for it on 4th and 2. You picked up the first down. You trusted Riley Patterson. He made the field goal. Ball game. But for Michigan, Penn State couldn't, Mike. But their defense, I was impressed at Manny Diaz. As angry as I mean, the Penn State offense was so bad. I think there's quotes of Jay Johnson like, "Damn, y'all offense is pretty bad."
I love Jurisic getting fired after the game. Like, if you're a Michigan fan, the satisfaction is not only did you beat them, you got their OC fired.
Right.
And you put that whole place to sleep running 32 straight times. Now, do I think that's a recipe to win it all? No.
No, but it was the
move. Recipe to win Saturday.
It was a boss move saying, no, we're not going to change the game plan. It was playing a video game. Until you can stop this play, I'm going to keep running the same play over and over again. I don't need style points. You know, hey, JJ may have sacrificed his Heisman Trophy for a victory. Well, because you're not going to get it on the ballot when you don't throw the ball in the second half.
You have to be on the ballot to ever lose something
Did
in the
you
first
not
place.
watch the game?
I watched everything.
Gus kept telling the
I don't
world
care.
that he's on there.
He's
Wait,
not on there.
Does he have a nickname?
Not yet.
No, I don't think so. No.
JJ McSizzle. I was about to say, is it JJ
Look,
McSizzle?
here's the other thing. With the Lions, and this is also bias, because I've never seen them win a game like that, because I've never seen the team spoken about like that, maybe it's more jarring. I think the expectation is Michigan was going to win that game. Now, the way they did it was different. But I guess for me, like the Lions to go out there on a day, if you told me the Chargers scored 38, I'd go, Jesus, we got our doors blown off, didn't we? We went out there not ready to play. Mm-hmm. The Lions were in that. That was a Wild West shootout where Staley is every bit as aggressive as Dan Campbell.
That's what I said. It was two 10-year-olds playing Madden, and you knew going in that whoever had the ball last was going to win. And because neither team could really stop the other. And, yeah, that 4th and 2, like, man, please just make this catch. Whoever you – I like that they just safe throw.
What was your first reaction to that? When you saw, okay, they're not trying to draw them off sides. When they snapped it, I'm not going to BS my listeners. I went, oh, no. What have we done?
You know what? I stood up and had both hands behind my head like, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay. All right. First down. Okay.
Now, here's what's interesting. Early on, we're trying to do both Michigan and Lions. Michigan right now, a 6-2 margin on the phone lines.
Because I think Michigan was more important, Mike.
More important?
I mean, it's more impressive.
Right, because I look at what the Lions did. They have the second best record in football.
They do.
They are in a conversation to be the 1 seed. I don't know the next time they won't be favored.
They're in a conversation to be the 1 seed, but I think it's a safe bet to say that they pretty much clinched the playoff spot yesterday. Now, it could be somewhere 1 through 7, but they're in. For Michigan, you advance to the next week where you're still in the conversation of being in the playoffs. If you lose to Penn State, you now lost a tiebreaker to them. If you beat the Buckeyes, Penn State goes to Indianapolis. If you lose to the Buckeyes, you don't go to Indianapolis. So they had to win that game.
Yeah, and I get the importance of what you're talking about, but if the Lions don't win yesterday, they may not be in the race for the number 1 seed anymore.
David, they're not.
That was important, okay? And what
you know
I'll
what,
say
David,
is...
then how about this? For today, I'll be the Wolverine fan, and you just be the Lions.
But I think the Lions win is more impressive.
Do I get to be the backup dancer?
Yes.
We're switching roles. But I think the Lions was more impressive because they played a game with half a team. That defense was in Detroit while that game was in Los Angeles, okay? There was no defense on either side, but no defense showed up. And I think
the defense, like, who were they? I mean, you missing players or what?
It was just 7-on-7 out there, it felt like.
Right. Well, I don't think Branch is, since the injury, he hasn't been the same as you saw early in the year.
Agreed.
Keenan Allen,
they just forgot about him
in
all
year
of a sudden.
20, is still out there making plays.
Dude, he went to the tent, and I go, wow, Lions got a huge break. Keenan's out of this thing. He appeared, no announcement, critical third down. I'm like, wow, he's back, and he's killing us again.
I was listening to Dan Miller. He was like, well, Keenan Allen's back in the game all of a sudden.
It was an entertaining game. It was one of the few. I mean, the next game between the Jets and the Raiders, we should just get an apology from the league. But that game, I mean, even that was the 4th down play where they threw the touchdown to Keenan Allen. It was like, okay, that was ballsy. Like, you're not even just going to try to run and pick this up. No,
you ran a damn play pass and threw a touchdown to, what is it, Brock Wright? I'm going, oh, my God.
Right.
Hey, look, they're both impressive. They're both important.
It got to the point where you're wondering, how many more 4th down plays do you have in the playbook?
All of them. Another.
Just create one.
They were like Kenny at the bar. Another.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Another.
The tab is open.
For years, you've heard us talk about Capital Mortgage funding. You know the deal. The home purchasing market is insane. Multiple offers, overbidding, craziness.
Boiled shrimp.
Capital Mortgage Funding can guide you through the process, get you the approval you need so you can at least try to participate. 1-800-LOW-RATE, Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding. Get with them today. It's 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE.
My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance company so you can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. That's 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you.
I mean, what planet am I on? Amazing. I don't know what's more shocking. That comment or Sharon Moore's performance after the game?
Well, I mean, when your head coach passes away, Mike, it's
terrible.
It's to be expected.
Incredible. The fact that he died in front of the team and they still recovered to win that game. Oh, wait, he was with the team.
And he was on the team playing coming back.
Sweet Christ.
Sharon, he's actually right there.
By the way, Harbaugh, this is the best bit ever now. America's team. Did you see that?
America. Yeah. It's like Jim Harbaugh and Steve Rogers.
It's an amazing time to be alive. The cheats.
Mm-hmm. Sends people on sidelines.
So-called experts. We picked you to win the game. Naysayers. You mean people with common sense? You cheated. No one said you couldn't play. No one said you weren't good.
Yeah.
Y'all are a weird bunch. That's all I can tell you. It is America. You know what? When I think of America, I think of Blue Magic. That's a brand name.
Hot dogs,
apple pie, NASA, and Michigan football. That's really what it boils down to.
America.
David, ticket text coming. We're doing Lions and U of M. We're going to attempt to. What's wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Someone's saying Rico's 100% correct about the Michigan fan base reaction to the Harbaugh suspension. They couldn't have been more irate. Think Hatchet and TJ owe Rico an apology for Friday.
It's not an apology needed. Sometimes you just need to know people and understand people and know that even though it wasn't a big deal, you won the game, you'll go into the only one you're really concerned about is Ohio State, but that's at home. So you got the crowd behind you.
I'm not concerned about
you got
that
everybody.
game.
No, not you. I'm just saying in general, the Michigan fan base who's so upset and aggrieved. It's like,
I think they like being aggrieved more than they like winning.
Right, it's like,
I've never met a bunch of people like this.
But I knew it was the first time a spoiled rich kid got told no.
He's going to be back for the He might be back this weekend.
But they got told no.
Who cares?
They
won.
They did.
But they won.
Doesn't matter. You never tell me no. Do you know who my father is? Do you know how much money he donates? Do you know that our name is on the family name is on the side of the building? They pulled that card.
Okay, you know what?
And in the end, you're like,
I don't live in this world.
You don't, Mike. I don't either, but I understand
They got to play. I thought Sharon Moore did a really nice job, post-game embarrassment notwithstanding. He did a really nice job.
I did laugh when they said, Sharon, you got to keep your headset on, and I thought about you talking about Harlan.
Was this one connected?
You're damn right it was. Sharon did a really good job, and he's going to be a head coach someday.
He may be yours.
Well, but if you're... Never mind. I'll leave it alone.
Just say it. What's wrong?
If you're an AD, do you really want to hire a guy that's going to cry after the game?
I'm not going to judge one moment.
Okay.
That's not...
Dan Campbell cries.
Okay,
and everybody loves him.
That's different.
How is it different?
We can bust balls, but I don't believe that factors into a hiring process.
Okay.
He did a really good job in that game, making a really big decision.
Yeah, who was the Dick Vermeil? My goodness.
My dad hates Dick Vermeil.
He cried at everything. Opened a bag of chips. Oh, my God. These were the best chips
But they
ever.
are running a program. This guy's crying because his coach is in the hotel room.
You know what, people? You can direct your vitriol to David. Don't even bring
David
it
is
here.
not a Michigan
Please
fan
do.
today.
Bring it to me.
You're not a Michigan fan
I'm
today.
a Spartan fan.
You're not a Michigan fan today.
Like hell. We don't want you.
You know what, David? Bet.
Bet. Still can't figure out what that means. Let's go to Cole, 97.1. What's up, Cole?
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Good, man. What are you more impressed by? Let's talk about it.
I think that Lions game was one of the most losable games I've ever watched of football. I mean, they had every opportunity throughout the entire game to lose it, and they didn't. And that is the most impressive thing to me I've seen in my entire 23 years in Detroit.
Cole, it felt like a playoff game. It felt like a high-level, divisional round game, and they didn't flinch. And when the other team is going to go for it on every fourth down, and they have an elite QB, it requires you to do more.
To be all in.
And you went blow for blow. I couldn't be more impressed. It was awesome.
Cole, they did not play scared. They said, okay, if you're going to go for it, we're going to go for it. We're going to be just as aggressive as you are, and we're going to see who has the ball at the end. And it was the Lions. You're right. This wasn't the game plan going in. I'm sure you realize that, Cole, but they adjusted and they made it work. It was impressive. Probably between that and the Browns-Ravens, the best two games yesterday in the NFL.
Oh, I think it was one of the best games we've seen all season. And the thing to me is when you compare it to Michigan-Penn State wasn't on the same level. I mean, you could say that whole game hinged on that failed fourth down conversion, and that was a terrible coaching call. So I think the Chargers were a better team, a better opponent for the Lions than Penn State was for Michigan.
Yeah, yesterday's Lions game did remind me of the Chiefs and Rams, that Thursday night?
The 51-48.
It was just entertaining whether you were a fan of either team or not.
Yeah, it was a hell of a game, hell of a win. I couldn't be more proud to watch that team play.
Yeah, and again, for the people in the back, because I know how some of the dimwits act, no one is saying that both aren't impressive. It's just what moved you more. Right. Now, if you're only a Michigan fan, you don't care about the Lions, you're right. This probably isn't the topic for you. If you're only a Lions fan and you loathe Michigan, that probably doesn't help you.
But me, not being a Lions fan or a Michigan fan, can say I think Michigan was more impressive.
I give you credit. You still wear green out of the house. It is remarkable. It is a tip of the cap. The fact that you put that silly little hat on still, God bless you. You're doing America's work right
Dude, I graduated from there twice. I'm allowed to wear this hat for the rest of my life.
You just threw the extra degree right in your face, David.
I can wear it whenever I want to wear it.
Let's go. Man, if you don't score a touchdown, you can't wear that out of the house.
I don't care.
All right, let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you today?
What's up, Mike?
Super.
Now, I know I gave you guys a hard time about Harbaugh last week, and I do apologize about that. But here's the thing. I agree. I think that I agree with Rico on this. I think that win for Michigan was more impressive than the Lions, although you had the Chargers winning yesterday, right, Rico? So you could say that a lot of people didn't think the Lions could win, but I still think –
No, I had the Chargers I didn't think the Lions would cover, but they ended up covering. I thought the Lions would win, but they wouldn't cover on a last-second field goal. Okay. So, yeah.
Well, it was close anyways, I think by a half point. But here's the thing, though. Michigan won a game without throwing a pass in 32 plays in the second half. That's called, just being out physical. I don't care what side, Penn State knew what was coming, and they still couldn't stop it. To me, that's impressive. And Penn State's defense is good. And Penn State's, they have a really good DB. And I think Michigan just thought running the ball would be the best game plan. And I kind of think JJ might be hurt. He was limping around a little bit, and maybe they didn't want to expose that because you guys remember how he was limping around and stuff like that?
Yeah, but but my quarterbacks get dinged up all the time. That doesn't mean you pull the plug in the last 40 minutes of the game.
Right.
I'm not going to use an injury there.
I mean, Justin Herbert had a bad thumb.
They used a smart game plan to know this other team can't hurt us. We have the lead. Let's bleed this thing out 3.5, 4 yards a pop and just get out of here.
Let's not challenge their NFL corners. Let's just run the ball and, take a knee for the second half.
Because Penn State might have the best DB in the country and a top 15 draft pick over there. So
Kalen King,
because they completely shut down Roman Wilson even when they did throw the ball a little bit, So, and the thing is Blake Corum and even Donovan Edwards. That was intriguing. it seems like in big games, Michigan kind of reverts back to their bread and butter, which is Donovan Edwards, Blake Corum getting in there. And the thing is that that makes me like their chances in a couple weeks even better, being at home and everything. So,
the Ohio State thing to me, Mike, that's a layup. Like you guys can hate my guts all you like, but I call a spade a spade. I pick you when I think you're going to win the games, and I don't back down from it. I've picked you the last 2 years against OSU. I pick you again. They don't have what it takes to beat you. I don't believe in them. Period. Harbaugh or no Harbaugh.
Well, see, that's where we're different.
I'm a big Michigan slappy, but I'm with you guys. I thought the post-game stuff was a little over the top, but I also think these guys were genuine. I think it was a hard week for them. I think they were
okay. And then, and Mike, I understand what you're saying.
I know.
Whether it was self-inflicted or not, it was a difficult week. It was a lot going on in the final 48 hours for the game. The players handled it. They went out there because Penn State didn't care. Penn State wasn't going to give you an easy time.
Do you really get credit for handling your own actions?
There was adversity.
Okay.
We are here for America.
I know.
Okay?
It is America's team.
You don't like America.
Who needs the New York Yankees? You've got Michigan football.
God bless Michigan.
That's right. You know what I've heard? Michigan versus everybody.
No.
Perpetually aggrieved. It is a remarkable emotional state for those people. All right, madness of the holiday season. Serta mattress Black Friday sale, holiday parties. How about dealing with family you largely don't like, other people's kids, shopping, cooking? You need rest. You need a Serta iComfort Eco mattress. You can get up to $900 off of that, or $100 off Serta's Perfect Sleeper. And Serta, made right here in Michigan for over 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right. Tons of local football. The show's going to be damn near exclusive. But we also have business to take care of around the league, around the nation. David, music, let's just quickly get into it. Yes, David.
So let's start in Arizona. Kyler Murray is back.
He's back!
Threw for 249 and an interception. They won the game, but I want to know.
And Call of Duty came out the weekend before.
Of course, Kyler Murray wants to win. Of course, the Cardinals want to win, quote unquote. But what's best for them right now? They sit at 4th.
Losing.
It's better for Kyler if they lose, right?
Yes. The only argument I'd have is if Kyler somehow catches fire and they still lose, could they trade him? Look, David, they're a screwed up organization. The owner's under investigation. The GM got clipped. It's a mess in Arizona.
See, they're actually in an advantageous situation. They can still win a couple of games because everybody wants a quarterback, and they're married to Kyler. So they're still going to get the player that they want.
Just get out of range of Caleb. Nobody could yell at you. You could trade out of that pick.
Right.
Okay.
That's
all
fair.
right. Okay.
Oh, look at you, Rico.
You know what? I'm trying.
Let's get
He
over.
ain't here for his looks.
Let's get over and talk about the New York Football Giants.
Why don't we talk about your mother?
There was a
Wow.
6 also
I don't need this today.
of 14
I like
plus
Mrs. Hall.
points. They've been outscored 89-17 in the 2 losses to Dallas. Saquon Barkley had an animated conversation with Dayball on the sideline. Darius Slayton, Sterling Shepard were upset. How does Brian Daboll keep this team together in the final 7?
He doesn't. He doesn't. Everything you just said is suggestive it's not together.
You simply tell them, guys, our quarterback is playing in college right now. This will get better next year.
Will it?
It will. You don't have a quarterback, Mike.
I understand. My whole point is, here's all I'll say. I am not mad that they lost. I am upset that they are embarrassing. Look, the Bears, tons of injuries, bad football team. They compete. They try. The Commanders have traded away their whole effing team. They try. They play. You don't just go out in the National Football League and lose by 40 on the regular. You don't. Have a little effing pride.
Okay. Your quarterback is doing sub commercials, okay? I mean, seriously, you're not trying to be for real when you roll Danny DeVito out there or Tommy DeVito or whoever. Okay? You're not really trying. So you tell your team.
I'd rather have Danny DeVito than Tommy DeVito.
Okay, guys, this will get better. We're going to take next year. We're going to get a quarterback. You draft some offensive linemen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds great. Next.
Let's talk about Geno Smith. He went for 369, threw for that, and a pair of touchdowns in the game. He put them ahead in the fourth quarter. Then they had to come back again. He led them to the game-winning field goal drive. Did not have a turnover, which is key for him. Hasn't been the case this year in the previous 4 games. Is Geno back?
No, he did it against school children.
All right.
And you know what my takeaway in that game is? I was more impressed by Sam Howell. You guys got no help, no running game, no offensive line. He's on pace to get sacked 96 times.
And they traded their defense away.
I'm sorry. I'm more impressed by that. I'm privileged Geno.
Well,
I got every effing Madden player on my team. Ooh.
I was going to say shout out to you because I took the Commanders because they were 5.5 point.
Isn't it gross, but it feels great, doesn't it?
I did on the picks with cookies. I'm like, you know what? I'm going with the Commanders. Cookies, you know what to do.
That's sadly what you do. Yes.
But no, I think for Geno, it was a game that he needed. But is he back?
No.
I don't think he left. I just think that he just hit that bump in the road.
You're damn right, Jim. Teflon Jim.
Can either one of you explain something
You
to me?
thought they had a hard time getting Gotti.
What is wrong with Mac Jones? I mean,
Let's go to Kenny Cott for that, because
David-
I'm out. I got nothing on New England.
I guess the best way to describe it is when you know you're in a dead-end relationship, but you're just stuck because the lease ain't up and neither one of you can move out for another year. So
this is hitting a little close to home, it sounds like.
So what do? You just grin and bear it and know this thing is over. One of us won't be here next
Kenny,
year.
when's the lease up? Let's talk about it.
Kenny, I'm talking Mac Jones.
Let's jump over to another team that loves to play in Europe. Let's talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars for a quick minute. What is wrong with their offense? Doug Peterson wanted them to score more than 7 points per game than they did last year. Well, that ain't happening.
Offensive line is a mess, and they've been defying analytics, where the offense has been getting more credit than they probably deserve. And then a real team comes to town. San Francisco looked awesome yesterday. Chase Young looked great yesterday.
Had half a sack, a lot of pressures.
It's just
Hargrave,
David,
Bosa.
I think it said more about the Niners than the Jags, but the Jags are not going to be in that elite. They're nice. They're cute. They're the best of a bad division. They're not where the Lions are in my world.
Yeah, they have the fourth most turnovers in the NFL at 17.
Yeah, Christian Kirk's out here carrying a loaf of bread. I'm going, well, what am I watching?
But you know what? You know who's back? Brock Purdy.
No, he's not back. No, he's not back.
I mean, he's just throwing up, hey, Kittle, go get it. Touchdown.
So it happened again this week. C.J. Stroud did it again. A last drive to win the game. The discussion's not going to be about C.J. Stroud, though. The discussion needs to be about DeMeco Ryans.
Coach of the year.
Is he the leading Coach of the Year candidate?
Well, first of all, they have Arizona this week. If they win, they go to 6-5.
Yep.
If he gets them into a wild card in the AFC, which is loaded, DeMeco Ryans your Coach of the Year. Now, interesting. I told you last week, C.J. Stroud MVP plus 13,000. Do you know what his odds are today?
It's probably like
700?
800.
Plus 2,500. Let's take it easy, guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm making a point. Like, guys, what he's doing, this is generational. This is incredible.
No, it is. But I look at
And there was no Nico Collins yesterday. He's throwing to Noah Brown. Who?
I look at DeMeco Ryan. Yeah, I think he should. I mean, when you look at what he did, it was a big gamble. Trading away all your picks for next season, bringing in these two guys.
Will Anderson and the other numbnuts, not Upshaw, the guy on the other side, combined, they have the highest pass rush win rate of any duo in football. Yeah. Will Anderson is really good.
He should be up for Coach of the Year. It's kind of like Northwestern's Coach Braun. That's your Big Ten Coach of the Year. If they get bowl eligible, you got to look at everything they did. So I feel the same about DeMeco. Miss him as a Niner defensive coordinator, but love what he's doing out there for Houston.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Why
there.
is Northwestern able to look functional and Michigan State's not? Oh, wait. Our coaches are bums.
Okay, in all fairness.
Bums.
No. You really want to know?
Not
or
really.
You just want to be angry?
Angry.
Okay. David, for the other people out there.
Sure.
If you swap them and put MSU in the West, they may look better.
Yeah, I doubt that.
I
doubt that.
Sheridan is fine.
Yeah,
No,
I doubt that.
You want to know if you take Michigan and Penn State and Ohio State off their schedule, they're going to look better.
No, I doubt
they're
that.
not.
No, that isn't football today.
Okay. I work with idiots.
Okay, then. I'm an idiot, but I'm here to tell you about Northville. You know the drill. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they move that much product. It's all in stock. It's in their warehouse, mile down the road. No supply chain, no wait times, just product, quickly and cheaply. Best pricing in the industry. You need someone to build that deck. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're attempting to balance it out because both games were huge. You guys got to pick what you want. Look, Michigan, it's the test we wanted to see. They went on the road. It was unconventional, that's for damn sure, but it was smart. I think Sharon Moore understood real quick, we can't block these guys. We're not going to get our quarterback killed. They can't score. I'm just going to run the ball, run the clock, and we're going to get up out of here. It's not a beauty contest. Just win. For the Lions, it was a beauty contest. It was awesome. I mean, it was no disrespect. You want to win your games? I'm not knocking U of M. I'm just saying from a watchability standpoint, oh, my God, man, the Lions game was awesome. Awesome. And it was played on fourth down. Staley was going to go for it every time. Dan Campbell was going to go for it every time. And Jared Goff, who a lot of people, he's not, where's goofball? Jared Goff's not elite. Jared Goff had to be elite yesterday because the guy on the other side is. And I bust his balls and I say he's a bit of a loser, but like part of that's the coaching staff in San Diego, in LA. But it had to be extremely high level. And the Lions answered the bell every time. And then that 4th and 2 decision to not kick the field goal. We're going to get this, bleed the clock, then kick the field goal and beat you. That's just boss. That's a boss move. That's the boss equivalent of running it 32 straight times. So impressive both ways. Want to know what matters more to you? We'll get back to your phone calls in a second. David ticket text, then we'll go on the board. Kenny said he's got a game in the NHL tonight that can't lose. Close quote.
Ben Johnson is the DJ Khaled of fourth down plays, and another one. Ticket texter says.
Yeah, there was one moment in there, and you heard Goff say it. They had the wrong personnel on the field, and he communicated, and Johnson, they got into the right check, and I think it was the 80-yard.
Yeah, 75 yards
Montgomery
later.
Run.
Touchdown.
Where J-Mo did something.
Yay, J-Mo.
That U of M coach. That U of M coach is a fool. You ain't do anything. Save the dramatics for the Ohio State game.
I'll stay away from it.
I still don't understand the hype around Aller. Every time I watch him, he stinks. All Michigan had to do was dare Penn State to throw the ball. He couldn't do it.
All right, if I say this, am I going to have to deal with cultists, or can we just have an honest moment here?
Honest
you don't
moment.
have to deal with cultists. But you can say it. I'm just forewarned. Go ahead.
I don't believe in Penn State's offense, guys. I didn't going in. I thought it would be like a 17-14 game.
The safest thing for the Michigan defensive backs is to just leave the receivers wide open because Drew wasn't going to hit them at all.
I mean, I give them marks for being up there against the run, but I mean, Penn State moved it a little bit, but like, I don't know. Guys, no offense. Watch your game against Aller and then turn on Georgia. It's not the same sport. So yes, it was nice, but you know, no offense. I'm not going to make a comp now to the 97 Wolverines defense. You still haven't played a quarterback. That's not your fault. It's just reality. What passing attack have you faced that I am supposed to care about? Bobby Winsett at Rutgers? Like, I get it. We're living in your world. We get to say a bunch of zany stuff like you're America's team and bet and adversity, even though you caused it to yourself. But there's still a space we can talk football. Please, I'm sorry. It was impressive. I think you're a damn fine football team. But please, let's not act like you just faced Steve Young here.
Drew Aller, I thought, was going to eventually mature very much the way Milroe has done at Alabama.
Yeah, no.
Where you knew, okay, he's going to eventually catch up to the game. No, it's not catching up to Aller whatsoever. I don't know if it's because the OC was just that bad that they fired him the next day. But
I think Franklin was looking for a scapegoat.
No, but
Franklin
I'm looking at
needed to
Aller.
take the heat off himself for being an idiot.
But even the throws when the guys were open, he either threw it behind them.
Rico, he's not good. You can just say
No,
it.
and that's what I said. I thought that eventually he would get better, and he just didn't.
Now, again, it's not your fault.
Nope. You don't care.
But I'm not going to get the answer to what I want until they go to the playoff. I don't trust Kyle
McCord.
No, hell no. They're just going to force it to Maserati. That's not going to work against U of M.
No.
Come on,
I think
man.
Ibuka can do some damage.
Oh, let me know when he's back and actually doing something. Nice one catch this weekend.
Well, did you really need him?
You know what? When did you meet Will Smith? Let's go on the board, please. All right, I gave it a UCF game and a little letdown spot there on Friday, so that worked. I think they won like 50-3. Wasn't a great weekend for me, but it beats losing. Tonight, I'll keep it simple. I really don't want to play this game, but if you are just jonesing for it, I think you got to take the Broncos in the 7.5. There are 7.5s out there, FanDuel or not. There are 7.5s. To me, the Bills shouldn't be favored by 7.5 over anybody. The defense sucks. Josh Allen's had 5 straight games with a turnover. He has to do it all by himself. The Broncos' first 4 games, they gave up 70 a game. The last 5, they've actually given up about 16 a game. Russell Wilson has settled down. It's gross. I would have to take the 7.5 there. But I'm not sure you want to be involved with Broncos and Bills on a Monday night. Rico, any touchdown props from the Sun Belt or whatever other ridiculousness we're going to do?
That's just hurtful, Mike, and mean. You're a bad person today. You don't love America. That's your problem.
America's team.
I'm going to treat today like it's July 4th. I'm going with the Bills. And I'm going to say this. It's going to be a Steph Diggs night. Steph Diggs, anytime touchdown, and Steph Diggs to get at least 80 receiving yards at plus 150.
Okay. I mean, they're going to try to force it to him. Hey, does Gabe Davis play for that football team anymore? Kenny, the can't lose Monday night Pucks-A-Lot selection. It's important.
I'm really sorry to use this early in the week, but I think I may have to.
Kenny,
I may have. There's 2 games on, Mike, and I hate both of them.
That means it's an easy choice. You got to take one of the 2.
You take both of them then at that point. Take the Islanders.
We're taking the Islanders. The Oilers blow. Islanders plus 136. Mike Bossy will have 2 tonight.
If you had to twist my arm out of the 2 games, yes, I would bet the Islanders because the Oilers don't have any goaltending.
Big night for Benoit Hogue up in Edmonton.
For the record, I'm not betting this one.
Yes, you
are. I am not.
Come on.
Rick DiPietro.
They both wear blue and orange. This is a must-bet game.
Oh,
let's go to David.
You're going to be disappointed because I'm not going to do the Kenny.
Wow.
So here's what I'm going to do. Anytime touchdown for Dalton Kincaid is at plus 180.
They threw like 17 passes to him last week.
He has 7+ targets in each of the last 3 games. So yes, take that.
Well, I'll say this. If you want to juice this up, if you want to take Steph Diggs over 6.5 receptions to go along with what I said, now you're at plus 190. David, I have something for you. Oh, you know what? I forgot. You said you don't watch
WNBA.
You don't watch basketball until January, but
with the way the Pistons are playing, you might want to backdate that to April.
Here's something you may want to keep an eye on. Your Wolverines, they're not bad. They're in the Garden tonight, taking on St. John's.
Oh, taking on Dracula.
Lost.
Plus 114 money line.
No, I'm good.
David, they listen.
Not money line.
They're 2.5 points.
Take your points, David. Take the points. They're like vitamins.
Yeah, I would do the points, but not money line. Not with this team.
Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
They're actually.
They look.
Yeah, they do, David.
I know that, but I'm not ready yet.
This is
what
their first real test.
What if I told you that you have a coaching upgrade by your real coach not being there?
That's not telling me anything I didn't know.
It was addition by subtraction, not Juwan.
Jet.
With 2 T's. No Hunter, no Jet with 2 T's.
No ball stopper.
That offense flows.
So what you're saying is Michigan doesn't need coaches.
No, you do. You got Phil Martelli. Phil Martelli is getting the job done.
No Juwan, no Jim, no problem. America's teams.
Right.
They're so good they do it without their coaches.
But I forgot, you're not a Michigan fan.
Not today.
I'm giving you all Michigan all day. Why? America's team.
That's right. I love you in that Applebaum and Stone commercial.
At 3 o'clock, I will sing Forward Down the Field.
Right, if you know, you know. All right, we're back to your phone calls on the Lions and the Wolverines next. All right, weather gets colder. Deals at FanDuel do not. $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Like tonight when Kenny grows the F up and bets the Islanders in Edmonton tonight at plus 136. Let's party. The app is easy to use. More betting markets than anyone. FanDuel.com/ticket. They're the official partner. 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by the good people at Cars for Kids. Michigan and Maryland Saturday. Wolverines favored by 3 touchdowns. They are also now favored by 8.5 over Ohio State and is the odds-on favorite at 2-1 to win the national championship. Jim Harbaugh said today at a press conference the Wolverines should be America's team due to the adversity they've gone through. Michigan's J.J. McCarthy had been the Heisman favorite, but now after throwing for just 60 yards at Penn State is listed at 100-1. Odds behind the favorite, Bo Nix. Meanwhile, Penn State head coach James Franklin throwing his offensive coordinator under the bus after fired him after getting beat by Michigan Saturday. MSU will play Indiana Saturday. Hoosiers are favored by 4. 7-2 Lions are a 9-point favorites Sunday at Ford Field against the Bears. Lions review at 7 tonight right here on 97-1 The Ticket. Lions now the 5th choice to win the Super Bowl at 10-1 behind the Niners, Chiefs, Eagles, and Ravens. Monday Night Football, Bills favored by 7 over the visiting Broncos, and Michigan basketball tonight at St. John's, 6:30 and AM 950 WWJ. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 theticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, I used to hate that song, but now I'm kind of digging it because it's so ridiculous. All right, 3 o'clock. We're doing Lions. We're doing the Wolverines. It's both. Both had impressive wins. I need to know which one you valued more. And again, I don't think there's a wrong answer. It's subjective. For me, I've been on the Lions train for how long here? That's a Super Bowl caliber win. That's a win where CBS, I'll play the audio for you, where you had Tony Romo and Jim Nantz with a straight face saying this. That's what a straight face. Winning an absolute shootout, no margin for error, and both coaches hyper-aggressive, which means that game hinged on 4th down. I couldn't be more impressed with the Lions. Now, Michigan, look, they go on the road and realize early, we can't pass pro. Our tackles are getting murdered. And Sharon Moore, I thought it was brilliant. Then F it. We're bringing in 7 offensive linemen. We're going to go 1936. We know this team can't score, and we're going to run 32 straight times. It doesn't have to be a work of art. It doesn't have to be fun. Win the game. And that's exactly what they did. Know your opponent. Do what you need to do to beat them. And again, listen, the thing that's always been lost on me is why some of you, I'm not going to say all, I won't even say a majority, I still don't get your perpetual state of aggrievement. I don't get it. I didn't get it Friday. I go, this is a win. Who cares if Harbaugh coaches? You'll win the game. I mean, this weekend, you would have thought Jim passed away cancer 10 minutes before the game. Here's Sharon Moore after the game. You want to play that? I mean, I don't know what planet I'm on.
He was emotional. That's the G-rated version
Correct.
of that.
Correct. We took out a couple of the F-bombs. I don't get it. Like,
see, this is why Wolverine fans don't like you, David.
No, well,
exactly right.
Why? Because David has common sense?
You're not wrapped up in the emotion because it's us versus the world.
No, it's not. Listen, here's the cliff notes on this. We said this from jump. You're really good and you're going to play. They're not taking your games away. Whatever happens down the line is down the line. I can't speak to it now. Harbaugh here or not makes no difference. You'll beat Penn State. They did. And they did it by Sharon Moore making a really intelligent decision. Full stop. But Santaono with the victim stuff, Charles Woodson embarrassing himself on TV, Desmond, Sharon Moore, or Harbaugh going on TV today with the America's Team routine. I don't know another fan base that enjoys being aggrieved more than they enjoy wins. Here's your cliff notes. Yeah. You cheated. You got caught cheating. There's proof you cheated. You took a very minor punishment. Full stop. Play the games. Win games.
That's how you see it. The other side of the coin is you're holding us up. You are tarnishing our name.
You're
treating us unfairly.
No, you're getting treated
We haven't
really
been given
well.
due process. And why are you such a rush to get this done?
I'm not.
No,
They're
not
playing.
you. But that's their mentality is, well, let's just figure this all out at the end of the season. But we're going to act like this is not happening right now. That's the problem.
You know what kills me is the cognitive dissonance that takes place. Do you know why they did an unprecedented move to punish it? Because it's an unprecedented scandal. In season, this year, there are people nationally saying they don't deserve to go to the playoff. I didn't say that. All I'm saying is who cares if your coach is there? You're going to play, and I think you're going to win. Right. Be happy.
But they can't. Because
well, then go see a therapist.
Because you need all of the cloud to go away and everybody to say you're pretty and you're the best team. No harm, no foul. We see nothing. You just keep going on.
Okay. Well, then you don't get to play the role of villain. You don't get to have Ric Flair. You don't get to have us versus everybody. If it's truly us versus everybody, you tune out everybody. What the hell is the insecurity? Honestly, what are we doing? Just win. They won. Be happy. It is just this state of perpetual aggrievement. I can't figure it out. I got a team that can't cross midfield. I don't care if my team was 10-0. You could say they were Satan-worshiping scumbags. I wouldn't care. What is wrong with you people? It's not a court of law. It's not a court of law. America's team. My balls. My balls. America's team. You cheated. You got caught. America loves that.
Mm-hmm. And he wants us to talk this Friday at the hearing. He wants to be his best Tom Cruise impersonation. This is according to him.
Oh God.
He wants to say something. I'm like, Jim, if you saw the movie A Few Good Men, you won't be Tom Cruise. You're going to be Jack up on the stand.
Oh, Colonel Jessup?
And somebody, you're going to, yeah, damn right I ordered it. And then you're going to walk off and, whoa, where do you think you're going? You just confessed to everything. Bad idea. I would not let him talk.
He'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be back for the Big Ten title game at worst. You're beating Ohio State. There's nothing.
But that means he's going to have to die again on Saturday.
He's going to die again on Saturday. He was with the team.
But here, you know what? They're playing Maryland. You know what's right down the street from Maryland? The Capitol. So they're in the heartland of America. This all fits now. D.C. is right there. It's like 10 minutes away.
The only way, and we're getting away from the point, but it is something I'm just in disbelief at what's happening. Like Santa Ono, what an embarrassment. Our community has gone through so much. Santa, I must have missed where every building burnt down. Well, I'm sorry. Did the aliens attack Ann Arbor and light the Diag on fire? What are we talking about? You cheated.
I think we need to redefine what a crisis is.
I won't even say it.
Right. Your coach not playing because members of the staff did things that they weren't supposed to. That's not a crisis. A crisis is something horrific. And you've seen them on campuses throughout for the last few years. That's a crisis.
Yeah, it's wild to me.
This is not a crisis.
Dude, Sharon did such a nice job. That adjustment is something a lot of coaches wouldn't do because ego would get in the way. It didn't. A lot of coaches will not say, hey, we're going to dumb this down. We're going to go boring. I'm going to do what I need to do. They think they're the smartest guys in the room. You know what Sharon said? This is a very simple A to B solution here. We can't pass pro. We're not going to. This team can't beat us. They can't score. They're terrible. That's actually a really good piece of coaching.
And you know how difficult that is in an interim capacity.
Correct.
To say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and just step aside.
If he did that and they end up somehow giving up a touchdown late and it cost them.
Correct.
Oh, my God, people would go, you conservative POS.
But he didn't have to because James Franklin didn't do his math. And he realized so long as I'm 2 scores ahead, even if somebody gives up a big play,
it's perfect.
I'm still ahead.
I just thought he did a really nice job. I told you going in you wouldn't need Harbaugh. I don't get the outrage. But you people are strange. It's who you are.
He believes in his effing players.
We talking about Jesus or Sharon?
Yes.
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
I don't know that I've ever seen a coach go from praising his Lord and Savior to just MFing everybody in the next sentence.
Thank God, F you too, everybody! Like, what?
I couldn't believe it.
People were watching the game like, yeah, what a mouth on that guy.
Right. It was like when the Dan Band is playing and Will Ferrell's doing his first dance in Old School. Wait a minute. What did he just say?
That's what I said. Yeah, I only seen that one other time in my life. Like, wait, did Sister Mary just say that? Oh, boy.
I couldn't believe it. 248-539-9797. So the Lions are there. Guys, it might be Super Bowl good. And America got to see it yesterday. Or we could talk about U of M because that's a big win. And again, I just don't see Ohio State beating you. I don't. You're going to the playoff. What the hell is there to be mad about? Your coach is with you. He's coaching during the week. He's right there. You people talk like he got hit by a bus in front of the team. Jesus. Like a spaceship crash right directly into his nuts and kill him? He's right here. He's alive. He will be with you in the playoff.
In 5 minutes, he'll be with you.
I was about to say, or.
Guy sitting at the Four Seasons, Drew warming his balls in a hot bath. And you guys are talking like he just died of like incurable cancer.
He's probably sitting in a jacuzzi in some cleats.
He's watching your game on one screen, Judge Judy on the other. He's happy.
Right. Can I get an order of milk up here? Yes? Okay. Just no chicken.
It's just one of those deals. I said
and
it to a friend of mine this week, and I go, what is it going to take for you to be happy? I go, why are you still talking about this? You just beat Penn State on the road.
Because
who cares?
To add to the memorial service was the daughter coming out there saying all of this stuff about her father. And you seriously thought, okay, did something happen to him in real life? Like, did he have a heart attack in the hotel on the plane?
I feel it was a real tragedy. Jim died in his sleep, and the team went out and played the next day. None of this happened.
You know what? Let's get back on topic.
Pick up the phone.
More impressive victory, Michigan over Penn State or the Lions
You're
over the
10-point
Chargers?
favorites over Ohio State.
Okay. All right.
Smile, as John L. Smith says. Smile.
I tried. Let's talk about these.
They're going to kill Ryan Day. They are going to body bag Ryan Day. They still can't be happy.
I don't think so.
Get me that John L. Smith drop. Get me it when he went to the press conference in Arkansas. Smile.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Bourne. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, every rebate, and every incentive to save you money. Hamilton's inventory of the new 2024 Chevrolets is in great shape. These cars and trucks are ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the November Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT, $249 a month for 24 months. Yeah, you heard me right. $249 a month for the next 24 months. You walk in there with $995 down. You drive out with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. You just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. You tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hi there, everybody. I was in the middle of talking to David. IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. Legitimate representation. Whether it's personal income tax, business payroll taxes, you need Abraham and Rose. They've dealt with the IRS for years. They are going to advocate for you. They're going to fight for you. They're going to guide you through this ridiculousness and save you money. It's abrahamandrose.com, or you can call today, 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. I'll explain it to you at a later date, Rico.
I'm so lost.
Don't
right
worry
now.
about it. You were out chopping it up with management. We get it. David, let's go to the ticket text, shall we?
Oh, real quick, just so you know, looks like Kalen DeBoer is going to be off the list for any potential coaching move. They're in negotiations right now in Washington. So
Didn't want him anyways.
UW is talking with him.
Great. Let's see how he does.
You know what? You
without
ask me all the time for news, and then when I give it to
That's
you.
not the news I want. You know what, Rico? You're
No,
turning into a Michigan fan. Be happy.
For today, I am. Bet.
David.
I have 3 letters for you. B-E-T.
And I'm not talking about a bad network.
No, we're not talking 106 in Park.
I've been trying to read now. The Lions win was more impressive, and it's no contest. That is a game that the old Lions would lose, and it's harder to win in the NFL.
I think it's a game we already saw them lose in week 2. They're getting better, guys. They are.
It meant more and was more impressed by Michigan. They went against the number 1 rush defense and ran it 31 straight times down their throats. That is from Mike.
The only problem is it's not a problem. It's not like you put up 40. It's not like it produced points. You bled the clock. You ran just enough to move the chains. You would stall out, kick, do it again. That's not disrespect. We're trying to live in reality. Some of us.
Andrew in Chicago says the Lions was more impressive. This is the first time in a long time I am watching meaningful football every single weekend.
Hey, question. Is Harlan in an empty room? Does he know no one's listening to him right now? MSU's press conferences have turned into, all right, Harlan, here you go. Hey, go ahead. The media's here. It's no, and it's cardboard cutouts. He just doesn't know the difference.
Jack is there. Comp is there. There's people there.
It's a cardboard cutout from 07 or Rex Road.
You know what?
They got
David,
students.
could you hit the smile button for him?
I got you.
Tim in Grosse Pointe says the Lions are clearly more impressive. That was a must-win game.
I think if you want to, listen, they're both must-wins depending on your expectation. If you want to go to the playoff, yeah, Michigan had to win. You want to be the 1 seed, Lions had to win. Both wins are impressive on surface. The result alone is impressive. It's just about what moved you more. One more, David. We'll go to the people.
Someone says, yes, they won. They meaning the Michigan Wolverines, but they may have more flaws than OSU now.
I don't know how you would arrive at that conclusion.
Because with the edge pressure coming off the edge, they had problems with that. So now you're basically saying, I think it was one of those in case of emergency break glass, and they had to break the glass too soon. I think this is something that they would have wanted to show against Ohio State, but if you have to roll out 7 offensive linemen, you are really limiting yourself.
Ohio State has to show us that Michigan hasn't broken them. And I believe Michigan has. Now, if you think you're going to roll in against Georgia or Bama and do that, you're insane. But here, in this cute little conference, you can. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm all right. How y'all doing today?
Excellent. Good. What's on your mind?
So, while I was very impressed with that Michigan win in Happy Valley, I have to say that the Lions was a bit more impressive because you go on the West Coast,
They haven't won there in God knows how long. And you beat a team that's desperate to win. I mean, the Chargers are not out of playoff contention by any means, and they're fighting for their lives over there. So, for Jared Goff to go out there and go back-to-back with Justin Herbert, it was just so much more impressive. And, I mean, the defense, they played a little bit soft. You had a few questionable calls, but they got the job done. I mean, if you remember in the first half, Kirby Joseph picked off Justin Herbert. I mean, Justin Herbert kind of looked like a kid on the schoolyard out there trying to just throw it to anybody, and Kirby Joseph picked them off. And the Lions are 7-2. I can't remember the last time that's happened. I mean, we don't have that type of football here in Michigan, so it's like I think that was just a bit more impressive, And this team, they're just kind of showing you that they are built to win. You may doubt them. Hey, they didn't make really any big trades during this season, but they're showing you that we are going to win, and Dan Campbell trusts his team to win. So I have to say that was a bit more impressive to me.
Jay, it was impressive, but I would have rather you gone out and bulked up the defensive line because you're going to have to be able to stop people in the playoffs. Every game won't be a shootout, and that just bothered me. You won because you got the ball last. That's really what it boiled down to.
Of course. I do have a question for you guys, though, before you let me go. Do you think that there's any way Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell hop on the phone and try to call J.J. Watt out of retirement? Like, hey, you know what? We give you a nice little contract. You're going to come to a contending team, and you won't have to play 30, 40 snaps every game. You can just come in and get a few snaps. And
You know what, Jay? I would hope that they would, just so I can every day tell the man that sits across from me to smile.
Smile.
Because he would be so upset.
I made the offer. I made the offer 2 weeks ago. You should call Ndamukong Suh. 20 snaps a week.
And you got James Houston coming back as well. Yep. I think this team is going to be fine. So, but thank you for having me on, fellas.
No, thanks for the call. I mean, Jay, I'm with you. We're in uncharted territory. I've seen Michigan be really good at several points in my life. That doesn't take away from what they are now. The bias that's inherent for me is I've never seen this from the Lions. Not this.
No, I've never seen this either, Mike, especially going on the road. And the West Coast is normally not good for East Coast teams or Midwest teams. But for Michigan, whether it was self-inflicted or not, you kept it together, and you went into a hostile environment, and you won. Now, had you done this at Northwestern? No big deal, because it's Northwestern. It's half your fans. It's like when the Lions take over stadiums, it's not that, whatever. But you went to Penn State, which is one of the 3 worst stadiums to play in with the fans, and you got the job done.
Absolutely.
Now, aside from the crying coach,
Dude, give him a break. Do you understand what it's like to have your head coach kidnapped and flown to Brazil, and you have to pay a $10 million ransom 10 minutes before a game?
I know, but
Or he's at the Holiday Inn eating French fries, and you won the game.
But Coach Moore got on the phone and says, I have a certain set of skills.
That's right. Look, I just thought it was a bit.
You will bring my coach back to me.
Sharon's going to be a head coach someday, and he's going to be a hot candidate. Hell, he might be your coach when the NCAA gets done with your real one. The point is, that was a little much. There's certain people at this place who shredded Caleb Williams, but you don't shred a grown-ass man. It's weird how that works. Just saying. It was a little much, guys. Just a scotch. Let's go to Joey. 97.1. Joey, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
What's going on?
So I think the Lions game was definitely more impressive because it just felt like it was another example of the Lions finding a way to win a different type of game. And like you touched on it with the Seattle game, right?
Yeah.
And I know the defense is getting a lot of hate, and they definitely weren't good. But that's kind of the way certain NFL games go. And this was just kind of a shootout where, again, the Lions proved they can win this way too. They continue to shut down the run game, albeit, the Chargers couldn't run from under center for most of the first half. And the last thing is, I have confidence that the coaching staff will learn from this game, make adjustments, and be better prepared for the next time they face, the hurry up or these kind of shootout games where, Rico, to your point, they do need to make a stop. So that's the thing I'm most impressed with. Coaching staff's going to learn from this. and they got the dub. They're 7-2, and the 1 seed is well within their reach for this year, which is quite honestly incredible and exciting.
Yeah, and you know what else, Joey? We talked about this. I mean, if you were able to get the Charger game, I think it makes you a 13-win team with 14-win upside. Like, I'll never predict a team's going to go out and win in 9 games in a row, but, like, dude, they're really good. They're favored by 10 this week. This is a really – I mean, I'll play it again later. Joey, I couldn't believe what Romo and Nance were saying. I've never heard this team talked about in those terms.
Oh, it was awesome. Like, it really was, and we've been waiting long as we'd like to, for sure, but
you
again,
guys deserve it more than any. You deserve it more than any fan base, maybe in professional sports. You guys deserve this team to deliver on something, man. And it just, yes, that's a bias. I can separate my disdain for U of M. I'll pick you when I think you're going to win. I'll bet on you. The Lions thing is just incredible to me, and maybe it's because I've never seen it before.
I think that's why. No, I think that's why.
Hungry Howie's. All right, this is what Kenny's doing tonight. It's going to be real exciting. Kenny's going to get home. He's going to deal with his girlfriend. Then he's going to have his little quantum of solace, and he's going to order himself a Kenny Cott macaroni and cheese pizza. Now, you've never seen an Italian guy order that, but Kenny is not Italian. Kenny is from, like, Tennessee woods. The point is, I don't know where Kenny's from. I don't even know what Kenny is. The point is, Kenny's ordering a mac and cheese pizza. For $2 more, you can add the buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. Kenny decides to add both. It's amazing, isn't it? The point is, Hungry Howie's, the mix and match deal, they got you covered any night of the week. The offer does not last forever, clearly. The mac and cheese pizza is their pizza of the month, and it's their most popular one of the year. So go and get yours today. It's Hungry Howie's. All right.
You did that.
What's up?
You turned them off.
Listen, mistakes were made, all right? We made some adjustments to your soundboard while you were away.
Yeah, let me look at everything one more
You
time.
may want to double check. Kenny was messing around. I had to get him to stop. Told him it's not his place. Let's go to the people. We go over to Craig, who's up next, 97.1. What's up, Craig?
Hey, how you doing? You doing all right?
Yes, sir. How about yourself?
All right, so I'm going to go with the Lions. I was out of town for the Michigan game, and I say the play was J-Mo running down there to save the blocks to get the touchdown.
That was a great play. It was a hustle play. It was an important play. It took it from being a 50-yard run to a touchdown. It matters.
And I was kind of pissed because he had a touchdown, and it was on my anytime touch play, and they took it back.
Oh, no.
Because he was plus 550. It was terrible. It messed my big parlay up.
Oh, no, and that was in the first quarter. You were made.
Yeah, I was made. I was like, oh, good. He got a touchdown, and then he did his dance, and then I seen the flag. I said, oh, Lord.
Craig, there's nothing better when you hit that bet early in the game, and then you could just sit back and relax and know.
Oh, man. Because I had Gibbs, and I had Montgomery, so I was happy on Montgomery, but I had J-Mo, and when J-Mo hit that, I said, oh, my parlay is smoking right now.
You know, Craig, I appreciate it. We are conditioned now to wait for the yellow graphic to appear watching football collegiately or professionally. You're not even allowed to be excited until you see them kicking the extra point.
Not only that, did he get both feet in or one in college, and did the ball move? It's like, yeah, you wait, okay. Or it could just be like the defensive back for Washington, and you just dropped the ball at the 3-yard line.
Don't even get me started with that. Don't even get me started with that. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Guys, how's it going?
Good, Joe. What's up?
Touch real quick on the Lions and then go to Michigan if I could.
Absolutely.
The Lions, without a doubt, had the better win. Look at it like everybody's saying, 7-2, definitely in line to possibly get the number 1 seed. This fan base is finally seeing what we've been craving. It's time to watch the Lions succeed.
And it's time to take them seriously. It's time to stop waiting for something bad to happen and just accept it. They're really good. Be prepared to be hurt.
They're waiting for SOL. It's done. We're in a new era. Let's move on. Now, as far as Michigan goes, I'm an avid Michigan fan, but I'm going to say it right now. We are now, without a doubt, the most annoying and embarrassing fan base in college football.
Go ahead.
We go in the Happy Valley. We win a game we should have won. Yes, it was a tight game. However, you've got coaches out here and players out here acting like their coach has been killed. But Jim Harbaugh, to me, should be out of Michigan. Plain and simple. If he's caught and this is something he knew about, it's time to go.
Listen, Joe, it's been my main point today is I can talk about the football. It's the bargain I made with the listener, which is, look, I know where you guys are coming from. I'm not going to sit here screaming for weeks on end, shut it down, etc. It was never going to happen. I live in reality. But, Joe, what I can't do with your fan base is this culty, weird anger route. I don't know what these people are angry about. So what? He was in a hot tub at the hotel. So what? You won the game.
We all know what it is. We all already know. Years ago, it was always Michigan could do no wrong. The media never sees it, blah, blah, blah. We get it. We got caught with our pants down. Now suddenly it's Michigan against everybody. No, it's not. Let these players play. Let them prove that they belong on the field. Get Jim Harbaugh out of Michigan. Let's find somebody else that can come in and run a clean program, if you want to call it that.
Well, I mean, Joe, in the here and now, this is the whole point, Joe. In the here and now, it's all about winning the national championship. That's it. You got 5 more games to go to accomplish that goal. 2 in the regular season, the Big Ten title game's a layup, and then 2 in the playoff.
You don't believe in Iowa?
They will be 34-point favorites. I'm just saying, like, if I'm a Michigan fan, tomorrow could be really scary.
You know,
but today, I'm playing the games.
is that was the championship game that I wanted to see, except for Cade and Eric All are both hurt. That would have been a fun game. Cade versus JJ if they played Iowa. But now it's just.
Listen, yeah. I wish there was a fun. Like, I'm so looking forward to the SEC title game. I'm looking forward to the Pac-12
got locked up
title
last
game.
weekend, didn't it?
No, but what I'm saying is whether it's Pac-12, ACC, SEC, even Big 12 could be interesting. Like, the Big 10 is the one conference where the championship game, here, Michigan fan, I'll borrow a term you love. It's a nothing burger. Yeah. It's not even worth watching.
Yeah, you probably get a better championship game in the MAC than you would for the Big 10.
Hard to argue.
I
What's that going to be? Is that Bowling Green in Toledo? Is that who's going to play?
Looks like Miami of Ohio versus Toledo.
Yeah, Miami, Ohio's quarterback is dead. Gabbert's out for the year.
Well, then there goes Toledo's victory in the make.
Dontari Todd or whatever. DeQuan Finn. That's his name, right?
Yes.
The kid who's 33 years old?
DeQuan Finn. I don't know of his age, but DeQuan Finn.
He's 22. I think.
David. The kid has been there for a decade.
He's on the Bo Nix plan.
But do you know his family or something? You're taking this personally.
No, you got his name right.
This is Jordan Davis all over again. He's like 35.
No, that's when they had
he's
the
not
wrong
even a little
scouting
bit better.
report. No, but Kenny, look at the SEC. You're going to get Georgia Bama. That's a game.
Yeah, I think that one got locked up over the weekend.
Pac-12, it could be Oregon, Washington. It could be Oregon State, depending how that's a game. The ACC, like at least it'll be Louisville and Florida State. Hey, let's see it. This Big Ten thing, you're a Michigan fan. It's where I don't get why you are allowing yourself to be angry.
This is where I wish Petiti would just walk in and say, nope, we're not doing this. Iowa, unpack your bags. Michigan, Ohio State, we're going to do it again next week.
And they'd beat them twice. But at least it would be worth watching.
I'd rather watch that game to see, okay, can adjustments be made?
I have no belief in Ryan Day or that team.
You don't.
I mean, it's.
I'll wait a week to make a bet with you, but yeah.
I'm excited.
Okay.
In fact, right now, I'm offering you an early discount.
Okay.
Promo code. I'll give you 10.5. You want to lock in?
It's a long promo code.
Okay.
Promo code, I'll give you 10.5.
Promo code America.
David, you're supposed to be a man of the cloth.
You know what?
Will you please?
And I'll simply say this, David. Mike, bet.
I still don't understand that, but hey, it's their rallying cry. Let them have it. Who am I to stop a good rallying cry?
It's at 10.5 right now?
8.5. I'm just giving you a friendship code here where I'm like, hey,
bet.
I think they'll cave that team sculling. I don't.
I just got one word.
Maserati.
Bet.
Oh. Okay. Get ahead of the game. Moran Buick GMC, car buying and certified service, an absolute breeze. Winter, the holidays, a lot of packing up and going house to house and all the family nonsense. The Acadia seating up to 7. Moran Buick GMC, you could lease a 23 GMC Acadia, $267 a month. You got projects around the house. You got to make that trip to the Home Depot, to Sierra double cab, $344 a month, whatever you decide to do. MoranExpress.com. Certified service. It's easy. They give you the loaner vehicle. What do you need? Just stop on by. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. I will tell you, Rico just told me who he thinks MSU's next coach is going to be privately, and chair to the spine if he's right. Bet. Is that how we just finish every sentence now in Wolverine land? Bet. Bet. Bet.
I get what you just did. I get it now.
What? Doug is the voice of Michigan. Of course he uses that phrase. Bet. David, on the ticket text, please.
I need to go.
Bet.
I'm bad today. That crying is ridiculous. This coach didn't die in a car accident. He got caught cheating. That's it. Please stop crying.
You're telling me Jim Harbaugh wasn't killed in front of the team by a cartoon Acme safe? What? Oh, my God. Like, that's my... Guys, just understand one thing. I can separate things. I'm an adult. You have a hell of a good football team. Man, screw my feelings. I don't have to like you. You're really good. But you are not a victim. I don't have to join your cult. When your problems are self-inflicted, you are not a victim. Bet. Bet. Right, Doug? Doug agrees. I knew it. Us Spartans stick together. Bet.
The Lions win meant more because of the NCAA season is dead to me with all the nonsense going on in college football.
You know what? That's the other thing. You need to just say, to hell with whatever the NCAA is going to do retroactively. Enjoy the moment now. The rest of America does not have to value it. You don't get to control their emotions. Mm-hmm. You just value it for the moment now.
Yeah. It's like crypto. It's yours.
Wow.
Bet. It's what you say it's worth.
When Digital Doug agrees, it just gives me more confidence in the take.
Yeah, but what's your experience?
The only Doug drop that was better. Do you remember the one Friday? The show was completely off the rails. This was last fall. I was in New York. You guys are here. And you guys did the thing about Doug bragging about, I have an EV. And he played it on a loop. The most ridiculous thing ever. I almost bleeped myself. Yeah. I couldn't lie. EV. It was outstanding.
Oh, man, I don't think we have that anymore. Oh, that was so good.
We may have to add bet to the drop board. Ticket text, please.
All right, I'm going to try to read this next ticket text like he sent it. The Lions, baby. We're on to Chicago. Roar! Brian the mailman. Go blue.
That actually sounded like John on Friday.
Oh, believe it or not, there were Lions fans wearing more ridiculous and disturbing outfits than Kenny at the game.
Listen, Lion fans are everywhere. They're partying.
See, I didn't know how many Lions fans because the colors kind of went with the powder blue.
You heard it, Chargers. You heard the "Let's Go Lions" a little bit.
But on the game-winning field goal, that's when it separated because you saw the depressed Charger fans and the Lions fans going, "Yes, it's good."
The game that's on their schedule, that if you're a Lions fan and you haven't done a road game and you want to do it, get to New Orleans. Get to the New Orleans game. That's a town worth going to.
Or if you didn't budget your money because you lost too much on bets, just drive to Chicago.
Bet. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on?
Oh, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. I got 3 quick points, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's start off with you and M. Bet. That means bet we got caught. I'm going to use the Jeezy narrative. Don't get caught. Moving on from these fools. I love them to death, the Lions. Man, that was one of the most exciting games that I've seen. Yeah, and I'm telling you, what's his name? I gave him a name what Pat McAfee gave him today. They call him MCDC, Motor City Dan Campbell. You know what I'm about to say? The scrotum that these guys have on the 4th down is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And I love that game because that's how you win. 365 days ago, they would have lost that game all day long.
No question. And you know what, Robert?
And
look,
now,
hold on one second. Here's the key.
Hold on. Let me say this last point.
Go for it, Robert.
They should be 12-2 going into Dallas Christmas Eve. No,
Minnesota.
Right. And I'm telling you right now, Kirk Cousins is done. They got a quarterback there. They got a
I can't. I know
there.
this Josh Dobbs
You know what,
thing,
Robert?
but I
Bet
can't do
on
it.
Josh
Oh,
Dobbs.
will you stop?
Bet.
No, I will not. No, I will not. No, I will not. I'll call it like I see it, brothers. I swear to God, they got a quarterback.
They do.
You can
And
say what you
Josh
want.
Dobbs. I'm with you. I'm saying that's it. He's him.
No, he's not.
He is him.
No, I won't accept it.
Bet.
No. I can't make that the answer for everything.
Or Josh Dobbs goes there. Cousins goes to the Giants.
No, just leave my team out of it.
I'm trying to help you.
I was making a point. You know, what's impressive is if this is how Dan Campbell's coaching with the fourth down stuff, the more often it happens and you're successful in a big spot, the easier it becomes and the more of a learned behavior it is where this team is going to begin thriving in that situation because you're not even nervous. Fourth down's just what we do. That 4th and 2, he said, and we talked about this when we were just pre-show. No, I'm not kicking a field goal. I'm not giving you the football to come down the field and beat me with 2 minutes to go. Bet. I'm going to go for it. Bet. I'm going to get the first down. Also bet. And I'm going to bleed the clock and beat you. Bet. Is that the right way to use bet?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Bet.
It is exactly what you did not do.
Wait, what was Doug saying? Thank you.
Yeah, it's what you didn't do against Seattle, where you just kind of mismanaged everything.
Bet.
This looked as if you learned your lesson from the Seahawks.
Am I doing it right yet, Wolverine?
Well, you're picking them, but they didn't hear that.
Bet. So. That's bet.
But I think that their win was more impressive.
Bet.
Because they did it through all the adversity on the road at Penn State. They got it done.
Bet.
They.
It's
You know
so
what?
ridiculous. What? Say it. Just say it. We're 4-point dogs to Indiana. Nothing matters. Just say it.
What does this have to do with MSU?
You can't be a 4-point underdog to Indiana.
This has
bet. Bet. Bet.
I'm sorry, Rico. You're saying so.
What were you about to say?
97 won.
we're brought to you by the good people at Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Kansas stays number 1. MSU falls to 18 in the latest AP college basketball rankings. College football Saturday, Michigan is at Maryland, and they're favored by 21. Suspended Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh says he plans to attend the court hearing in Ann Arbor and speak on Friday, where he's seeking relief that would allow him to coach the final 2 games of the regular season. Harbaugh would need the court's permission to testify. He likened himself today to Tom Cruise in the movie A Few Good Men and his Michigan Wolverines to America's team. MSU playing Indiana Saturday. Hoosiers favored by 4. Lions a 9-point favorite Sunday at Ford Field against the Bears. Lions Review 7 p.m. tonight at 97-1 the ticket. Lions now the 5th choice, by the way, to win the Super Bowl at 10-1 odds behind the Niners, Chiefs, Eagles, and Ravens. Monday Night Football, Bills and Broncos. Buffalo favored by 7. Michigan basketball at St. John's tonight on AM 950 WWJ. It begins at 6:30. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Also, a piece of sad news due to Penn State's loss and letting America down. Brian Chapman has been let go from the station.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding.
You can't do that.
It was a joke. I'm kidding.
You cannot do that.
Well, then they can't act like their coach died.
You can't fire a man on the air.
I didn't.
He's probably getting text messages. B, what happened?
He's not. That was a joke. That is not a real report. Bet.
You know what? Penalty box.
Views expressed by Mike Philly do not.
I'm just saying.
The poor man, he was at the game, though.
He deserves it. He's an idiot for going. He knew they weren't going to win, but he still went.
He didn't know.
Bet. What do we got, a chorus of bet now? Oh, you got the whole cult.
You can do a Christmas song, bet.
Wait, do we have Gov?
They sound like the Muppets.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Let's just recap. Lions with a huge win.
You having way too much fun today.
Well, because all right, in truth, listen, first of all, the Lions thing, I'm very hyped up about it. That was an unbelievable game to watch. It was incredible they were able to win it the way they won it. I'm not in a terrible mood. As far as the Michigan thing, I've just made a conscious decision. I'm not going to get upset by it. I don't understand them. The team is good. They won. I told you you would win without Harbaugh. It's not a big deal. This whole faux aggrieved cult routine, Rico, I don't exist on that planet. I don't know why they're mad. Charles Woodson, damn near crying on TV. What are you doing? Desmond, I know he's a useful idiot, but this was much for him.
Oh, Desmond went on the campaign.
Then after the game, Sharon Moore, Jim Harbaugh, America's Day. What are we doing here? You did this to yourself. You don't get to play the victim.
Well, I'm just happy to know that at the press conference today, we found out all about Jim's chickens because that was the main topic.
It's hard hitting. The point I'm making is you have to have fun with it. This is what I laugh at. You want to know what I laugh at? When we hear our update guys come in here all week, whether it's Luke or Jeff, an a court injunction, and they'll argue that a football coach should be on the sidelines for a football game. That's comedy to me. Mm-hmm. I can't take that seriously. You got a slap on the wrist. Go play your games. Go win them. Jim will see you in Indy. Save a shrimp cocktail at St. Elmo's for him. There's no problem here. Your problems are down the line. But that ain't got nothing to do with now. Mm-hmm. Bet. I have to have fun with it. I just don't know another fan base that is continually aggrieved the way they are. I don't. They're 10-0. They just beat Penn State. They got Mike Yurcich fired. They ran it 32 straight times in a sign of ultimate disrespect. No. And all they can do is cry because their coach watched the game in his mudons, in his undies at the hotel. Like,
because
who cares?
Because they want you just to acknowledge the fact that they won, no asterisks. We are just the best team. Please don't mention anything that happened. Let's talk about this a few years from now after this thing is over. They pushed their chips in the middle of the table. It's about win right now. That's why they're screaming due process, because they're hoping to win the Natty, and they don't want anything to derail this like their own things.
Nothing's going to derail it now. Now, you don't get to control if people put an asterisk on it. You don't get to control if the NCAA takes it away down the line. None of it matters to you right now. Why? They're obsessed with what other people think about them. It's the height of insecurity. Christ almighty, you got a really good football team. Win. I think you're going to drill Ohio State. Bet.
I don't think you'll be able to run the ball that many times against Ohio State.
It's all right. McSizzle will get back there and start throwing bombs all over the yard. Bet.
Okay.
Bet. Like that stupid thing. Not Doug. I'm saying the phrase. Like, why does everything with them have to be a bit? It's unbelievable. Bet. Yeah, we got caught cheating. Oh, yeah, bet. Upside down M. And you're like, what? I don't even know what that means. Bet.
Wouldn't an upside down M just be a W?
Or no, they all. You're right. My bad. Whoops. Can't read, can't write, go green, go white, right? Am I getting that right? Can you play the Tony Romo for the 4 o'clock audience? Romo and Nance on your Lions. Take a listen to this. Bet. Let's get to it, shall we? So we're talking Michigan, talking Lions, trying to have a decent time with it. Go to Keith, 97.1. What's up, Keith?
Gentlemen, long time.
What's up, Keith?
Hey, man.
One, I go back with both the Lions and the Wolverines. I go back to Bob Timberlake, the barefoot kicker and all that. I remember Bub Elliott. I go back to the Lions when Joe Smith actually played. I'm not buying this.
Oh, no.
I'm not buying this until I've seen it before. This is not the only time they've won and looked good. I'm not buying this until they win a playoff game. And because I was at the last playoff game they won, screaming my head off, but I'm not buying this. Been there, done that.
Can I ask one question, though, real quick? When is the last time you've gone through this, where this team was this good? Because that's my problem with your argument. It's been 30 years.
When the former quarterback who is no longer with us was here, he was winning, and they looked pretty decent.
Hold on, time out. When were they ever 7-2, second best record in the league, and being talked about as a Super Bowl team?
You can go through the record. But they were winning, and they weren't
have
just
one year
winning;
where
they were
like
winning.
that. Yeah.
But when
we
were they
12-4 one year? We were winning. Home games, the whole bit. We only won one playoff game, and that was with a quarterback that was injured.
That Keith, I'm
when
trying.
our regular quarterback was injured. We had a substitute quarterback. So I'm not buying it. So y'all can buy it all you want to. Everybody can be on the bandwagon. I'm not going to be on the bandwagon until they win me a playoff.
You know what? Fine. It's America. And you can do whatever you like. Every party needs a pooper, and that party pooper's you.
I'm not pooping it. I'm just saying
you're being a party pooper.
I'm
Keith.
glad they win, but I'm not on the bandwagon. And
all right, well, Keith,
she's
you know
the mother
what?
of my kids.
Keith, I'm going to drive around the block once. If you're still standing out here, I'm going to give you one more shot to get in the car and join us.
Well, when they win a playoff game, one last thing.
Bet,
brother. Everybody that Mike's subbed with has ended up either
no longer with us or deathly ill. Just watch your back.
What?
Where's Terry Foster now?
Huh?
I'm just letting the brother know what he's in for with you.
All right, Keith, that took a dark turn, and
No, I'm just trying to help a brother out.
What? Okay, you know what? Goodbye. I'm so confused.
Wow. That got dark.
I don't know what that was. God, people are strange.
Killing me off, Mike?
Bet.
You know what? I have not read the script for season 2. Did I get killed off?
Bet.
I'm not playing bet for that.
I don't even understand what just happened.
I think he just told me to watch my back.
Bet.
Okay.
He just said you're LL Cool J and Deep Blue Sea.
We are. You know what? No, Mike, I don't want to see your new garage floor. No, I do not want to eat your pizza. No.
I have nothing to add. I thought we were having fun with Keith, and then Keith just tried to kill Rico. You know what? Why don't you read something?
That's 2, Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny, that's 2.
The funny thing was, I wanted to ask him, what are you eating? Because he wasn't going to stop eating for that call. I was like, is he eating? Yeah, he is. Okay.
And he kills you off.
I mean, yeah, I need to go talk to Jimmy and read the script for season 2.
Jesus.
I thought I got a contract renewal, but apparently not.
Uh-oh.
You know what? Hey, I may be having to enroll in Specs at LTU because I never know if I get killed off.
Oh, no.
You need a career in radio, TV, or graphic design? I may need one.
Every
Specs
party
at
needs a pooper. That's why I'm inviting you.
Specs at LTU can help you out if you're looking to, move into the TV, radio, or graphic design field. The fall semester is ending. Winter semester is getting ready to start in a few weeks. You need to reserve your spot. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Bet. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock, too. And if they don't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off that next day's service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Yeah, they sound like the Muppets.
I feel like a DJ over here all of a
I
sudden.
know, right? All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Alex, who's up next, 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on yet again. So, once again, the Lions win was definitely a lot more impactful than the Michigan win. I call hat in hand because last year I called Dan Campbell a poor man's Jeff Bridges. I was very critical of his play calling, and I need to retract my comments ever since the 8-2 turnaround last year.
We all
knocking
do.
Green Bay out of the playoffs. Yeah,
We all do it.
I
1-6. What the hell were we supposed to say? The guy was 4-19-1 as a head coach. Alex, you weren't wrong. But as long as you're willing to change your opinion with evidence, you're not a terrible human.
Alex, let me just stop you. It's 2023. That does not allow for you to change your mind.
Bet.
Whatever you thought last year, you have to go to the grave with.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, that's true, and I will hold that. I will hold that over my head.
Bet.
No, you're good.
I am a bit wary. I mean, this is kind of eerily situation. This is eerie. The 2011, 2012.
No, it's not. It's not. They weren't nearly as well built. They were not being talked about in this way. Alex, bottom line is, unless you were alive in the early 90s, then there's no comparative for this.
Right. I did go to Silverdome games quite a lot in the early 90s, like the Scott Mitchell years and the Charlie Batch and the Matt Millen debacles with Joey Harrington. So yeah, this is definitely a very good leaf to turn here. And they rectified their mistake from week 2. They got aggressive when they needed to. So I'm seeing growth. I am seeing evidence of growth. And I'm very, I think week 18 is going to come down to Lions Vikings. It's going to be a 1-7 or a 2-7 situation.
A what?
A 1-7 seed situation or a 2 seed versus 7 seed. Like the winner of that game takes the NFC North.
No, I'm telling you, I know Rico's getting carried away with his heartthrob Josh Dobbs, but they'll fall off.
No, the Lions would have to go through probably at least a 2 or 3 game losing streak in order for that to happen.
I'll give
And
Kevin
honestly,
O'Connell his flowers. He's done a really nice job. I don't buy them.
I mean, you know what they are? They're the NFC version of the Steelers. You don't understand them. You just know that they keep winning.
Bunch of lucky ass fools. Hey, David, how's it feel to be the fakest 6-3 team in the history of the sport?
It feels horrible, actually, because we're going to make the playoffs and lose bad in the playoffs.
David, I don't even know if you lose bad in the playoffs. Why not stop there? Just keep winning.
David's recipe: get outgained every game, but still win.
I mean, apparently,
No, it's not a formula.
Apparently, Baltimore can beat NFC teams. They just can't beat AFC teams. So you're playing the Ravens. That shouldn't scare you.
We beat the Ravens all the time, so I'm not worried about the Ravens. Never worried about them.
So who are you worried about?
I'm worried about the other AFC teams.
Who?
Kansas City.
Buffalo
If
won't be
Kansas City doesn't get the number 1 seed.
Okay.
Miami. I'm worried about them.
Now, you know who you should be worried about? The team you hate most.
Cleveland?
Yep.
Their defense. Yeah, you're right about
That defense is
You're
just,
right.
it's a non-negotiable. That defense is unbelievable.
Could be another sad Saturday sitting there watching
Miami,
them beat me in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not believing in Miami.
Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. Great show, as usual. You guys were so spot on a few weeks back when talking about an edge rusher. We really sorely need the edge rushers.
Yeah.
One of those 2 guys would have been amazing because we just can't contain mobile quarterbacks. In this game they won was great, but it was like the mirror image of the game we lost to the Vikings about a year ago on a last-second field goal. So we're on the right side of outscoring the opponent with our last possession, you know?
Yeah, in their mind, look, I wish they would have gotten some help. I mean, they're going to get James Houston back in, call it 3 weeks, maybe. But look, Doug, they're not perfect. I don't know that there's a perfect team. I mean, if you're doing Kansas City radio right now, do you know what the discourse is? Our offense stinks. Yeah. We don't have any receivers. So no team is perfect.
Could I make a reference? If you have, by the way, if you have Mr. Davis's phone number, I would like to give him a call so that he could hire this America's coach from Ann Arbor, because I'm ready to give him away. I'm a big blue guy, but quite frankly, I think the Michigan Wolverines only have about a 65% approval rating of the citizens of Ann Arbor right now.
I don't know.
And I hate to say it, I can't even wear my blue. I can't even wear my hat with pride right now.
Wow,
it just really stinks. But I think they're good, but I don't think we breathe the same air that Georgia and Alabama do. And
no.
I think we can beat Ohio State, but I don't know. You tell me. I'm thinking that maybe I don't think they showed anything. They played to win the game, and that was it in Happy Valley. That's what I thought. What do you think?
No, I was about to say Georgia, Alabama, probably Oregon, maybe FSU. I don't think you can beat those teams. Washington, I hate to say it, it depends on who jumps ahead early. If Washington can just pass the ball.
Oh, God.
No. Okay, did you just not tell me to go ahead?
I know, but I regretted it when you started with your UW propaganda.
Okay, it's not propaganda. I'm saying
you're losing in Corvallis Saturday, so you're done.
You know what?
You're done.
Maybe caller Keith was right. I'm not feeling good. Mike's killing me off.
UW's losing Saturday night.
Okay,
so you're done.
That's your opinion.
It's factual.
That's your opinion.
UW's fake. You got to stop. Your love for Michael Penix has to stop.
Then they just keep faking their ways to victory. Because every week you tell me,
I know,
they're fake.
They are.
They're fake. They're fake.
Corvallis Magic.
Okay,
it's November.
Right. Okay, until next week, and then Oregon. That's the real.
First of all, you don't want Oregon in the Pac-12 title game. You will get crushed.
Okay.
Bottom bet. Is that how that works?
I mean, this is what it means. Because okay, bet.
The only team I don't think Michigan can beat right now, unequivocally, was Georgia.
No, I don't think they could beat Bama.
Bama would have to get in
if they had to play, Mike, and they're playing
you
Georgia.
You don't think Michigan could beat FSU?
No.
Oh, I do. FSU has no killer instinct, man. They can't put teams away. Miami had the ball with a chance to tie. Their quarterback broke his spine.
Rivalry game, Mike.
Oh, rivalry, your balls.
Miami, Florida State?
Man, Miami's ass.
It doesn't matter. It's still a rivalry game. Just like the Oklahoma-Texas game is a rivalry game, no matter how good or bad they are.
Bet. David, bet. Ticket text, please.
Oh, my gosh, you guys are killing me today, LOL. I'm dying over here. Great. Bet, they say.
Bet.
OMG, my bet is old and not a Michigan thing at all. Well, of course.
Really?
Well,
because I swear you just invented it this weekend.
Did. Just like the night game, just like a lot of things they invent.
Anytime I don't have an answer for something in life, I'm going to holler bet to solve the problem. That is from Kurt. Love that Mike is using bet. Can we get him to use mid next?
What does that mean?
Something's mid when you're saying something's mid, something's average, or
like like the Texas Longhorns is just meh.
Harlan Barnett's brain power, very mid.
That's just very cruel and
mid.
Unfair.
I would agree.
He's just taking straight. You shooting a corpse right now.
Well,
are you proud of yourself? What's next? You gonna go over to the old folks' home and steal canes?
You mean Michigan's non-conference schedule? Stealing old people's canes. Bet.
Oh my gosh.
Millie ain't gonna need this wheelchair.
Hey, give me that. You can't walk anyways. Let me just have that.
Someone
wheelchair check.
It's hilarious. Penn State fires their OC, and Michigan State still has
Jay Johnson
from Mike.
Bet. Whoa. Yeah, if he's still there when they clean house, that's when you have a problem.
We're not going to do this today because it's Michigan's day and the Lions' day. But if what Rico told me a few breaks ago, and it's private, we're not going there, who he believes the next head coach is going to be, I can tell you, you will never hear about Michigan State football from me again. I bet.
Oh, so no Urban, huh? Wow.
Shocking, I know.
I'm still not on this Lions train either. They got to win a playoff game for me.
Okay, some of you won't be on the train until you're holding the Lombardi trophy. I can't help you. It's a lot like the Michigan thing. If you're worried about what happens down the line instead of enjoying today, then I don't know why you're a fan of anything.
No, but I can understand, Mike, because every time you thought this time was going to be different, Lucy pulls the ball away from Charlie Brown and he falls.
John
so
L.
that's
Smith
why.
said it best.
Because you don't have anything to look back to except for every time you got your hopes up and it was just crushed. You don't have that Super Bowl team where you can look back and say, hey, this reminds me of 86 or this reminds me of when they went and beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Lions fans don't have that. The best that they have is, hey, remember when we beat the upstart Cowboys with Troy and Emmett and Michael Irvin? And that's it.
You're being very mid right now. Did I do that right?
Not really. Not really.
I know. I have so much respect. You're still wearing State gear. I do.
I mean, I don't understand why wouldn't I?
It's embarrassing.
It may be embarrassing to you, but not to me.
It's like wearing a sandwich board that says, I root for losers.
No, it's actually not. It says I graduated from there and I'm a proud alum, unlike you.
No. Do it the way you did it earlier or don't do it at all.
Well, I don't have to tell everybody.
Man, I got multiple MF degrees. I went, oh my, excuse me. He went Sharon Moore earlier in the show,
he did.
people.
Yes, he did.
I got multiple degrees. Why would I not? I mean, I don't care if they win or lose. The stuff hanging on my wall still says Michigan State.
Truth. But you do care if they win or lose. Come on now. You're still a big fan.
I care if they win or lose, but it doesn't mean that, I got to go. I'm not the Dr. Pepper commercial where I got to go burn everything.
Okay, I like that commercial where it's the first play of the season.
And that's you. That is you.
Guys,
that's you.
The guy in the face paint who has the bonfire of all his gear, that was me after UW.
Right. Oh, my God. Hey, Mike, it's the first play. Oh, okay. All right. You know what? Mistakes were made.
248-53. My team's an underdog to Indiana. Stop.
Did you think something was going to change?
I hate you.
Have you looked at the offense?
Why don't you leave me alone?
I just don't understand why you still have high hopes.
I don't have any hopes. I just
Then let it go. Let it go. You keep saying, I'm not going to watch this anymore. Stop it.
I didn't watch Saturday. I didn't.
Okay, then don't let this affect
I got to
you.
watch against Indiana. They got to beat Indiana. Come on.
Don't watch it.
Bet.
Tom Allen.
I'm not going to watch it. I'll beat LSU.
Next Michigan State head coach. Tom Allen.
You shut your whore mouth. All right, I'm sure FanDuel appreciates that segue. $150 in bonus bets. Any $5 winning money line wager. How about the Islanders tonight? Plus 136, Kenny. Let's do it. It's FanDuel. More ways to play, more betting markets than anyone. Number one sports book in America. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. We'll get to the people. Kenny currently on the Urban Dictionary trying to give us a full definition of bet. That's going to be very exciting. Let's go to the people. A lot of people have been patient. Lions in the mix, Michigan in the mix. Which win was more impactful for you? What impressed you more as we get through on a Monday? Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Michael, thanks for taking the call. Couldn't be more amped. It's funny. I wonder if any other Michigan fans have a hard time resetting their brains. Because I'm used to getting fired up for a big game on Saturday. I'm not used to having to hit the reset button. Like, I wake up Sunday and it dawns on me like, oh my God, the Lions play at 4. Like, I'm not used to setting my watch to the Lions on Sundays at all. So, like, I barely made the game on time, like, got home from the gym because I'm just not used to this,
right,
of getting fired up for two teams. I'm just not used to it. And I think State fans feel the same way. You're used to getting fired up for, your team on Saturdays because they were good not too long ago, even though I like to rub it into Rico that they absolutely stink now. Which actually leads me to my topic.
Chad, you're not saying anything that I don't see myself, but go ahead.
Nah, you're the ultimate. You're the ultimate.
Chad, no offense.
You will never give us credit for anything.
Wait, whoa. Hold on, Chad. For real? Did you not just listen? Did you not listen to any part of the show today?
I heard you say that Washington can beat us, which is a joke. I heard you say that Oregon can beat us, which is a damn joke. If you want to tell me Georgia can beat us and Bama can beat us, yes. And that leads me to why I'm calling, actually.
Okay,
and Mike knows this.
You heard part of what you wanted to hear, but you know what, Chad? Take us to 6.
Yeah, well, I wish I could. I got to give you some crap, Rico.
I don't know why, but go ahead.
I have to. But it actually, the reason why I'm calling is I've not been a big Jim Harbaugh guy. Even amongst the recent success, I'm like, this guy is brain dead in game. I've never been high on Jim. And it's funny, that guy called a little while ago, that older guy, and he said, I can't wear my Michigan hat with pride. Those guys are losers. You're a loser. Take your gold star for integrity and go back to the 80s. You're a loser. You're a damn loser. I'm so prideful to be Michigan fan. You guys did a show about this a couple years ago. We had just gotten our doors blown up by Georgia in the playoffs. And your topic was, do you have to make that deal with the devil to, it's great that we're a regional program and Mighty Sparty can rise up and get to the title game, or Michigan can rise up and finally beat OSU. When we actually crack the OSU code and get there, we get our heads beaten in by the SEC. And I'm tired of that. I'm tired of it. I want to beat the SEC, and I want to win a natty. And you guys did a show about this. You're not doing it if you ain't going to roll around in the mud. If you aren't going to get dirty, you ain't going to do it. Now, we can't get some of the kids in the Big Ten eligible and onto campus that the SEC can. And we all know they were buying up players, and they've had five schools in the last 15 years win a natty. I think they've had 5 schools combined for about 11 national titles. I've seen the Big Ten win 3 in my lifetime. Ohio State twice and Michigan in 97. I'm sorry, but to me, this is Jim going, we're going to do whatever the hell we got to do to compete with those teams and win natties. And if it means we got to wear the black hat and we don't get a gold star for integrity, so be it.
I don't have an issue with it. Chad, I don't have an issue with it because you're also not playing pretend. You did the dirt. You got caught. You didn't offer a defense for it. This is where I don't understand how Michigan turns their own guilt into a rallying cry.
Right.
You're not doing that.
This is something else I wanted to ask you, Mike. As a fan, and when Sharon started crying after the game, I'm just going, oh no, don't do this. Oh God.
That was
something. I like the Jay Wright response. The Jay Wright, we just won a natty? Cool, I'm going to go shake hands with this guy. All right. Come on, man. But anyway, so I get it. But, Mike, when you're an athlete, when you play sports and you're in that locker room with those guys, and again, college is a little different. They got recruited by Jim. I was a college athlete. So when a coach comes in and goes, I want you. And I'm like, no, dude, I retired. I'm not going to wrestle in college. And he's like, no. I'm going to give you this, and that, and I want you. You have an affinity for that man. It's different. They're in a different world than we are. Of course you're going to use it as a rallying cry. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love that they're using it as a rallying cry.
Now, even though he thinks I'm a brain-dead idiot, I agree with what Chad said, which I guess that makes me a brain-dead idiot. But
I didn't say you're a brain-dead idiot. I said you're a Michigan hater.
Close to it. Bottom of the chili pot, whatever, Chad. No. But what I'm saying is this. I think that he is right The players have all bought in. The coaches have all bought in.
Well, there's the problem.
And because it came from the president down.
Well, there's the problem.
That we are aggrieved. We have been attacked. And an outsider is at the gates. Everybody, grab your weapon. Let's go. That's where they are right now.
And that's a cult. You can root for your team and be happy they're winning and say, I don't care about the integrity of it all. I don't have a problem. I have a problem when you gaslight people. I have a problem when you do this reverse victim routine.
Yeah,
I have an issue when the president of one of the premier universities in this country is practicing the height of intellectual dishonesty. Santa, you're going through it because you did it.
Because if I cheated on an exam and I go in front of Santa, he better absolve me and say, don't worry about it. This is just what we do. You can't preach at high academic standards when you're doing this and allowing this on the athletic side. Now, I agree with you. Anybody who just says, I don't care, and I ain't got no beef with you.
No, I don't have a problem.
Because you're owning it. I don't care what people say. I don't care if people say it's an asterisk. I don't care. Then great.
Yeah, but I don't need to sit here and agree with Santona.
But you can't have it both ways.
I don't need to agree with Jim Harbaugh's America's team nonsense because Harbaugh's the same man who dropped bombs on cheaters. Jim, your team did this. Okay? Right. I don't need to hear about due process. No. Here's the deal. The NCAA did the unprecedented step of diming you out and sharing with the Big Ten the proof that they have. They had to do something because this happened in real time.
Right there. It happened in real time. So therefore, you can punish in real time.
And guess
you
what?
don't have to wait 5 years and say, hey, remember that 2023 team? We found out some stuff.
Right, just say you don't want any of the consequences because you want to win a natty now. But understand, I'll tell you one thing. And we're trying to have a good time and keep it positive today. But if your head coach thinks it's a good idea in court to do any talking right now, considering there are 3 separate investigations going on at your school, I'd be very careful with 2 of those.
Because he does realize the things that he says will be held against him, and those statements will become public record.
You got an expensive lawyer. Let them do the talking.
Right. If I'm Tom, hey, no. As a matter of fact, Jim, we're going to go on a vacation on Friday. You are.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not here Friday.
Yeah,
you're on your own.
You are.
I am.
No. I'm just saying that Tom Mars, Jim, come on. You coming with me? You staying with me the whole day? We're going nowhere near this courthouse. This can only end badly for you. You're going to go in there thinking, it's a few good men until you find out you're Colonel Jessup.
I'll leave it. Remember, this is separate from you playing and winning impressively at Penn State, okay? But Chad brought this up. I don't have to separate the beliefs here. You can go and play and win and do whatever you got to do right now. I still am steadfast. This is going to end very badly for you. You don't have to care, but it's going to end badly. I think your behavior right now, all you are doing is making it worse down the line. Oh, no, the Big Ten can't take you out of the Big Ten title game. CFP's not taking you out of the CFP. That's why I've never advocated for it. It's absurd. If you want that, go listen to Stephen A. Smith. He's up here yelling on national TV every day. He wants you launching out of a cannon. I'm just telling you, don't think for a second the rest of America doesn't have some asterisks on it. You don't have to care, but you don't get to control what people do. Mm-hmm. You did the dirt. Everyone knows it. You didn't even deny it.
No.
You didn't.
No, you didn't. That was one of their biggest gripes. You basically sent us a 10-page paper telling us we're bad at our job, but you didn't tell us why you didn't do it.
Bet.
Okay. Yeah, bet.
All right. There's no segue for this, so we're just going to do it. Driving blindfolded, length of a football field at 55, 4.6 seconds. That's the equivalent of how long it takes someone to drive responding to a text. That's disastrous. Look around. You see it. That's why they got the undercover cops cruising all over the place. Get off your phone. It's dangerous. The point is, you need life insurance. In the event of a tragedy, of some ding-dong responding to a text, and it takes you out, your family needs to be covered. Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans, 877-734-2200. Mike shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. And in the event of a tragic car accident, your family's covered. Call Mike Purpura today, 877-734-2200, or just go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. David on the ticket text. Get to the people in a second. Lions, Wolverines, Romo, and Nance with unprecedented commentary about your team. Guys, you got the 5th best odds to win the Super Bowl. And unlike Michigan, you don't have some massive fan base. You're not one of these public brands that will inflate your odds. You're there. Now, again, if you tell me, well, there's only 4 teams I believe that can win it, okay, respect. You're going to tell me Ravens, Chiefs, Eagles, Niners. Hard to argue. But you're there, guys, and that was a big-time win yesterday. So we're talking about that, and we're also talking about Michigan going to Penn State on a business trip. And I thought Sharon Moore made a brilliant decision. 2 series in, our tackles stink. We can't block Chop Robinson. We can't block whatever Isaac, whatever his name is.
33.
Yeah. And my point is, he goes, you know what? 7 O-linemen, 15 O-linemen. We're just going to run it.
Yep.
They can't score. We're not going to put the ball on the ground.
And then it got to the point where Penn State's looking at Manny Diaz like, so do we just stop playing pass? Because I don't like.
I thought
I thought Michigan had set them up for the perfect play action because after like run 15.
Yeah, they did it the one time in the second half, and it was the pass interference when they came out in like ultra gargantuan personnel. But I tell you what I think Moore did a great job of. Some of the third down calls, there was a 3rd and 11 QB power. There was a 3rd and 7 and a 3rd and 11 again, all running plays. Right. They had the perfect call for Diaz tendencies on the blitz.
Yeah.
And some of the overload stuff.
Yeah, where he took, was it Barnhart, the right tackle, and used that to the advantage. So he was getting beat like a drum, and they said, how about we just let him get beat, run to the side, and that freed up JJ, and it was like, wow, that was...
It was right in that bunch formation.
That was a pretty good call.
I thought Moore did a great job, and this is, again, guys, it's not disrespect. It's how I feel. You didn't need Harbaugh to beat Penn State, so I don't know why the hell everyone's clutching their pearls. This melodramatic reaction to this is embarrassing.
It's not that you needed him to beat Penn State. It was the fact that you were told you couldn't have him.
Oh, wow.
That's
You're
the
10-0. Come on.
But that's the difference.
David.
We love Dan Campbell when these calls work, but he might need to call the gambling hotline yours always mentioning during the commercials.
It was allowed in this game because, man, it was 2 10-year-olds playing Madden. Neither one was going to punt. They were just going to keep going for it.
Staley and Campbell are the 2 most aggressive coaches analytically in the NFL. The game was going to be played on 4th down. And if you went conservative and Staley went crazy, the odds are your win probability would be hurt by that decision.
Yeah, you had to match his craziness.
Yes, we'll go with that.
Someone says, I tuned in late. Besides Black Entertainment Television, what does bet mean?
That's Michigan's weird, culty rallying cry for getting punished for what they did.
I don't know. It basically means go ahead and keep doubting us. Go ahead and keep disrespecting us.
No one disrespected you. You cheated.
Well, I think we actually have the definition here.
Yes, Kenny.
So I went on to the Urban Dictionary to go and find out.
Oh, Kenny's Black History moment in November.
I feel like I should be at the front of this because I did the Black History Month minutes and all this stuff.
No one is more qualified to talk about, quote, the culture than Kenny Cott.
I am plugged in, as they would say, right?
Yes.
Bet, in response to a statement, slang for show, which is slang for sure. All set, homie. Bet. Translation. Everything is set, my friend.
Every now and then, you get a moment that you did not know you needed in your life. You get a moment where, wow, that was like chicken soup for the soul. I didn't know I needed that, Kenny.
How they further explained it. Slang for show, which is slang for sure. They explained the explanation.
No, I like, we got to get the clip of Kenny saying for show.
Agree.
Because that was the whitest for show I've ever heard in my life.
And no segue. We just go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Can I have the last 30 seconds of my life back, please?
Yes. I'm sorry, Jeff.
And I had to pull over because Keith was eating something, and I almost crashed into a frickin' tree. I'm like, what is this guy eating, talking on the frickin' phone?
It was like a 4-course meal while he was telling us how bad the Lions are.
He was not going to let it down. Whatever he was eating, like, just stop for 1 second.
Okay, and then we had Dear Abby. You know what? I'm going to go out into Romeo and shoot myself because, by the by, love you guys. First-time caller, long-time listener, and I have to give you guys credit for your rope guards because they always shut me down.
What are we doing here? What's going on?
Pardon me?
Where are we? Jeff, I'm just confused.
What?
Where are we going here? What's going on?
A couple things. Your callers always screen me, but Rico, you are in good hands. Nobody's coming after you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Mike kills off host.
All right. All right. Now, I just want to talk quick with the Lions, quick with, oh, by the way, we don't call it bet anymore. We call it TEB.
Kenny?
That's 3.
That's 3. Oh.
We gave him 2 for the other call.
I tried. I stayed with that over 2 minutes and begged that man to get to his point. Now we're
And he
over
was a first-time caller, too.
I can't help you. All you need to do, you don't even need complete sentences. Just say things like sports, ball, touchdown, Lions, feelings. I'll figure it out.
It's Teb. It's not bet anymore.
That's you right there. You.
For sure.
You in the Red Wings t-shirt. You. We're going to reset everything. I'm going to go to the phones. It's all uphill from there. You can't we just dead cat bounced with that call. It's going to be okay. Rico? Okay. 248-539-9797. Are we making that Kenny thing a drop? Is that real?
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
He sounds like Jonah Hill in Superbad. We'll get to your calls next. 97.1.
And we're brought to you by Twin Peaks. Kansas stays number 1 in college basketball AP rankings. MSU falls to 18 after the loss to James Madison. College football, Michigan at Maryland Saturday, favored by 21. Michigan now favored by 8.5 over Ohio State. And is the odds-on favorite at 2-1 odds to take the national title. Suspended Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh says he plans to attend the court hearing and speak on Friday, where he's seeking relief from the court that would allow him to coach the final 2 games of the regular season. He likened himself today to Tom Cruise in the movie A Few Good Men and his Michigan Wolverines to America's team. MSU plays Indiana Saturday. Lions a 9-point favorite against the Chicago Football Bears at Ford Field on Sunday. Lions also the 5th choice to win the Super Bowl, 10-1 odds. Monday Night Football, Bills host the Broncos. Michigan basketball tonight on the road at St. John's, 6:30 it tips on AM 950. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I think Doug said it all. Bet. All right, 5 o'clock. I want to play for you the Romo and Nance audio, too. We're talking Michigan, big win at Penn State. Lions, big win at L.A. The question is, which was more impressive? Both are impressive. This isn't either or. It's just which one moved you more. And look, I admit my bias shines through, not in – if you don't believe I shoot you straight with Michigan, I don't know why you listen. I believed you were beating them 2 years ago when none of you did. And I tell you right now, I told you were going to go down there and win without Harbaugh. Hey, you'll beat Ohio State without Harbaugh. You could have Tunes as the driving cat. You own Ryan Day. The point I'm making, I have never in my life been in this position with the Lions, ever. So I'm reacting to it differently. Like, I expect Michigan to win these games. I expect them to be good.
I expected them to win it too, Mike, but it was going into Happy Valley, hostile crowd, a lot of controversy.
Bet.
Whether it was self-induced or not, it was still a lot of controversy. The team had to galvanize. And normally when something like that happens, either you come together or you just fall apart. Penn State and their crowd didn't care anything about that. The world was against you. It was just the Michigan fans. That's why you had the shirts on, Michigan versus everybody. And they got it done. And they got it done in an unconventional way. It looked as if, man, this pass, they were beating the right tackle like a drum. We're going to put in extra O-linemen. We're just going to run the ball. You didn't pass the ball at all in the second half. You just waited for Penn State to make mistakes, and you ran the clock out. Once you got a double-digit lead, a 2-score lead, okay, you know what? We don't have to do anything. We don't have to worry about turning the ball over. Let's be safe. Let's take the play clock down to 0 before we snap the ball. To me, that was more impressive because it was what was on the line. If the Lions lose, and it was a great game by Detroit, okay, I don't want to take away from that Chargers game. It was entertaining. It reminded me going back to when the Chiefs played the Rams that Thursday night. That was fun to watch. You knew whoever had the ball last was going to win. But for Michigan, you lose this game, and not only are your playoffs hopes over, but now it's, well, you couldn't win without cheating. You couldn't win with all of this stuff. You couldn't win without your coach. So it was a little more pressure.
Yeah, but you don't get to have it both ways because they say they didn't need to cheat to win anyways. You still did it. Man, I don't want to have those arguments.
I think the Michigan win was more impressive than the Lions win. Both were.
Yeah, I don't
but
have
if
an
I
issue.
had to rank them in my power rankings.
Who have I argued with today about this?
Nobody.
No one. Because it's totally, they're both great, and they're great for what we do for a living.
Well, the Michigan game was boring as all get up.
Now you're being a hater.
I really was.
No, that was a tough watch.
I mean,
they did the right thing for the moment.
I felt as if I was watching a Big Ten West game. That's how bad it was. Like, the only thing missing was Iowa. Like, whereas the Lions was like, Okay, 2 10-year-olds playing Madden. You're going to go for it? Watch this. I'm going to go for it.
Here's what the national perspective on the Lions was. Here's Romo and Nance. Tell me if you've ever heard someone talk about your Lions this way on TV. That's as good as it gets. So we're just seeing where you guys are at with it. You want to go to the people?
Let's go to the
yes,
people.
bet, as they say in Ann Arbor. Let's go to Chad, 97.1. What's up, Chad?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good. What's going on?
I was wondering if you got some time to give me a little leeway with my take.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, I believe I know exactly what Harbaugh was talking about with the Few Good Men reference. There's a line in that movie where Tom Cruise's character says to Demi Moore's character, quote, "It doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what I can prove." Which leads me to my next point. I believe that the reason why we're all upset, why the fan base is upset, why Ward Manuel is upset, why Santa Ono is upset, is not the suspension itself. It's the lack of due process in the suspension being handed down. That's what we're upset about. Ward Manuel even referenced that in his statement that he gave after the suspension was handed down.
Okay.
If the conference is acting in contravention of their own rules and guidelines in this matter, as Ward Manuel says in his statement, then that is, by literal definition, an absence of due process, is it not?
Okay, but Chad, you keep bringing up, and I've heard due process. But when they have literal receipts for money spent on game tickets and lodging and all of this stuff, and you have video evidence that these things did happen, what's going to happen in due process that's going to nullify all the evidence that they have?
But, Rico, both the conference and the NCAA have publicly admitted that as of this time, they do not have actual credible evidential proof directly linking Harbaugh to this scheme.
No.
They admitted that.
No. Chad, you're correct. But according to the new rules with the NCAA, the head coach, the buck stops with him. If anything happens, you're held accountable. If you're OC, your DC, if one of your GA, if your low-level assistant does something, you're in control. The buck stops with you. So that's why Harbaugh got suspended. It wasn't because he did it.
It seems like they based their decision on assumption of guilt rather than evidence of guilt.
No, stop. Everybody stop. Now, I gave you your leeway. Goodbye. Here's the deal. The NCAA took the unprecedented step to call the Big Ten. The president called the Big Ten and said, here's what we have. It is proof. It's not all we have, but in your pursuit of an unprecedented move, because it's an unprecedented scandal, here's evidence. The Big Ten showed you their cards. You never denied what you did because you can't deny what you did.
Right.
Why are we talking about this when you just beat Penn State?
Right.
Own it.
There's video evidence. There's actual receipts of things that were paid for. It's all there in your 10-page document you sent. All you did was say, we didn't have due process. What due process do you need? Is this not you? Is this not your coach on film? Yes. Is this not him paying with his credit card? Well, that is him. Okay. There's a due process. Nothing changes. If you took this to a court of law, which is ridiculous, the judge would laugh at you and say, what are we doing here? Are you denying any of this? No, but they just haven't given us due process.
What happened with your story that your restraining order was going to be a cinch and done in 2 minutes, and it got denied? How about the fact that the Big Ten is paying local lawyers to be boots on the ground to fight you on this in court?
Well, realize
just live with it. It's a nothing suspension. Why are you so aggrieved? Your coach misses 3 hours a week. Who the F cares? You beat Penn State without him. You will drill Ohio State without him. You don't need to be professionally aggrieved.
The fact that everybody knows all the law and the due process, but for some reason, Michigan fans can't understand the fact that there is a rule out there that says the head coach is ultimately responsible. I don't know what's so difficult to understand.
Or why it matters on the Monday after you beat Penn State. You have 5 games left in your season. 2 regular, 1 Big Ten title game, 2 playoff games. That's the only thing that matters, because anything that happens after that, I don't think it's going to be very good for you. Go play the games, go win the games. Who cares about your silly head coach? Sharon Moore just put on an A-plus performance, minus the postgame, in Happy Valley. He made a decision a lot of coaches, maybe your own hero, wouldn't make. Ego and hubris have gotten the best of Harbaugh in big spots. You know what Sharon Moore did? Ego's out the door. They can't score. We can't pass protect. We're going to bleed this thing dry.
Yep.
That's a real move. That's a really shrewd move by Moore. And you want to call upon him on the, guys, this is why no one likes you. No one's jealous. No one's afraid. It's you people. Not all of you. Many of you are lovely humans.
Right. We have had Michigan fans who said, you know what, I get it and I understand. But anybody who is still saying, well, they admitted they didn't have any proof on Harbaugh. It doesn't matter. He is the head coach, and the buck stops with him.
Well, we didn't need to cheat. Then why'd you do it? Guys, just
no
stop.
proof. The due process. Like, they actually do have video evidence. And here's the thing about video evidence. It doesn't lie. Tape doesn't lie. It's going to be the same today, tomorrow, 3 years from now. It's still you guys with cell phones pointing towards the other team's bench. You didn't deny it in your appeal. That was the biggest problem.
You know what
the
kills
NCAA
me?
was like, well, you basically said we couldn't do our job for 10 pages, but you never said we didn't do it, and here's why. We can explain why we didn't do it.
What kills me about this is I take a step most guys in my spot wouldn't take. Normally, a person in my spot would just neener, and say you shouldn't be in the playoff and be a real penis about it. But see, I don't do that because I'm honest with you guys. I know, shoe on the other foot, I'd want to play my games too and deal with the repercussions after. But I'm not denying reality. Do I think you're going to get nailed to the cross later? I do. That don't affect now. But I'm not playing pretend with you people. Now, your fanboy president and your no-show AD and your nutcase coach and your crazy-ass fans can do whatever they want to do. But I don't have to play that way. This whole us against everybody, dude, you did this to yourself. You don't get to play that card. You're not being persecuted. You cheated. The national media does not want you in the playoff. That's not me and Rico. We're not sitting here as the 2 old Spartans at the Muppet Opera. We understand what this is. You want to play and you want to win. And you might win it all. But for Christ's sakes, enough. You people live in a state of constant aggrievement. And it is it's unhealthy. It's insane. You just beat Penn State. Enjoy it. Pop a bottle. Bang your girlfriend. Have fun. What are we doing? Take the due process and stick it in your ass. Enough. You people are insane.
How about those Lions?
Honest to God. Both teams win a big game, and you still have people crying about a guy they don't even need. Period. Big deal. He missed the game. Wah!
Probably not going to help his case on Friday. Wait.
Yeah, you're 4-0 without him. What's the irreparable damage, Judge Wapner? Jesus, Mary and Joseph. All right, honestly, David, I'll get to this at the bottom. Rico, go. I can't. I'm going to go take a walk.
Now, David? Okay.
Bet!
Here we go.
Bet!
If you've been injured in an auto accident or slip and fall, and you feel like your life is falling apart, my friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle all those difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, you actually get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone, 833-WINS-BIG. You tell them Rico sent you. That's 833-WINS-BIG.
All right, it's the John Jansen weight loss fiesta. 10 pounds, 100 pounds, whatever you want. Bet. Ideal U Health Center. Book that free consultation today. Sign up. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Bet. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. Bet. Ideal U. It's idealu.us. John lost the weight. He's kept it off. How did they do it? I don't know. Call them. Go to idealu.us. You can weigh less with idealu.us. And remember, that $200 Visa gift card when you book the free consultation today. Way less. It's idealu.us. Nice to see Serious Sports Roberto back. He's got major takes on Harbaugh in the commercial break. All right, you're out of your mind. David, a couple ticket texts, and we'll get to the callers, shall we? I'm sorry I lost my temper, but I don't understand how you're still on the due process thing. You won. You got the court thing Friday. I can't even believe they're wasting tax dollars having a court hearing for a football coach. Big deal. He can't coach against Maryland.
And it was like some 200-page document that, like, who reads it that fast? Like, you basically are saying, just go ahead and postpone this thing. Just 2 pages, 10 at the most. 200. Yeah, let me digest that. Yeah, okay, yep, overturn. No, that's not how it works.
Oh, man. Oh, this is one of the best shows you've had in a while. I'm dying over here, and not dying like Rico.
Bet.
Larry in Southgate says, the only thing worse than that Caucasian disaster of a read is Michigan's deflecting of their shenanigans.
Fasho. Kenny, can I hear Kenny?
Oh, man, where is it?
Hold on.
I'll just ask that when something happens to me that you guys come on the air and you cry like Coach Moore did.
That was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Can we get Kenny saying, my homie?
No. Oh, okay. David, that you have carte blanche.
Oh, yeah, he did say my homie.
He did.
Oh, he did.
Someone is asking, though. It says, we need a new segment, Urban Dictionary definition, brought to you by Kenny Cobb.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that.
You know what?
No.
Been going through some things back here. We can't do that.
No.
We can't.
No.
Not the way. Mm-mm.
With Christmas coming up,
Keep it moving.
Tuesdays, Urban Dictionary with Kenny Cobb.
Someone wants to give you props. It says, props to you all for containing your F-bombs to thoughts only today. The callers have been amazing. Tough batch of calls today.
It's, hits and misses.
Just weird calls.
Cameron is next, 97.1. What's up, Cam?
Hey, guys. I just had 2 things to say. First of all, I think that Michigan beating the Detroit Lions was not as important as the Detroit Lions being the Chargers because, the Chargers, they had, they're 4-4 already. We are, 6-2. And just in case we go through the rest of our games and we happen to, take a loss somewhere in there, not saying we will, but if we take a loss somewhere down the line, we are still 6-2. We still beat a good team, even though the Chargers were 4-4. To take a loss or 2 down the line and still be in the running for a high seed. And then if we had lost to, or if we had, the Lions had lost that, then they would have
what is going
kept,
on? Look, you're basically saying if you lose the game, you got no shot at getting the 1 seed. You'd be multiple games behind the Eagles.
What I'm saying is if we had lost the game, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal because we would still, be in contention. But just, we took the loss. The Chargers are a pretty good team. But we're 7-2 now, right? And all the rest of the teams besides the Cowboys on the schedule are not that good. If we win against the Bears this upcoming weekend, we will be 8-2. Then the Packers after that, and then other bad teams. And with Michigan, we're used to, and I'm a Michigan fan, by the way, we're used to beating these teams. I'm not saying it wasn't a good win and all. I'm just saying we're used to beating, at this point, this is the third year of our run, right? We're used to beating these top teams. I wasn't surprised by it. I expected it. Even without Jim Harbaugh, I expected to win that game. So it's not really surprising at this point. We knew.
Cameron, I guess I just thought it was more impressive because with everything going on and all the outside noise on the road. If it was at home, I would have said, yeah, no big deal. On the road, Happy Valley didn't care anything about what you were going through. That's why I thought that one's a little more impressive.
Yeah, I just, and then also in years past, the Lions wouldn't have won, this game that they just beat the Chargers with. The defense wasn't really good, if we're being honest. They gave up a lot of points. They couldn't get stops. Obviously, we can talk about the refs and, they're not really helping them out with a couple questionable penalties. But regardless, the Lions defense gave up 38 points, and we still pulled out the win. So I thought, that was more important. And again, the win helps us down the line because it keeps us in contention for possible high seed in case we do take a loss down the line that we don't expect, because I'm not going to expect us to, not lose another game the rest of the season. I do expect us to lose, maybe the Vikings away, maybe, the Cowboys down the road. But, it keeps us in contention for a 1 seed. So that was better, in my opinion, than Michigan's win.
Kenny, that's 4. That's 5.
That's 5. That's 5. You fouled out, Kenny.
Hey.
Fire.
Fire him.
All right, Roberto, coming screen calls then.
Oh, no, you can stay.
No, that's 5. Now we're going to give you the NBA 6th foul.
I'm going to Bob. Bob, save the show. I'm begging you.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Bobby. What's up, buddy?
I'm an attorney, and I don't practice in this area, but let's talk about the due process for half a second. And number one, you guys are right on about everything you're saying. There are rules and a process in place for what the commissioner and the Big Ten can do. He followed the process and the rules in the Big Ten. They don't like the outcome, but the process was followed. Now, in some limited circumstances, you can challenge what I'll call administrative decisions. It's stuff where it's got to be arbitrary and capricious. However, when you admit to all of the underlying facts on which the commissioner made this decision, it's pretty darn hard to convince a trial court somewhere that it was arbitrary and capricious. So my closing line is the commissioner followed the process of the Big Ten. If you don't like that process, then go change all the rules so he can't do that.
Hey, Bobby,
but that's for another day.
Bob, here's the other thing that kills me. They act like this guy's a Looney Tune with some online law degree. The guy's a Harvard law grad who took on the baseball owners. He's got a 20-year career in the cutthroat world of network television and Major League Baseball. They treat this guy like he's Better Call Saul. I don't understand it.
I didn't know that, but now I understand. I mean, I'm sure he's got lawyers. I read his letter, imposing the suspension. It was very well written, very well written.
And it just, and Bob, I'm glad I'm not crazy because they make me feel that way sometimes. Michigan didn't deny what they did. Just take the very minor punishment and move on. Keep playing. Keep winning. I can't believe after the weekend you had, especially if you're a Wolverine and a Lion fan, and you had that weekend that you want to call a radio still crying about due process. We just don't live in the same planet.
Because when they have video evidence, when they have actual receipts, that's your due process.
Bet.
I mean, what else do you need me to do? Make it official? Yeah, we have it all right here. We have it from not just one stadium. We have it from about 13 different stadiums. Isn't this you? This is your guy. Here's the iPhones. Here's the cameras. Pointed right there.
Here's your receipts for tickets that you bought. Oh, we also have your seats for the SEC championship game. Bet you're not gonna be there for that one.
Okay, that's sufficient. 248-539-9797. All right, NFL, FanDuel, $150 bonus bets, any winning $5 money line wager, but that's not only for the NFL. Kenny likes the Islanders tonight, plus 136 in Edmonton. Why? Because the Oilers stink. You win that bet, you get the $150. You win that bet, am I right? Thank you. The app, easy to use, more betting markets than anyone. They have got you covered. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get involved, the official partner in 97.1 The Ticket, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. No trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, then. Listen, big truck accidents result fatality, serious injuries. The numbers are staggering in the state of Michigan. The attorney that you choose that's going to help you has to have specialized knowledge and expertise to handle the complex cases. Injury attorney David Femininio is the man you need to call. Over 25 years. And look, they're ready to roll. They're ready to help fight for you. If you've been injured in a big truck accident, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. There you go.
That's Tecumseh approved.
There's down in the Metamora area. David, drive of the week, shall we?
So let's give Kyler Murray a little love. The Cardinals win on an 11-play, 70-yard, 2.5-minute drive. Drive starts with a couple passes. First one is for 8 yards. Second one's for 9 yards to Connor, who is back from injury as well. Murray then scrambles for 13 yards, but the big play is the 33-yard pass. Kyler Murray to McBride ends in a Matt Prater 23-yard field goal.
I'll tell you right now, the Giants and Atlanta, two of the most disappointing teams in football. Atlanta is a train wreck. All the skill players, their offense is morbid. Oh, but hey, wait. Make sure you run to the podium to tell everybody you have no interest in Lamar. You entered the season with Ritter and Heineke. I get it. That's about Kyler. Good for him. But man alive, is Atlanta disappointing. Oh, and you drafted a running back number 8 overall. It took you to week 10 to give him double-digit carries.
He finally gets another touchdown.
Yeah, thanks, guys. All right, ticket text, and we'll wrap. Who's coming up next?
Wojo is coming up next, and then we'll have
Where is he?
Lions Review.
Where is he?
He's on his way. He's about to walk in soon.
You're 8 minutes from your broadcast. What are we doing?
I'm here.
I give up. I really do.
The Lions had the best performance. They took a 2-score lead in the second quarter on the road and never got behind. Sam in a truck.
Bet.
U of M and their cult keep confusing the Big Ten for a court of law. It is not. They have a charter, and the due process happened through the charter.
Bet.
And here's the thing. There's no locks on the door. If you don't like it,
I was, it's something we may do tomorrow, and I know you're going to be in Chicago for the MSU Duke game. It's like, if you don't like it here, leave. Your regents are actually talking about leaving the Big Ten. Let me help you. I'll pay for the move. Leave. None of us would care. You know who we'd go get? Notre Dame. Do you know why Notre Dame doesn't join the Big Ten? You. Like, if you
they
seriously
really believe that the Big Ten would collapse.
If you seriously leave over this, God bless. You want that SEC smoke? I don't think so. Whatever the opposite of for show is, that would be your answer.
They would be the newest member of the Pac-12.
Well, you want to go to ACC? You go to that poverty-ass conference? I mean, what? I cannot believe how the Michigan family, so to speak, is behaving. Oh, you want to leave the Big Ten? Leave. I don't give a damn. I don't give a rat's ass.
When Maryland basically jumped ship, said, yeah, we're broke. We're just going to take the Big Ten money. ACC, it's nice.
Rutgers ensured they'd never win a game again by coming to the Big Ten. You want to leave? As Kirby Smart said on Saturday, hey, come on down and get some of that SEC.
Oh, by the way, Kenny, you guys are the away team in the SEC championship game. You got to wear the whites. Bama gets the reds.
Okay, that's nice.
Is that a problem?
Well, Kirby's going to turn that into disrespect.
That's 100%. And by the way, good.
There it is.
I hope so. Because that's just what he does with these mind games he plays.
Well, no, I guess the West is considered the home team. So
they must switch off. I think they switch off every year.
So
yeah.
you're the away team. Just so you know.
First time all year, though. I mean, Georgia has played better. That was the first time all year I went, okay. They let the Kraken loose. Bowers was back and looked healthy. He had that jump cut. I go, all right, that ankle's back. They got baby Delp, love it, McConkey, rah-rah. I mean, the running game, it's all there. Now, again, their defense is not what it was the last 2 years. Still good. The offense, in my mind, superior to the last couple of years. Now, Stetson Bennett was a winner. Carson Beck has NFL talent. Beck is legit. And I was Saturday night, I feared for Ole Miss's life. I went, oh, my Lord, this is
that was a
good heaven. Jackson Dart, rest in peace. Good God. They were killing people on that field.
Toddy, what?
What?
Yeah, it really wasn't any good late games on Saturday.
USC Oregon
Michigan
was
State,
weird.
Ohio State. What are you talking about?
David, this is where I've reached with that program. I didn't even watch it.
You know what?
I didn't even turn it on.
The criteria for the next coach. Can you make that game mean something? Because it hasn't meant any. It's been blowouts since. Want to take a guess?
2015.
Yeah,
17.
I was gonna guess 15 as well.
2016.
16, the Tyler O'Connor game where he tripped over his towel. Going for 2.
17-16 final. And then after that, it was, I think, 45-3.
Last 6 games, it's 259 to like 48. Something of that nature.
To the fact where Ohio State just treats you like practice. So the next coach, can you make that game meaningful?
We got something for Bob. Bob, I want to tell you.
Whoa. Bet.
Oh, that's what we had for you. We were just showing you our support for the bet movement.
Well, he's got to put his headphones.
No, I heard it driving in. Kenny is that was priceless. The what was it? Faux show bet? Anything else? There's one in there of me going, "You go, my brother." That's pretty good, isn't it? Right? What? No.
I'm not. That one's uncomfortable.
No. Did all white people have to look up what bet meant? I mean, I sort of figured it out.
No,
but...
I think that's a young person thing.
Oh, a young person thing. Okay.
I just didn't get how it applied. Like,
basically, like, you're suspending them. That's okay. We're good. We're good.
Bet.
Yeah, I'm going to. That's right. Correct. Right?
Lions or Michigan?
Why'd you look at Rico to ask him?
Wow. David, come on.
It's time for me to go home.
It is, if I may. More impressive, Lions or Michigan? That was our question of the day.
I will say this, Lions, because Penn State is always who we think they are.
Is James Franklin Jimbo Fisher?
Worse.
And Jimbo Fisher is James Franklin?
No, because Penn State keeps James Franklin. He would have been fired if he coaches any other team. You're 1-12 against top 5 opponents. Who sticks around to get to 1-10
Harbaugh
against top 5
John
opponents?
Cooper.
Harbaugh did.
If that game was anywhere else, or that coach, than in the idyllic little Happy Valley, it would have gotten ugly. Those fans were. I've never seen unruly fans in Happy Valley. They were throwing water bottles onto the field. Not a lot, just a few.
They've had enough of that ridiculous offense. That offense is absurd.
Well, so had he. He fired the guy the next day.
Right. Mike Yurcich? Yeah. Shout out T formation.
Yeah. And see, I said the Michigan game was more impressive because it was self-induced, but it was still a lot going on. And everybody on the team had to stay together, had to stay insulated, had to stay laser focused, and couldn't look to the left or to the right. Penn State didn't care. Fans didn't care. No one's going to feel sorry for you.
But see, that part is true. But this is where the Big Ten, in my mind, has made so many mistakes.
Uh-oh.
No. They helped Michigan. This is not hurting them. Why?
No. Which is why, talk to your cult. Why can't these people have fun?
Well, because it still smudges Harbaugh, but the game itself was...
Sharon Moore was fantastic. The adjustment they made after the second drive. Mm-hmm. Bob. You could be.
Hey, where? By the way, where can we send flowers?
Yeah, I know.
Flowers.
Harbaugh passing away the night before the game. I mean, it had to affect Sharon
just
and the
buy
kids.
more Michigan versus everybody T-shirts, right?
Oh, so in lieu of flowers,
in lieu of flowers,
yes,
donate.
Yeah, send spreadsheets instead.
No. Okay, you know what? I'm done. I'll talk to you off the air, Bob.
Yeah,
Rico,
all right,
talk to the people.
Everything changes so fast these days. That's a great thing. Back in the day, we're lucky to get one video to download to our desktop computers. But now there's Xfinity's 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the faster speeds rolling out all the time. An internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another's playing video games in the basement, and somebody's doing the latest TikTok creation in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.